My name is Cassius, and I'm about to die. It was June 3rd, year 156 of the Li Federation, marking 25 years since I first arrived in this foreign world. Fresh out of the University of Jersey, I had joined my first archaeological expedition, located in the treacherous Camorra Mountains, just 20 kilometers north of Fengnan City. The dig was a joint effort between the city government, my university's archaeology department, and a private firm, Relic Antiques. 10 of us were sent to explore the ruins, which appeared to be from the long-lost Kalinka-era ancient murals, cracked stone columns, fragments of long-forgotten texts. The work went smoothly, until it didn't. Without warning, the 3 antique experts from Relic Antiques pulled out pistols and opened fire. My professor was the first to fall, then my senior brother, then my senior sister. Chaos erupted. 4 of us fought back. We managed to kill one of the traitors, but only one person survived in the end. That person was me. But not for long. As the memory faded, my breath trembled. Click. A pistol muzzle pressed coldly against my temple. Run again and see what happens, snarled the man in the blood-red commissioner uniform of Relic Antiques, his eyes full of mockery. He shoved the gun harder against my forehead. I staggered backward down a narrow stone corridor, gravel crunching under my boots. My back hit a pillar and the decayed structure gave way. Crash! I tumbled. Sharp pain flared as something pierced my hand. I looked down. The ivory pendant my senior brother had given me had shattered the skin, drawing a thin trail of blood. My throat was dry. My heart pounded with despair. The others were gone. My mentors, my friends, all gone. I had lived in this world for 25 years and achieved nothing. And now, I was going to die again without purpose, without redemption. Crack. A black boot slammed down on my chest. The pistol never wavered. Footsteps echoed through the passage as another Relic Antiques assassin appeared, gun in hand. Maybe I should fight back. At least I could die on my own terms. But then, I noticed something. A bitter, cold taste, not in my mouth, but radiating from the bleeding wound in my palm. Pain surged through my arm, followed by icy air pouring from the pendant, coiling like a ghostly serpent around my hand. A chill engulfed me, sweeping across my body. I shivered violently. Haha, look at you now. William, the commissioner, spat with glee. All that courage you had earlier? Gone already. He stumped again. I clenched my right fist without a word. What's the matter? Did you piss yourself? He sneered. The other man grunted. Just kill him already, William. We're out of time. William adjusted the gun slightly. Time to meet Grand Duke Hungly, you pathetic ivory tower brat. He smirked, pulled the trigger. But the world froze. The gun never fired. Everything blurred: murals, walls, even the stench of rot. As if I was looking at everything through frost-covered glass. My consciousness slipped into a swirling void. The walls of the world bent, twisted, shattered. Bang! My head slammed into something hard. Damn it! I cursed, groaning in pain. Li Wei, having nightmares again, a tired voice muttered nearby. Sleep early, we've got training tomorrow. Li Wei, training? What the hell was going on? I sat up, dazed. The room was narrow, stone-walled, dimly lit by moonlight from a small window. 2 wide beds dominated the space, 3 teenagers to each bed. I was in one of them. A chubby boy muttered beside me, rolling over. I looked at my hands, young, unfamiliar. Then I saw it. Floating above my vision was a translucent symbol shaped like the ivory pendant, along with a glowing bar that resembled a thermometer. I reached toward it, heart racing. Was this a system? A tidal wave of knowledge slammed into my mind. 10 minutes later, I opened my eyes wide. For 25 years, I hadn't understood why I'd been sent to this world. But now, I knew. Collect the legendary antiques. Use them to return to the moments they remember most. Each antique contained an intense emotional imprint: joy, sorrow, hatred, regret. I could absorb that imprint, step into their past, and relive it through the eyes of their former owner. My role was to resolve their deepest regrets. And anything I learned or gained inside that memory, I could bring back. But failure meant nothing. No growth. No reward. I looked up at the symbol again. The bar next to it represented time. Right now, I was inside the very first memory of the pendant's original owner, Li Wei. With a thought, the symbol expanded. A flash of lightning. A cold, rainy night. A girl's scream. A trembling boy cowering behind a window. Li Wei and his sister had been sent to a youth martial arts camp run by the Wind Elephant Sect one night. His sister was cornered by 3 drunk trainees and he watched. He didn't act. He let it happen. The scandal spread. No one cared that she was the victim. Her reputation was destroyed. Then came news of their mother's sudden death. She took her own life days later. And Li Wei broke. Why didn't you save her? Why didn't you speak up? Why didn't you even comfort her? The questions haunted him. Pride, fear, cowardice, he didn't know which was worse. That guilt festered into his lingering regret. So that's what happened, I murmured. Rumble. Thunder boomed outside. I glanced at the window. Rain had begun to fall, soaking the night in haze. Help MMPH. A girl's scream echoed faintly through the rain. My eyes widened. No, it's happening now. I didn't wait. I sprang out of bed, barefoot, and ran into the night. The rain fell in waves, battering the white rooftop with rhythmic clatters. Driven by a fierce wind, the sheets of water blurred the world into a stormy haze. Trees wavered like ghosts in the fog, their outlines flickering in and out. The houses nearby, half concealed by the downpour, stood silent and indifferent. Cassius stood alone in the storm, his hair plastered to his forehead, eyelids heavy with rain. Where are they? He muttered through clenched teeth. Then came a muffled cry, faint but sharp. His eyes widened. He ran. Barefoot, he tore across the muddy path, each step splashing through cold puddles. The fog thickened, curling around him like a living thing, but he didn't slow. He knew what was happening. He was too late once before. Not again. Pat, pat, pat. His feet struck the soaked ground in a desperate rhythm. Near the training ground, beneath the overhang of an old building, 3 drunken boys cornered a girl. One gagged her with a hand, another pinned her arms, and the third red-haired, freckled, his face twisted in lust, ripped at her clothes. Li Wei's sister. She trembled violently, her cries muffled, her resistance futile. Red handprints burned on her pale face from earlier strikes. Try moving again, and I'll hit you until next year, the redhead snarled. With a vicious yank, a piece of her robe tore away, revealing a patch of soft, fair skin. The sight only emboldened them. She's as white as snow. Looks even better in the rain, one muttered. The redhead, flushed with drink and blind desire, leaned closer. Then pain. The boy covering her mouth yelped, pulling back his hand with a bloody bite mark. Li Chu seized the chance to scream but stopped, eyes wide. Little Wei. The redhead turned in confusion. Little what? A fist crashed into his face. He stumbled back, clutching his nose. Blood gushed through his fingers, mixing with the rain. Everything froze. Cassius no. Li Wei stood there, white tunic soaked, hair drenched, framing a face shadowed by rain. His thin body was shaking, but not from fear. Little Wei, run, go get help. Li Chu cried. But he didn't move. The redhead spat blood. Think you can run after that? One of his cronies blocked the path to the dorms. Still, Cassius didn't back down. He charged. He slammed into Finn, fists swinging wildly. No training, no technique, just fury. Just instinct. They grappled, fell, rolled in the mud, trading blows like wild animals. The storm roared around them. Get him off me. Finn screamed, blood pouring from his nose. His friends snapped out of their daze and attacked. They rained punches and kicks onto Cassius. He took the pain and returned it in kind over and over again. For every blow that landed on him, he made sure Finn got 2. Their bodies twisted on the ground, rain splashing into their eyes and mouths, turning dirt into bloodied sludge. Cassius didn't stop. His fists were fueled by something deeper than rage. Not just the horror of this moment, but the humiliation of a pistol against his skull. The helplessness of watching his mentor and friends die. The shame of not being able to save them. Now, that anguish channeled through his fists. He was no longer Li Wei. He was Cassius, venting a lifetime's worth of pain onto the face of a coward. Crack. 2 of Finn's teeth flew out. Stop, stop, I give up. Finn sobbed, his voice ragged. Please. Cassius didn't hear him. Blow after blow rained down, until Finn was groaning, twitching, face swollen and broken. Cassius was breathing heavily now, covered in bruises, his vision swaying. The storm blurred everything. Rain, blood, and fury blended into a single haze. And then, what are you doing? Shouts tore through the night. Instructors rushed in through the gates, splashing through the water. They're fighting. 3-on-1. It's those drunk bastards again. Students had gathered, drawn by the chaos. Rain soaked them, but they stayed, eyes wide. The 2 lackeys turned and fled at the sight of the instructors. Stop right there. Thunder rolled overhead, deep and guttural like the heavens were growling. Lightning split the sky, revealing the scene in one blinding flash. A boy, face soaked in blood, sat atop another, fists flying, rain exploding around each strike. He looked possessed. Like something ancient and wrathful had taken root in his soul.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The second he woke up, Cassius's hands flew up to clutch at his pounding head. His face felt numb and swollen. It wasn't just his head, his whole body was throbbing with pain. Teeth gritted, he dropped his bandage-wrapped hands and lifted his head. He was in an empty, spacious white room. It was extraordinarily simple with plain walls devoid of any decorations. On his right, a yellowish-brown bedside table with a vase atop, 1 red and 1 yellow wildflower in it. On his left, there was a half-open window with embroidered curtains pulled to one side. Rectangular rays of golden sunlight streamed in and landed on the bed. His gaze wandered to the window where he saw a sea of green pine trees swaying in the breeze like waves in an ocean. Cassius caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance when he sniffed it. Their delicate green leaves glistened in the sunlight. He shook his head vigorously, his bewilderment clearing. I didn't beat anyone to death, did I? When Cassius recalled that rainy night, all he could remember was the rage in his heart flooding his mind and his fists meeting Finn's head with a relentless viciousness. It was entirely possible that he had beaten someone to death. Here I am, about to die myself, and the only thing I'm worried about is whether I've killed someone or not. Ridiculous. Upon remembering that his real body was on the brink of death, Cassius cursed himself silently. He took in a deep breath in an effort to suppress the pain coursing through his body. Cassius glanced at the pendant symbol floating above and noticed that it looked completely different from before. It had turned a light gold. Does this mean Li Wei's lingering attachment has been resolved? Cassius wondered. His gaze shifted to the right, where his eyes instantly honed in on a long scale resembling a thermometer. There were actually 4 of them, all rather large, with 29 smaller markings on each. At present, one of the small markings had disappeared. Is this supposed to mean a day has passed? Cassius muttered to himself. Then do these 120 small markings represent 120 days? Little by little, his eyes lit up. He had Li Wei's memories in his mind, so he knew that the Wind Elephant Sect was a martial arts sect that focused on surpassing the limits of the human body. If he could become proficient enough in martial arts, he might even win against small firearms. 120 days. 4 months. It was unlikely he could reach the level of mastery he desired in that period of time, but learning some quick explosive or evasive techniques should still be within his grasp. Not to mention, if he could somehow bring Li Wei's physical prowess back to his reality, his predicament might just be resolved. While he was lost in thought, the door suddenly opened. A pretty girl wearing grayish-white training attire walked in. Although she was modestly clothed, one could still see that she was a well-developed teenage girl. She had soft, fair skin, a straight nose, and her black hair was draped over her shoulder in a ponytail. The moment she locked eyes with Cassius, tears welled up in her eyes. She walked over, sobs overcoming her. Li Wei, I'm sorry. Seeing Li Chu's apologetic expression, Cassius realized she felt guilty seeing him looking halfway to being a mummy. Why are you saying sorry? The ones who should be apologizing are those 3 bastards. Oh right, what happened to them? Cassius casually threw out the question, intending to change the subject. That Finn guy's been crying all day because of how swollen his face is from the beating. In fact, that wailing just now was him, Li Chu said. She stole a glance at her brother and inexplicably felt a sense of pride. Li Chu originally felt a bit of schadenfreude after the incident, but upon seeing Li Wei's injuries, her mood plummeted again. After all, she had been too slow to call for help. Not dead yet, huh? Guess this body's too weak. Cassius raised his slender hands. Li Wei's originally weak personality was due in large part to his frail physique. Even in one-on-one fights, he couldn't win against girls whose bodies had matured early. Finn, who had taken a beating last night, was at least half a head taller than Li Wei and much stronger. Him getting pummeled to the ground could be boiled down to 2 reasons. Firstly, he had been thrown off-kilter right from the get-go because he had been taken by surprise. Secondly, and more importantly, Li Wei had seemingly been possessed by a ruthless madman, sending Finn's heart quivering in fear. When picking a fight, it's crucial to appear imposing to your enemy, especially when fighting against opponents that outnumber you or are stronger than you. If you charge straight for the gang leader and beat the hell out of him, anyone who sees that will think twice about messing with you. Even if someone else punches me, it won't stop me from hitting you, was a kind of mentality that would make anyone's blood freeze. Soon after, Li Chu sat on the chair next to the sickbed. As she chatted with Cassius, her hands busily peeled some fruit. She couldn't help feeling a bit sentimental. In the past, she had to take care of her naive younger brother. Now, the roles were reversed and it was her brother protecting her. Relief, gratitude, warmth, and a myriad of other emotions flooded through her. Thanks to Li Chu's descriptions and Li Wei's memories, Cassius was able to gain a rough understanding of this era. Cassius lived around the time of World War II, where airplanes, cannons and tanks were the norm, but missiles and nuclear bombs had not yet been developed. People's living standards were roughly those of the mid-20th century. The world that Cassius was visiting through the Ivory Pendant was about 70 years back, during the 1880s, when cold weapons and firearms coexisted at the start of the Second Industrial Revolution. In this era, martial arts could still be found in various areas like assassinations, hand-to-hand combat, and deadly duels. Even sharpshooters had to surrender to close-range attacks launched by martial artists. Of course, this was only possible because of the poor development of guns in this era. Cassius could count the number of martial arts gyms left in his world on one hand. Moreover, calling them martial arts gyms was probably a stretch, as most of them only touted slogans of physical fitness. When faced with the rise of modern firearms, the decline of martial arts was inevitable. And the Wind Elephant Sect was one such martial arts sect that was staring demise right in the face. Its headquarters was located in the suburbs of Oak City, and they also had several martial arts academies set up all over the city. In addition, they ran a youth training camp on the outskirts of Oak City, where they handpicked young talents from the entire Bailio County. Li Wei and Li Chu were 2 such apprentices. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from the outside the door. A female instructor wearing beige training robes strolled in. She had long, attractive legs and a sensual figure that could turn heads. Her facial features were also not too bad, but a scar on the left side of her face marred her overall beauty. There was a rectangular brass badge on the instructor's chest, inscribed with a single word, Lisa. Li Chu, step out for a moment. Instructor Lisa's voice was somewhat hoarse but not unpleasant. Li Chu glanced at her brother and then at the instructor. A moment's hesitation later, she said, "All right, I'll be waiting outside." The door closed with a gentle click. Instructor Lisa moved closer to Cassius, her eyes roving over him as if assessing his injuries. She nodded. "The injuries aren't too serious. Apply some medicinal wine and you should be fine in a few days. Perfect timing too. I'll make an example out of you for the others. You'll be training double for a week." If you have anything to say, now's the time. Lisa crossed her arms in front of her chest. A faint fragrance lingered around the edge of the bed. Cassius was momentarily stunned, but he immediately understood Instructor Lisa's meaning. According to the rules of the youth training camp, in the case of a fight or something similar, both parties involved received special care, typically being forced to train at double the intensity for 7 days, regardless of the reason. No objections here. I accept my punishment, Cassius readily acquiesced. After all, there was still a gun pointed at his head back in that cave. Even if the youth training camp opted not to punish him, he would still sneak out and train on his own. Oh, you're much more easygoing than I thought. Lisa smiled slightly, somewhat surprised. Her initial impression of the young man was that he was impulsive and prone to anger. Lisa was sure that he would have complaints, especially since he, the obvious victim from that night, was being punished, but Li Wei's temperament was unexpectedly quite calm. Tucking her short hair behind her ear, she said, "Don't worry, Finn's punishment is much more severe than yours, but with him being Instructor Sean's relative, he won't be expelled. But here's an idea, why don't you and your sister study under me?" Upon hearing this, the gears in Cassius's head started turning. Instructor Lisa was helping him, even going so far as to point out Finn's hidden connections. There was nothing for Cassius to gain by stubbornly acting tough. That sounds good. Thank you, Instructor Lisa. You're so polite. Lisa smiled faintly. You know, news about you beating up Finn yesterday has spread like wildfire throughout the entire training camp. The new batch of students have even given you a nickname. Cassius lifted his head. Madman Li Wei. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had come and gone and it was time for Cassius to be discharged from the hospital. The Wind Elephant Sect's special medicine was much more effective than Cassius had anticipated, and his wound healed remarkably quickly. The only downside was that applying the medicine was agonizing beyond imagination, like throwing salt on a wound. Every application of the medicine would result in Cassius lying prone on the ground, groaning for half a day, his blanket half soaked in sweat. Li Chu's heart would ache every time she bore witness to this. But, compared to Finn on the second floor, Cassius's reactions were minor. Every time Finn dabbed on the medicine, it sounded like a pig being slaughtered. His wails could even attract people from the faraway playground. Finn apparently fainted 5 times while applying the medicine. At one point, the pain was too much for him to bear, and he emptied out both bladder and bowels. He became a laughingstock in just a day. However, this was also normal. After all, a 14 or 15-year-old boy had only so much willpower. Not to mention, his injuries were much more serious than Cassius's. That morning, the skies were clear and bright. The clouds drifted slowly across the azure sky, and the sunlight scattered through the gaps in the clouds. Dewdrops on the tips of the leaves shimmered with colorful light. Cassius left the window slightly ajar and inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Last night, news came from their hometown, revealing that their mother had passed away the day before yesterday. Li Chu cried for a long time in the ward when she heard. Cassius had been abandoned at the door of an orphanage in the other world, and so he was at a loss on how to comfort her. He just silently listened to Li Chu sobbing and reminiscing all night. Though memories of his previous life were gradually fading, parents still remained a somewhat distant concept to him. However, Cassius did his best to awkwardly comfort Li Chu. His main fear was that in Li Chu's despair, she would seek to end her own life, like in Li Wei's original memories. Fortunately, Li Chu found solace in Li Wei and eventually, her emotions stabilized. Cassius turned his head and glanced over at the bedside table and saw a loaf of bread, 2 eggs, and 2 cups of milk. The standard meal for the training camp was a single loaf of bread, an egg, and a cup of milk. The extra items were probably from Li Chu scrimping on her portion. Cassius sat back on the edge of the bed and finished the bread and milk before tucking the 2 cooked eggs into his pocket. Knock, knock, knock. No sooner than the knock sounded, the door opened and a short-haired instructor Lisa confidently strode in. Since this morning's training consisted mainly of basic martial arts and physical exercises, she had the assistant temporarily take the reins. It seems you've finished your breakfast. Good, let's go. It's only the start of the youth training camp and you've already missed 4 days of lessons. I'll have you make it up this morning, Lisa said, jabbing her thumb toward the door. The admiring glint in her eyes was clear as she fussed over Cassius, like she had a good feeling about him. Nigerian Nairai. Okay, instructor, could I give something to my sister first? Cassius asked. It'll just be 10 minutes. Sure. Lisa raised her eyebrows slightly before nodding. Thank you, instructor. Cassius walked out of the ward, through the corridor, and down a flight of stairs. The warm sunlight shone overhead, causing him to squint as he looked into the distance. The dormitories, canteen, training ground, and all sorts of buildings with their pointed and domed roofs were enveloped in a golden hue. The scene in front of him looked just like a miniature of a school. A warm breeze blew, bringing with it an inexplicable sense of laziness to everyone it brushed across. Cassius followed the gravel path and headed straight toward the training ground. A boy coming from the direction of the toilet walked alongside him. He kept shooting him looks, a peculiar expression on his face. Cassius stopped and, resigned to his fate, asked, "Can I help you with something?" "No, nothing." The boy in blue and white practice clothes shook his head hastily but ultimately decided to probe timidly. "Are you Li Wei, the madman?" Stunned, Cassius didn't know how to respond. Madman. How unpleasant to the ears. I didn't mean anything by that. The boy started to sweat a little at Cassius's silence. They say that you took on 3 guys by yourself that night, in the rain, and you even beat up the leader until his brains spilled out. You're ruthless. He gave a thumbs up in admiration. Cassius was at a loss for words. Wasn't that all hearsay? All right, brother, I'm off. See you when I see you. The boy waved his hand and walked towards the queue. After taking a deep breath, Cassius hurried over to the iron gate. A young man sitting on a stool beside the gate stopped him. He looked 18 or 19 and wore a light yellow outfit, the standard attire for the Wind Elephant Sect's official disciples who served as teaching assistants. Name and squad, the young man asked. Li Wei, just discharged from the hospital. I'm here to see my sister. Madman Li Wei. The young man looked up in surprise. So that nicknames reached you too, huh, senior brother. Cassius felt a little embarrassed. Lisa wasn't wrong when she said that he was famous. Well, rather, infamous. Of course. Everyone in the training camp knows who you are. The young man stood up and patted Cassius's shoulder. Go on in. He waited for Cassius to walk through the iron gate before remarking, you've got guts. Well done. Cassius paused, not because of the young man's words, but because he noticed that the wind ivory pendant symbol floating at the top of his field of vision had brightened. For some reason, the faint golden hue was richer than before. There were also flickering specks of light dancing above it. Sweeping his gaze to the right, Cassius's eyes caught on to something. The scale on the timeline had abruptly jumped, with 10 more small marks added on the right. 119 days had become 129 days. Cassius instantly understood. Protecting his sister on that rainy night was just the bare minimum of resolving his lingering attachment. If he demonstrated bravery or did something contrary to the original owner's weak and cowardly self, he could also be rewarded. This meant that not only could he stay in this era for 4 months, but he could also extend his time through other means. When Cassius arrived at the edge of the training ground, Li Chu's training squad was coincidentally taking a break. The two of them walked over to a corner. Sis, eat these. Cassius pulled out the 2 eggs from his pocket, slightly warm from his body heat. His sister immediately rejected the eggs, but Cassius had expected this. The 2 siblings argued back and forth like they were playing a game of tug-of-war. The game finally ended when Cassius whipped out his trump card by mentioning that instructor Lisa was waiting for him. Only then did Li Chu lower her head and start peeling the eggs. Li Chu's eyes were tinged red, but she didn't want her bad mood to affect her brother, so she forced herself not to cry. Although their parents were no longer with them, her brother still managed to mature into a sensible young man. They were still young. She was only 14, her brother 13, and had promising futures ahead of them. The 2 of them had to live well from here on out. Giving up was simply out of the question. Li Chu swallowed down her emotions along with a mouthful of egg. Cassius left only after Li Chu finished both eggs. His philosophy on life was very simple. If someone was good to him, he would respond in kind. It was only fair. Of course, the opposite was true as well. Huff, huff, huff. Cassius dashed up the stairs, panting heavily. This body, with its thin arms and legs, was just too weak and frail. He pushed open the door. Instructor Lisa, I'm back. Catch. There was the sound of an egg flying over. Cassius caught it, slightly surprised. The Wind Elephant Sect's hospital was 100 meters away from the training ground. Had Instructor Lisa seen what had happened from that far away? Strange. Let's move, we're going to the small training field next to the hospital. Lisa walked slowly toward him, reaching out with a rough hand to pat Cassius's shoulder. Yes, instructor. Cassius followed Lisa and they soon reached a rectangular field. Bathed in sunlight, the field appeared pale yellow, with a running track that circled around the edge. In the distance were 2 gray-white buildings used as warehouses for exercise equipment. The duo walked toward the leftmost part of the field's center, where several wooden training dummies awaited. Lisa leaned against a tree next to the dummies, her arms crossed. Her hair, styled in a pixie cut, gleamed in the sunlight that filtered through the leaves, casting mottled golden spots. Cassius stood opposite her and waited silently. Li Wei, this is all I can really do to help you catch up after you've missed 4 days of classes. You're to join the usual training with the other members of our group tomorrow morning. Thank you, instructor, Cassius said gratefully. No need, it's my job. Instructor Lisa shook her head lightly. She stared at Cassius for a moment before asking, do you know what martial arts are? Have you ever learned any? Cassius thought for a moment and said, martial arts are arts of killing. I can use them to kill someone, and maybe even take on 10 people at once. You're right. Crude, but you've got the rough idea. But the main thing I want to point out is that with martial arts, you can take on not only 10 people at a time, but also 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. Lisa gazed deeply into Cassius's eyes. Do you think that's possible? Cassius suddenly realized that this world was not like the one he had lived in for 25 years, where life was simple. There were some things that lay beyond the superficial activity of this world. Our Nigerian Nairobi. Supernatural things that were out of ordinary people's reach. Being made of flesh and blood, martial artists obviously stood no chance against firearms. But what if they trained their body to become fast enough to dodge bullets? Or perhaps toughened their skin to be impenetrable like steel? Nothing was impossible, especially in a supernatural world. Cassius thought for a moment before nodding slowly. Yes, I do. Lisa smiled. Look at this. She opened her hand. Cassius lowered his gaze and saw a hand with thick knuckles and a palm full of calluses. Other than it looking nothing like a girl's hand, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. Just as Cassius was puzzling over this, Lisa stretched out her other hand and lightly flicked a branch. An oval leaf slowly drifted down into her palm, but the leaf didn't touch her at all. Instead, it started spinning like a top, hovering just 5 centimeters above the center of her palm, as if it were the blade on a fan. This. Cassius widened his eyes. The next second, the leaf transformed into what looked like a green boat. It swiftly shuttled back and forth between Lisa's fingers. She raised her hand slightly and flicked her fingers. The leaf instantly exploded into powder. "Give me your hand," Lisa said calmly. Cassius hesitated for a moment, but still offered his hand. Lisa suddenly extended hers to him and he froze in place. The reason was simple. A layer of air flowed in the space between their hands like quicksand. The way it rubbed against Cassius's palm in different directions felt like sandpaper. Sometimes, the current was fast, sometimes it was slow. At times, it flowed left, other times it went right. Had the pressure been just a little stronger, his skin would have been rubbed raw. "All right, you can let go now." Cassius quickly did as he was told. When he looked down at his hand, he saw that it was somewhat red and his palm burned. That was just a taste of what you can do with martial arts. Make this your goal, but be sure you're not overly ambitious. When it comes to practicing martial arts, being steadfast and diligent is the most important. Sweat doesn't lie, and diligence can make up for lack of talent. The road ahead is long. Lisa then began to introduce the basics of combat. In simple terms, there were 3 aspects: martial stances, combat techniques, and explosive techniques. Martial stances were the foundational stances of martial arts, similar but with some slight differences from the horse stance he was familiar with in his previous life. Martial stances activated the muscles in one's entire body, refining their body control and coordination. Combat techniques, as the name suggested, were the technical parts of fighting. Simply put, it was the basics of striking techniques: splitting punch, swinging punch, extracting punch, straight punch, drill punch, collapsing punch, and many more. With enough mastery, you could use any part of the body to strike in the same way. It was all about learning the fundamental techniques of combat. Once a solid foundation was built, the techniques could then be combined to create a martial arts combination. The third aspect was explosive techniques, but it was best to learn this after the first 2 aspects were mastered to a certain extent, otherwise, injuries could occur. Explosive techniques enabled practitioners to better exert force. How would one strike faster? How would one hit with more power? The answer to these questions was explosive techniques. Besides these 3 aspects, there was also physical fitness. It was important to train one's body by doing exercises like push-ups and squats, as well as build up one's stamina through running. Being physically fit would help the practitioner's usage of basic combat arts and speed up their improvement. Cassius spent the entire morning with Lisa, watching as she demonstrated the basic combat arts of the Wind Elephant Sect for him several times. In the end, he was able to somewhat imitate the stances. As for the combat techniques, he could only remember one: the swinging punch. That was just how deep of an impression Instructor Lisa's demonstration of the technique had left on him. Instructor Lisa said the swinging punch was the essence of the Wind Elephant Sect. A real swinging punch would emulate an elephant swinging its trunk. As soon as she finished talking, she swung her fist. Thud. There, on the wooden training dummy that was as thick as half a man's torso, was a deep indentation of about 5 centimeters. It was June, the beginning of summer. The sunlight was particularly strong and the weather was hot. As noon approached, the sun and sweltering heat only grew harsher. After spending all morning practicing basic combat arts with Lisa, Cassius was drenched in sweat and his limbs felt like cooked noodles. He was a 13-year-old boy who had never trained a day in his life. No wonder his body was so weak. Every fiber of his muscles felt sore. However, he had the mind of an adult and, with his second chance in life, the strong will of an orphan. For the whole morning, he neither complained of fatigue nor slacked off. And Lisa was secretly observing all this. While she liked talented students well enough, she much preferred those who were diligent and determined. At the moment, Li Wei fell into the latter category for her. Glancing at the sun high in the sky, Lisa took out a silver pocket watch from her shirt pocket and snapped it open. The black hands on the white dial indicated it was 11:30. "Let's stop here for now. Looks like it's almost mealtime. The kitchen should be about done preparing. Head on over to the canteen. You can continue practicing on your own this afternoon and join the team again for tomorrow morning's training." Lisa slipped the pocket watch back into her pocket. Understood. Cassius straightened up from his horse stance, but as soon as he brought his feet together, they wobbled and nearly crumpled underneath him. He almost fell flat on his butt. When he went to wipe his forehead, he discovered his back was soaked with sweat. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Lisa had already walked away. Cassius exhaled a hot breath and made his way over to the canteen. Every couple steps, he was forced to stop and slap some life back into his legs. They were painfully sore and numb, feeling as heavy as lead. Martial arts training was never child's play. Fatigue, hardship, and sweat were all necessary sacrifices. And Cassius knew that the greater the effort, the greater the reward. After a quick break, he staggered toward the canteen. It was located in the northwest corner of the youth training camp, about 100 meters from the hospital. Cassius limped along the road beside the small training field. As soon as he stepped inside the canteen, the rich aroma of food assaulted his nose. Several large wooden barrels were neatly lined up at the entrance. There were 3 or 4 older women leaning against the wall, chatting with each other. "Someone is here," one of them remarked to the rest upon seeing Cassius. Cassius swallowed his saliva and picked up a plate. He requested a portion of every dish, including the meat and vegetable soup of the day. Maybe it was because he was the first one in line, the serving ladies gave him very generous portions. After thanking them, he carried his overflowing plate to a corner by the window. On his tray was cauliflower soup, a few slices of white bread, stewed tomatoes and onions, and 2 mysterious pieces of meat, one large and one small, with an enticing layer of fat on top. One major perk of joining the Wind Elephant Sect's youth training camp was not having to worry about an empty stomach. Not only could one eat their fill, but the food was also delicious, with meat in every meal. Unfortunately, there were many poor people in this era who starved to death. The Wind Elephant Sect's youth training camp did not charge admission fees. All one had to do was pass the Constitution examination and they were guaranteed meals. If the trainees' training results were up to standard, they could even become a well-paid formal disciple. Many poor families who couldn't support their children would try their luck by registering them for the camp. Li Wei and Li Chu were examples of such children. In the second row on the right, seated by the window, Cassius kept his head down and devoured his food. Exhausted and ravenous, he was single-mindedly focused on replenishing his energy. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the canteen. Many students in gray and white training attire were beginning to arrive. Cassius paid them no mind, simply lowering his head to drink his cauliflower soup. In no time, the once spacious canteen was soon packed with students. The smell of sweat and noisy chatter filled the space. A slight cry came from the front. Brows furrowed, Cassius looked up. Li Wei's sister, Li Chu, was at the front of a long line. A sturdy-looking boy, half a head taller than Li Chu, had forcibly squeezed himself in front of her. He casually chatted and laughed with the boy in front. "A with tilde beta s. Why don't we sit in our old spot by the window?" the robust boy asked. "Sure," the boy in front responded. His appearance was extraordinarily plain. Peering into the barrel, he said with some surprise, "There's ham. Awesome? That's my favorite dish." The sturdy-looking boy stopped mid-sentence when he felt someone watching him from the left. He turned his head and saw a small boy with black hair. The boy had both hands on the table and was staring expressionlessly back at him. "Who is that?" "I don't know him." The robust boy was a little bewildered. His companion, who had followed his friend's gaze, whispered, "Madman Li Wei." "Who?" "The one who bashed someone's brains out. Remember how we passed the hospital on our way to the washroom the other day? Some dude named Finn was screaming like a lunatic, babbling nonsense for half an hour. I heard his brain was damaged beyond repair, all thanks to that guy." His companion's eyes wandered behind the robust boy. "Lyndon, did you just cut in line? The girl behind you is Li Chu, Madman Li Wei's sister." He looked at Lyndon, dumbfounded. "Oh, shit." Lyndon immediately whipped around and fired off a hasty apology to Li Chu before bolting to the back of the line. Li Chu was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward in the line. She subsequently saw her brother by the window and smiled in greeting. Li Wei nodded and waved back. As he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that the time scale in the upper right corner of his periphery inexplicably had a few extra lines. He counted carefully. He now had 5 additional days. Does that mean the opposite of cowardice is not just courage? Could it also be something more extreme, like viciousness? Cassius mulled it over. All the rumors around the training camp said he had bashed Finn's brains out and turned him into an idiot. In those people's minds, he was not simply brave. Rather, he was vicious. Who knew such an image could also satisfy Li Wei's lingering attachment? Perhaps this is about more than just resolving the incidents that he regrets. Maybe this was what Li Wei was hoping for all along. A vague idea was forming in Cassius's mind. It's like I'm acting. If I can create an image completely opposite to what Li Wei was before, such as Madman Li Wei, would that further satisfy Li Wei's lingering attachment? Cassius wasn't sure if his theory was correct, but there would be plenty of time to test it out later. The chair clattered as he stood up to return his plate. He walked back to the small training field next to the hospital. After resting for a short while, he resumed practicing basic combat arts. In the hot afternoon sun, Cassius alternated between practicing and resting. Slacking off wasn't an option, but he also wouldn't overexert himself. Cassius went over his stance under the shade of the tree. His feet were spread shoulder-width apart, knees bent in an almost 90-degree squat, not extending past the toes. His back was bent and slightly rounded like a turtle shell, with his hands naturally forming a circle. He kept his head high and gazed straight ahead, his upper body moving up and down like he was riding a horse. His martial stance was beginning to take shape. Sweat dripped from his eyelids. As his body rose, Cassius took a deep breath. Suddenly, in the upper right corner of his vision, lines of text slowly materialized below the simple pendant symbol. Martial stance, Part 1 0.1%. 2 blank bars, approximately as long as one knuckle, were stacked atop each other next to the writing. A red dot, so small it was practically negligible, filled up approximately 0.1% of the top bar. I can see how much progress I've made in my martial arts. Are there any other functions? Shocked by this revelation, Cassius began to explore further. Unfortunately, it didn't look like it did much else. The bars were truly there just to show his progress on their martial arts. They didn't have any other strange abilities like adding points. Other than that, Cassius learned that 0.1% was the smallest unit of progress displayed. Since he got the hang of the martial stance the fastest, naturally, the progress bar for that move was displayed. As for the combat techniques and explosive techniques of the Wind Elephant Sect's basic combat arts, Cassius hadn't even crossed the threshold. And here I was thinking I could cheat my way up the levels, but it looks like I still have to put in the work. Cassius shook his head, frustrated, and sighed. Regardless, having the progress bar was going to be really handy. The scariest thing about routine basic training was not having a goal. Confusion and worry about making progress were common. Who knew how many martial artists had thrown in the towel halfway into this seemingly endless path? The daily grind of routine exercises would inevitably bore them to death. That was why perseverance and diligence were so important in martial arts training. Some would even say these traits were no less valuable than natural talent. Cassius considered his own perseverance to be above average, and his willpower fairly strong. But now that he had the progress bar, he might be able to outlast even those who ranked at the top in perseverance. With a tangible goal in mind, any sign of progress would bring joy. One's motivation to train would also increase significantly. Indeed, the progress bar was very useful for Cassius. He let out a long breath. His previously sore and numb muscles seemed to be filled with strength again. Well then, time to continue training. Whoosh! Several blue magpies with red bills flew across the azure sky. Cassius's gaze followed them, unbidden. Li Wei, Li Wei, Li Wei. Huh? Yes. Cassius snapped back to reality and took a step forward. Instructor Lisa stood in front of him, hands casually placed behind her back, as she said, "First things first, I want to introduce this person." She reached out and patted Li Wei on the shoulder, her gaze sweeping over the group 4 trainees. Most of you probably already know him. That's right, this is the madman Li Wei, the one who sent someone to the hospital on his second day in the youth training camp. The trainees below immediately burst into laughter. What's so funny? He can take on 3 people by himself. Can any of you? Lisa paused for a moment before continuing. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm not praising him. My point is that if you join the Wind Elephant Sect's youth training camp, camp rules must be strictly followed. Anyone who fights, regardless of the reason, will be training double for a week as punishment. And if you don't complete all your training for the day, you'll get no food. Lisa's volume rose up a notch as she spoke. She looked down at Li Wei. Do you have any complaints? No, ma'am. Li Wei shouted. If there were no rules, there would be no boundaries. Cassius knew that Lisa was merely enforcing the rules, and it had nothing to do with whether she liked him or not. Beta. Very well. I'll be supervising you, starting from today. She patted Li Wei on the shoulder again. You can return to your team. Yes. Li Wei took 2 steps back. As soon as he stood with his teammates, he sensed a worried gaze coming from his left, seemingly from the girls' team where Li Chu was. Now, on to the physical training. Lisa walked over to stand beside the team and then said to Li Wei, "You don't get any rest time. After the team finishes running, you have another set of laps to do." "Yes, ma'am." "Very good. You can start now." It was early in the morning. A faint mist wrapped around the distant mountain peaks. The sunlight seemed to draw arcs through the air, casting its rays on the training ground. The training ground of the youth camp was evenly divided into 5 sections, each with a group of 20 people. From a bird's-eye view of the training ground, 20 small black dots, resembling a long snake-like train, ran along the edge of the 5 pale yellow grid blocks that were allocated to each section. After a while, 19 of them stopped and gathered under the shade of trees beside the training ground. Only 1 black dot continued to run around the edge of the block. Huff, huff, huff. Sweat gradually formed on Cassius's forehead and back. After a few more laps, his cheeks were burning. Breathing like this saves more energy. Strange thoughts began popping into his mind, unbidden. His brain had a strange way of finding humor in pain. 5 minutes later, Cassius completed the double distance. Not bad. You can have a 2-minute break as a reward. Instructor Lisa glanced at her pocket watch, her chin dipping in a slight nod. 2 minutes later, the next phase of physical training began. Whatever the Group 4 trainees did, Cassius had to do it twice. Honestly, he found it a little overwhelming, mainly because of his physical condition. Li Wei's body was simply too weak. The morning came and went. The other trainees had already gone to eat. Only Cassius remained, still struggling, on the training ground. He had fallen behind on the last 2 training exercises, halfway into his punishment. Lisa watched quietly as she stood under the tree beside him, occasionally shooting a glance at her pocket watch. Lunchtime was almost over. Most of the trainees would have already returned to their dorms for an afternoon nap. Cassius dragged himself up from the ground with difficulty. He looked drenched, as if he had just been fished out after a long soak in the water. Sweat not only soaked his clothes but also matted his black hair in thick locks. Eyes squinted against the bright sun, Cassius looked over to where Instructor Lisa appeared to be waiting for him by the tree. He slowly staggered over. "How are you? Need a hand?" No need." Cassius shook his head, flinging 3 or 4 drops of sweat from his forehead. His voice was slightly hoarse. "You've got spirit, I'll give you that. Let's go. We're heading to the canteen to eat. I asked Assistant Yupon to leave some food for you." Lisa started walking, leaving Cassius to follow silently behind her. 10 minutes later, they were seated in the corner of the canteen by the window. Lisa leaned back in her chair, quietly staring straight ahead. Cassius ate and drank as if he'd spent his past life starving. He didn't come up for air once as he shoveled food into his mouth, non-stop. As he ate heartily, a fork with a palm-sized piece of meat was offered to him. Cassius looked up and met Lisa's gaze. "Thank you, instructor," he said after swallowing his bite of food. Lisa shook her head lightly. "No need to thank me. I'm only letting you eat your fill now for lunch because I'm worried you won't have anything to eat for dinner. Given your build and current progress, it'll be very late at night by the time you finish this evening's training." "I'll try to finish earlier," Cassius mumbled. He lowered his head and did not say another word. When he eventually returned to the dormitory after lunch, half of the afternoon break was already gone. There were 5 trainees in his room spread out across 2 beds, all of whom were snoring like dying pigs. The whole room stank, filled with the foul stench of sweat. Cassius glanced at his own bed, where 2 people were already sleeping. There was an empty spot at the edge of the bed that was the perfect fit for 1 person. He looked down at the chubby face sleeping soundly, silently thanked him, and lay down as well. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The original here is reincarnated hungry ghost. The hungry ghost is one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, specifically one of the 3 lower paths, animal, hungry ghost, and hell, that are considered punishments. The name is pretty self-explanatory. Dong, dong, dong. The ear-piercing sound of a gong came from the center of the dormitory area. Li Wei, Li Wei, Li Wei. Cassius was awakened by someone repeatedly calling his name right into his ear. He opened his eyes, a little confused. A chubby face slowly came into view. "It's time to assemble. The afternoon training is about to start." "Who are you?" Li Wei got up, puzzled. He had only slept in the dorm for 1 night and couldn't remember his roommate's name. "Giovanni Joestar, but you can call me Jojo1." The chubby face beamed innocently. Li Wei paused in the middle of putting on his shoes and looked up. It was a good name, strangely giving off an aura of strength. "I'll remember that." Jojo. Sunlight slanted down on the training field. Several trees swayed with the wind, casting dark shadows. Light hovered over the dome-shaped buildings, creating a golden layer. Do not ever underestimate the straight punch just because it looks simple. Mastering the straight punch is mastering half of the basics of combat techniques. It's the simplest and most direct form of attack. A well-mastered straight punch is extremely fast and dangerous, making your opponents think that a needle is about to pierce them. Lisa suddenly swung her arm. Her fist stopped, her knuckles a mere centimeter away from Li Wei's eyes. "It does feel like I've been pricked by a needle." Li Wei squinted. In fact, the straight punch can be further classified into multiple types. Lisa slowly enunciated her words as she withdrew her fist. The classic straight punch is a basic throwing action from a basic stance. Like this. She suddenly thrust her arm out, her front foot rapidly advancing. As she pulled her forearm back, she brought her other foot forward, resuming her stance. This is the basics. Besides this, there are other types of straight punches like the light straight punch, heavy straight punch, long-range straight punch, counter straight punch, and many more. You'll naturally get the hang of these variations once you familiarize yourselves with the basic straight punch. Lisa returned to her original position and continued explaining the punching technique's key points. Combat techniques weren't just about the upper body. They often required coordination with the practitioner's feet, so doing the motions correctly was much harder than any of them imagined. "Alright, today's practice will be on the wooden training dummies." Lisa clapped her hands and asked the teaching assistant to take a group of students to fetch the props. A few minutes later, 20 wooden training dummies were neatly placed on one side. The dummies were about 1.6 meters high and half the width of an adult. They were covered with a pale yellow layer of who knew what kind of leather, with straw and sponge stuffed underneath. Practice with some basic punches first. With that, Lisa left the trainees and joined a middle-aged man, who was also wearing a Wind Elephant Sect training attire, under the tree. They chatted and occasionally pointed at the surroundings here and there. Wham, wham, whoosh, whoosh. The trainees in gray and white attire each selected a dummy and started punching, showcasing their best form. Although enthusiastic, their movements were somewhat clumsy and stiff, nowhere close to the standard. Seeing this, the teaching assistant would then demonstrate the correct form beside them and sometimes step in to personally punch the dummies. At the outer edge of the group, Cassius was hitting the pale yellow dummy repeatedly, like the others around him. If there was one thing he did differently from the other trainees, it was that his eyes would subconsciously flick upward every few punches. He kept doing this until, finally, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Reino ES. Combat technique, beginner 0.1%. It was finally out. Seeing the progress bar was somehow really reassuring. Li Wei has an average constitution, whereas Li Chu's is slightly below average. The siblings are somewhat talented in martial arts. Once their bodies develop and their foundation improves, there should be a period of rapid improvement. The progress bar should increase rather quickly then, Cassius thought as he threw a straight punch, making the dummy shake a little. For now, my goal is to eat more, train more. Raise your hands higher. Are you hitting the enemy's chest or their kidneys? Lisa wound her way slowly through the crowd. Weak? And you call yourself a man? Footwork? Footwork? I'm not asking for perfection, but you could, at the very least, have the right attitude. Coordinate your fists and footwork. Dressed in her beige training attire, Instructor Lisa walked through the group of trainees, each step bringing her closer and closer to Li Wei. Li Wei did not say a word, he just punched faster and harder. From the moment they began, he had a feeling Lisa was coming over for the sole purpose of giving him trouble. As it turned out, Li Wei's premonition was correct. Instructor Lisa stayed by his side for 10 whole minutes. Whenever Li Wei's moves were slightly off, he would immediately receive a series of harsh scoldings, followed by a correction. The trainees around him couldn't help gloating at his misfortune as they watched. Some even felt embarrassed for Li Wei. However, Cassius felt differently. Cassius understood that Lisa's scolding, though unpleasant, allowed a beginner like him to learn quickly and effectively. The deeper the impression, the less likely he would make the same mistakes next time. She was helping him. As the recipient of Lisa's enthusiasm, it didn't feel like she was an instructor teaching 20 people at once, it felt like she was his personal master. She seemed to treat him like her own disciple, after all. So he listened very carefully. Whenever Lisa pointed out an improper action that was not meeting the standard, Cassius would try his best to correct it. Bang! A straight punch slammed into the leather surface of the training dummy. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the text change. Combat technique, beginner 0.2%. In less than 10 minutes, it had increased by 0.1%. In contrast, the first 0.1% that he had achieved by himself without any help had taken him nearly an hour. Who knew having the proper form and guidance from an experienced master could improve training efficiency so much? Cassius became more motivated after seeing his visible progress. Each punch made the top of the training dummy tremble slightly. Lisa nodded imperceptibly. She valued Li Wei's determined and steadfast mentality, but with the youth training camp barely just beginning, she still had a long way to go before she could truly understand his character. The sun inched closer to the horizon. The evening sky was full of clouds that spread out like a sea of golden waves, a vibrant orange line of fire extending beneath them. The distant horizon was glaringly red, causing the mountains under the sunset to appear blurry. The rays of sunlight bounced off the mountains and slowly descended upon the youth training camp. Dismissed. You can all go eat, Lisa said as she snapped her pocket watch shut. The trainees around her immediately dispersed, all of them rushing toward the canteen. Only a thin figure remained behind on the training field, striking at the training dummy without pause. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't achieve the perfect form. Train well and monitor yourself. Lisa glanced at the panting Li Wei but didn't stay like she had at noon. Yes, Li Wei replied after taking a deep breath. Dong, dong, dong. Once lively, the only sound that filled the training field was now the echoes of constant punching. Accompanying Cassius were the cool evening breeze, the swaying green trees, and the progress bar in the corner of his eye. The orange sky soon darkened, and the clouds embraced a bright white moon. Stars dotted the night sky, joining the moon to cast its brilliant jade moonlight. Everything was gentle, serene, and quiet. Cassius threw his last punch, his heart and mind as clear as day. He was starting to understand the meaning of single-mindedness. Combat technique, beginner 1.0%. Wrap it up. 1 Lul. Jojo, rustle, rustle. The evening breeze gently caressed the ground, playfully swirling the leaves around. Cassius looked up at the moon. The hunger that he had been suppressing suddenly reared its head. He wiped the sweat off his face and trudged out of the rectangular training field and along the dimly lit road. A shadow, hidden in the corner of the building, left unhurriedly. Of course, it's closed. Cassius stood before the tightly secured door of the canteen. The soft white moonlight coated the building's spire with a thin layer of frost. Helpless, he had no choice but to return to the dormitory area along the path. The door, slightly ajar, creaked open a little wider, hitting Cassius with a scent of damp cloth combined with soap. He pushed it all the way open and went in. He found his roommates, all 5 of whom he had briefly met, already asleep. There was a vacant spot on the bed beside the window. Next to it, the chubby Jojo and another person were sound asleep. Cassius tiptoed around the room, picking up his toiletries and a clean apprentice uniform from the floor before quietly leaving. 20 minutes later, he came back, freshly showered and in clean clothes. After tidying up his belongings a bit, he laid down on the bed. A wave of soreness spread through his body. His arms, thighs, waist, back, every single part of his body ached. Some muscle groups were especially painful and numb, almost like he was constantly pricked by needles. Next to the window where moonlight streamed in, Cassius found a brown bottle among a pile of items. As soon as he popped the cork off, a pungent and moldy stench instantly enveloped the room. This medicine was distributed to all trainees in the Wind Elephant Sect's youth training camp. Similar to a healing salve, it was to be applied directly to the body. It was especially useful for muscle soreness and bruises. Just apply it to all affected areas before sleeping, and they would feel as good as new the next morning. A single bottle lasted a month. Cassius poured out some of the light purple contents, rubbed his hands vigorously, and then massaged it into his sore muscles. As soon as the medicine touched his skin, a clashing sensation of heat and coolness spread through his entire body and shot straight to his brain. Cassius's arms trembled, and fine goosebumps erupted over his skin. It was hot and painful, like he was being burned. After a moment, coolness replaced the heat and spread over a larger area of his skin. He felt like he had been set on fire and submerged in ice at the same time. Cassius leaned against the wall and waited. 5 or 6 minutes later, some of his muscle soreness subsided. The medicine was indeed quite effective. He capped the bottle and put it back in place. He lightly pressed his stomach. The muscle pain was gone but the hunger remained. With the canteen closed, he had no choice but to endure until morning. Taking a deep breath, Cassius laid down. A wave of fatigue spread from his limbs to his brain like a tide. For a fleeting moment, he could no longer feel how sore his body felt. His vision gradually blurred and his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Little Wei, Little Wei, Little Wei. A faint sound came from outside the window. Huh. Cassius rubbed his tired eyes and scrambled to his feet. He shuffled a few steps alongside the bed and quietly opened the window. Under the wooden window frame, the moonlight illuminated a familiar figure. Li Chu was looking up, her pale face slightly nervous. But as soon as she saw Li Wei open the window, her expression lit up and she quickly scurried forward. Sis, what are you doing here in the boys' dormitory? According to the 10th rule of the youth training camp, boys and girls were not allowed to enter each other's dormitory areas after 7 p.m. If caught, there would be a public reprimand followed by expulsion from the camp. Engoi, you didn't eat dinner, did you? Here. After casting a nervous glance at the surroundings, Li Chu pulled out a piece of white bread out of her pocket. She tiptoed over to Cassius and handed it to him. Before Cassius could utter a single word, Li Chu took a few steps back, waved, and retreated back to the girls' dormitory. Cassius stood by the window, watching over Li Chu until she had safely left the boys' dormitory area and disappeared from his line of sight. Only then did he slowly close the window. He sat back on his bed, looking at the still warm bread in his hand. He blinked a few times, trying to process what had just happened. The bread was split down the middle, with a big piece of light brown meat inside. Cassius took a huge bite. Delicious, he mumbled to himself. On the first day of double training, he was exhausted. Cassius was introduced to basic combat techniques, but his moves and strength were still below average. By the time he finished the morning and afternoon sessions, it was way past the scheduled training times. Fortunately, Instructor Lisa had asked the assistant to set aside lunch for him, and at night, Li Chu brought him a meat sandwich. On the second day, he was still exhausted. Due to the extremely hot weather, Cassius almost got a heat stroke during the morning training. Instructor Lisa had to call for a 5-minute break in the shade every now and then. In terms of progress, Cassius still completed the morning and afternoon training way later than the rest, so his lunch and dinner were similar to the first days. The third day wasn't much different. He was still exhausted and the sun was still scorching. In the evening, Cassius discovered that he had been sunburned. Thankfully, the Wind Elephant Sect's medicine was effective on sunburns as well. On the fourth day, he was once again drained, but with the cloudy weather and strong winds, it was the most comfortable day so far. Although he was still tired, his condition was much better compared to before and he was able to complete the morning training 20 minutes earlier than usual. For this accomplishment, Instructor Lisa rewarded him with an extra half portion of lunch. Then on the fifth day, in addition to his fatigue, he felt depressed. There was also a heavy downpour on this day, making training efficiency much poorer than usual. Cassius's performance dropped by a third. By the time he finished his lunch, the afternoon break was already over. Compared to the scorching sun, Cassius detested this kind of weather even more. When night fell, Li Chu once again came by with dinner, but after almost getting caught, she deemed it too risky and stopped for a while. By the sixth, he had grown accustomed to the exhaustion. On the bright side, the weather was cloudy and suitable for outdoor training and Cassius was in peak condition. For the first time in a long while, he got to eat dinner with the rest of the trainees. He returned to the dorm early and listened to Jojo's plans for the future. He said if he got eliminated and was sent home, he would work hard to earn a lot of money. Not only would he be able to support a family of 8, he could also buy a noble title and make a name for himself as a noble with a large estate. Afterward, he would marry a beautiful, virtuous, and kind girl. He had even decided on a name for his child, George Joestar. On the 7th day, Cassius opened the window. A single glance at the skies and he could already tell that the weather would be miserable. It was currently somewhere between cloudy and rainy, making him wonder if it would suddenly rain in the middle of training. As usual, he put on his apprentice uniform and left the dormitory. Today's breakfast at the canteen was quite good, but Cassius still felt a bit unsatiated even after finishing his milk. Regardless, he followed the cool breeze to the training field. Only half of the trainees had arrived. They chatted with each other as they waited for Instructor Lisa. Nearby, the teaching assistant leaned against a big tree, eyes narrowed. Cassius glanced around and caught sight of a familiar figure in the formation on the right. The red hair, freckled face, and the roguish look between his brows, it was unmistakably Finn. It looked like he had rejoined training after his injury had healed. Sensing someone's stare, Finn turned his head. As soon as he realized it was Li Wei, he avoided his gaze. This lasted only for a moment before his eyes suddenly widened as if he remembered something. He shot a vicious glare, filled with fury and a hint of resentment, at Li Wei. Cassius frowned and looked away. Finn had been bedridden for 10 whole days, no wonder he was so energetic. Hopefully, he kept this up later. Finn was about to die from exhaustion? His ears buzzed and his heart felt like it was about to explode out of his chest. Golden stars flickered before his eyes. A dense cluster of snowflakes bounced in a circle in his peripheral vision. His limbs no longer obeyed him. It felt like his bones would break with each step forward he took. As part of the daily mandatory physical training, the trainees had to do long-distance running. Ordinarily, each trainee was required to run 5 laps around the field. Cassius and Finn, on the other hand, had to run 10 laps each. It was difficult not just because they had to do double the amount, but because the further they went, the less stamina they had, making it increasingly strenuous the longer they ran. This was a test of sheer perseverance. Huff, huff, huff. Finn felt like his throat was about to catch fire. The burning sensation surged from his nostrils through his windpipe and straight into his lungs. Tap, 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 tap. He heard footsteps coming from his left and a slender figure appeared in Finn's peripheral vision. Cassius, who was in the same boat as him, was running steadily in the other trainee formation. Though he was equally drenched in sweat, his steps seemed much lighter and he was visibly faster than Finn. At first, Finn forced himself to go faster so he wouldn't look bad running next to Cassius, but as they ran more and more laps, his strength left him and all he could do was run with his head down. Just as Finn was about to start his 8th lap, Cassius, who was on the left side of the field, had already stepped off the track and was in the shade. Using the tree as support, he massaged his legs, occasionally glancing in Finn's direction. He's finished already. No sooner had that thought sprang into Finn's mind than the overwhelming fatigue from his limbs instantly dispelled it. He was so tired at that point, he could care less about anything else. Hot sweat oozed from his pores and dripped continuously from his forehead all the way to his chin. 9th lap. I really can't do this anymore. Finn's hands began to flop around. With each wavering step, his chest heaved violently, almost like a panting ox. Get back onto the track. Keep running. You still have 2 more laps. A towering figure, nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a crew cut and a very stern face walked over from the nearby shade. It was Instructor Danton whose rigid and serious reputation preceded him. Of the 5 main instructors, he was the strictest and followed the rules to a T. Finn's drunken harassment of a female trainee had left a terrible impression. Although some instructors interceded in his punishment, the official in charge of the youth training camp couldn't just let it slide. So, after Finn recovered, he was sent directly to Instructor Danton for 10 days of double training who would ensure that Finn was strictly abiding by the terms of the punishment. In other words, Instructor Danton would never save food for Finn like how Instructor Lisa did for Cassius. Get back to the track right now. Face coldly apathetic, Instructor Danton raised a muscular arm and pointed. Instructor, I can't run anymore. Kook, hook, hook. Finn coughed, gasping for breath. His mouth tasted bitter and his throat was so dry he couldn't speak properly. I'm only going to say it one more time. Get back right now. Finn looked up. Instructor Danton's tall shadow completely covered him. The trainees under the nearby tree started pointing and whispering. I'll count down from 3. I don't have a good temper, so don't make me personally come over there and teach you how to run. Instructor Danton lowered his head slightly to stare at Finn. 3. Yes. Finn instantly folded and sprinted back. There seemed to be faint laughter coming from the shade. Finn gritted his teeth and resumed running. After a whole morning of physical training, Finn was ready to collapse. Him hitting puberty early gave him a stronger physique compared to his peers, allowing him to complete his training. Otherwise, he would have cried for his mom a long time ago. Lunchtime soon arrived. All 5 trainee groups left for the canteen. Aside from the 2 teaching assistants who were supervising them, Cassius and Finn were the only ones left still training. Aish, what bad luck. I wanted to sleep a bit more at noon but now our lunch break is going to be shorter. Finn's teaching assistant stood at the boundary line dividing the groups, hands on his hips. He glanced at the other teaching assistant. It's all right, I'm not that sleepy, Cassius's teaching assistant replied with his arms crossed, looking somewhat bored. No slacking off, Finn. Group 3's teaching assistant suddenly turned and shouted. The weather was cloudy so it was quite cool. The 2 assistants passed the time by chatting intermittently for over an hour while supervising. Cassius ran up and stood before the Group 4 teaching assistant. I've finished the last set of squats, sir. Nice, you finished pretty quickly today. It only took you a little over an hour, half an hour earlier than usual. The Group 4 teaching assistant glanced at the pocket watch he borrowed from Instructor Lisa and patted Li Wei on the shoulder. Not bad. Let's go eat. He turned around and said, we're leaving. Okay. The Group 3 teaching assistant nodded slightly and watched the 2 leave the field. All of a sudden, he whipped around and glared at Finn. Hurry up. You still have 3 sets of squats, 2 sets of push UPS, and 1 set of pull UPS left? So damn slow. Are you planning on training until tomorrow? You still have combat techniques training this afternoon. Yes. Finn gritted his teeth and continued the exercises. In the afternoon, everyone was training basic combat techniques. The most exhausted of them all were, of course, Cassius and Finn. However, there was a slight difference. One was unwilling and indignant, while the other was being proactive, and even, seemed like he was enjoying it. The sun gradually moved through the clouds, and unfortunately, it started to rain. Cassius stretched out his hand to catch a few raindrops, inwardly cursing the lousy weather. Then he raised his arms and forcefully struck the wooden stake. Combat Technique, Beginner 9.2%. Martial Stance, Part 1 8.7%. He had hoped to reach 10% in Combat Technique today, but his training efficiency was likely going to be significantly reduced due to the rain. Why are you doing this to me? What do you think this is? You're being punished. If Li Wei over there can do it, what makes you think you can avoid training in the rain? In the distance, the faint sound of arguing could be heard. Cassius squinted and looked over. The trainees on the field had already dispersed. Tiny raindrops fell from the gray sky, gradually growing larger and larger before eventually soaking the ground. Over in Group 3, Finn was arguing, or rather, receiving a one-sided scolding from Instructor Danton. It was too far away for Cassius to hear clearly, but his name seemed to pop up every now and then. The sky grew darker, the clouds condensing into a massive ocean of black waves. The rain intensified. Under the eaves of the building next to the field, Cassius and Finn continued striking their respective wooden stakes, 50 or 60 meters apart from each other. Raindrops hit the ground, occasionally splashing onto the hem of their pants. This was where Li Wei had pinned Finn down that night. Finn's expression stiffened slightly as he recalled that particular scene. His gaze occasionally swept toward Li Wei, an inscrutable expression on his face. It had been about an hour and a half since dinner time. Cassius lowered his fists and requested leave from Instructor Danton as he was done training for the day. He walked briskly through the rain toward the dormitory. As for Finn, he probably still had another hour or two to go. Cassius walked briskly down a cobblestone path, the sound of rain echoing in his ear. He pushed open the dormitory door. "Brother Li Wei, you're back. We saved some food for you. Sit here." The 5 boys in the dormitory greeted him enthusiastically. Ever since Li Wei had regaled them with a thrilling tale about a beauty and a vampire the night before, the friendship between the 6 of them had developed rapidly. Cassius's roommates used to go straight to bed as soon as they returned to the dormitory since there was nothing else to do, but now all 5 of them would wait up for Li Wei so he could tell a scary story before they went to sleep. They were even willing to eat less to scrimp together a portion of dinner for Li Wei. It was their way of paying Li Wei for telling them 2 stories each day. "Come eat. Brother Li Wei, why don't you change your clothes first? Aaron and I will help you take them to be washed." A boy with a slightly large head came over, holding a metal box. "Sure, thanks." Without thinking too much of it, Li Wei changed his clothes in front of everyone. After all, they were all boys so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. His shower could wait until after the story. The large-headed boy opened the metal box, revealing some bread, vegetables, and meat. It was unclear where the box had come from. "Brother Li Wei, you should eat. Aaron and I will be back soon." Arms full with the clothes, he and a skinny boy had barely taken a few steps forward before suddenly turning back to warn the others, "You guys better not get Brother Li Wei to tell the story first while we're gone." "Don't worry, I'll eat slowly," Li Wei assured them. They nodded and rushed off. Entertainment in this era was scarce, and the youth training camp was also under strict management. Day after day, if they weren't training, they were sleeping. And so, in the minds of the 5 boys, Cassius's scary stories were like rare and addictive treats. Cassius had no idea that the story he casually cooked up would bring him a steady dinner every day. Cassius lifted the metal lid to attend to his growling stomach. After 15 minutes, under everyone's eager gazes, he picked up his story of the Hunter Van Helsing from the night before. An hour later, the room was filled with snores. Cassius glanced at the dreary sky outside. It was still drizzling. Eyes narrowed, he crossed his arms over his chest, lost in thought. Then he got out of bed, grabbed a towel, and walked out of the room. In dormitory room 7 of the boys' dormitory area, a faint wail echoed. Finn was lying in bed. A boy beside him was applying the contents from a brownish-yellow bottle onto Finn's body, a little at a time. "Hey, gentle. Fuck. Get someone else? Someone with a gentler touch." Finn furrowed his brows, his eyelids twitching. The soreness in his body combined with the burning sensation of the medicine was too much to bear. The double training could kill a grown man. He felt miserable when he realized that he still had 9 days of this. And when Li Wei and Instructor Danton's faces flashed through his mind, his mood worsened. The cherry on top was when he recalled the pointed looks and hushed laughs from the Group 3 and 4 trainees. Finn wanted nothing more than to beat them all into the ground. Wasn't this all just a little drunken mistake? It's not even a big deal, so why do I have to suffer like this? Finn snorted angrily. Despite the fact that genuinely drunk people wouldn't have the energy to commit such dirty acts, Finn still felt wronged. What happened that night revealed that Finn usually had sordid thoughts and that he intentionally took advantage of being drunk to do the things he normally couldn't do. "Apply more under my shoulders, and open the door a bit," Finn instructed the 2 boys beside him. "I'm feeling a little hot." He endured the stinging pain all over his body, and gradually, the cooling sensation of the medicine soothed his aches. "I definitely won't let this go," Finn muttered, clenching the towel in his hand. "He beat me until I was black and blue. I was in the hospital for over 10 days. Just seeing his stupid face pisses me off." The 2 or 3 boys next to him exchanged glances while Finn ranted in a frustrated voice. With Finn being a close relative of Instructor Marn, one of the instructors in the youth training camp, he naturally had the highest social status in the dormitories. "We need an opportunity. Best case scenario is if we can lure him outside the camp, then we can beat him up. Or else, I can never let this go," Finn said. "We'll follow whatever you decide." The others exchanged glances and agreed without hesitation. As expected of his lackeys, Finn thought for a moment and then began to explain his plan. He thought it was flawless even though, in actuality, it was full of holes. As flawed as it was though, the plan had all of the vicious and malicious intention of an adult. That's all. When you think about it, we have nothing to be scared of. We were simply caught off guard last time. Plus, our minds were all muddled because we were kind of drunk. It was only normal that we were tricked by that scum. But this time, we'll strike first. It'll be a piece of cake to deal with him." Finn lay on the bed, arms spread wide. A boy beside him was gently massaging his muscles. "When tomorrow comes, I'll..." Creak. The door, left slightly ajar, slammed all the way open from outside. Someone burst in. "Fuck, Li Wei." Finn whipped around, eyes bulging. He tried to prop himself up with his hands, but Li Wei shot straight toward him like an arrow and mercilessly sat on him, firmly pinning him to the bed. A barrage of punches rained down. Trying to mess with me? Haven't had enough yet? Still want to mess with my sister? With each punch, Finn let out a wail. Christ's sake, help me. Finn struggled to prop himself up several times, but his sore and weak arms wouldn't allow him. The other boys finally shook themselves out of their temporary shock and began punching and kicking Li Wei, who wasn't the least bit deterred as he relentlessly pounded on Finn. They managed to yank him off several seconds later. By then, Finn was already beaten senseless. He couldn't speak, all he could do was blink. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 boys surrounded Li Wei, a flurry of punches and kicks raining down on him. Cuts and bruises quickly appeared on Li Wei's body. He glared viciously at the surrounding boys and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Then, in his loudest voice, he hollered, "They're hitting me! Help! They're hitting me! Instructors! Someone is fighting in dormitory room 7. His voice was both loud and shrill. The commotion woke up many of the trainees who sprinted over to see what was happening. What they saw was a group of boys surrounding and attacking a bloodied Li Wei, who was retreating backward on unsteady legs. Some trainees with a strong sense of justice rushed in to help. Soon, a chaotic fight broke out. It wasn't until the instructor on night duty arrived a few minutes later that it stopped. 3 kerosene lamps were placed in the corner of the small, enclosed room, their dim yellow light flickering. Li Wei, be honest, who started it? A horse-faced male instructor stared intently at Li Wei. It was them. All right, tell me what happened. The male instructor glanced at Instructor Lisa beside him before turning back to Li Wei. Okay, Li Wei nodded. I was in my dorm talking to my roommates, and went to the washroom to shower. When I passed by dormitory room 7, a group of people suddenly rushed out and dragged me in. Finn was the ringleader and he ordered the other boys to gang up on me and shut me up. I struggled and fought back as hard as I could. Li Wei recounted the facts with genuine emotion. He even appeared slightly nervous. Speaking too smoothly wouldn't align with the scenario he was painting. He even made sure to pitifully show off his wounds and bruises. In another room with a similar layout, Instructor Marn, Instructor Danton, and another bald male instructor were questioning a boy from dormitory room 7. The 3-on-1 dynamic was overwhelming, and the boy looked visibly anxious. So what you're saying is, Li Wei suddenly burst into your room like a crazy person, climbed on top of Finn, and began ruthlessly hitting him up, the bald instructor stated. Yes. The boy nodded. Then why did he rush in to beat Finn? Well, the boy was momentarily stumped. His first thought was, Li Wei must have heard Finn's yelling from outside. But it wasn't like he could risk revealing Finn's evil plan. Should he say that Li Wei had a grudge against Finn? But Li Wei had beaten Finn up before, and Finn had also been punished at that time. Besides, Li Wei was doing well with his 7 days of double training, and the punishment was almost over. Why would he cause trouble now? After thinking it over, the few reasons the boy could come up with all seemed far-fetched and unrealistic. Moreover, he had to consider his and Finn's current positions. After a moment of silence, the boy could only say, I don't know. All right, you can leave. The bald instructor dismissed him. One by one, the instructors questioned each of the 5 boys from dormitory room 7. All of their responses varied. Some said they didn't know, some said Li Wei went crazy, and some blamed Finn's foul mouth. The 3 instructors then questioned the boys who were first on the scene. Their answers were quite consistent. All of them testified that Li Wei, face bloodied, had been attacked. He had also shouted loudly for help. Instructor Marn's expression grew darker. Half an hour later, the instructors exchanged their findings. Instructor Marn's expression was stormy. Based on the current evidence, the facts seemed to be as Li Wei said. Finn had acted recklessly and done something extremely foolish. Although the instructors had not yet questioned Finn, who was still recovering in the hospital, they had already come to a verdict by 11 at night. After all, the Wind Elephant Youth Training Camp was not a police detective agency. The punishment for dormitory room 7 was soon announced. First, they had to work in the cafeteria for a week, followed by 10 days of double training. Finn, who was still bedridden, received the same punishment. Amongst the other boys, Finn's 2 lackeys got the short end of the stick. Their new punishment would double their already existing one. The 2 had already spent a week working in the cafeteria, and now they had to be there for another week. After that, they had 20 consecutive days of double training. The boys from dormitory room 7 were reluctant, but there was no point in resisting. Arguing any further would result in immediate expulsion. Moreover, they were also prohibited from acting against Li Wei. If they did, they would be sent home immediately. It went without saying that, as the other party in the fight, Li Wei was also punished, and received 7 days of double training. Instructor Lisa pulled him aside and said she could speak to the camp director on his behalf. She'd just owe the director a favor for bending the rules for Li Wei. However, Cassius refused. He had already gotten used to the double training routine and extending it for another 7 days would be good for habit building. More importantly, Cassius didn't want Instructor Lisa to owe the director favor because of him. If those were the camp rules, then those were the camp rules. No. With that, a noisy night passed, and the sky gradually lightened. On the 3rd floor of the youth training camp's hospital, a boy was awake in the leftmost ward. Finn lay in the familiar hospital bed, staring at the familiar ceiling, with a familiar white bandage wrapped around his face. He sat up gingerly and picked up a teacup to drink some water. His swollen lips throbbed painfully, causing his hand to tremble so badly he spilled some water on the bed. Just then, the wooden door creaked open. Instructor Marn, dressed in a beige training attire, walked in with a stern face. Finn's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, "Uncle, how did it go? Has that bastard been expelled?" "Who are you talking about?" Marn walked slowly to the bedside. "Who else? That bastard Li Wei." Marn shook his head silently. "The one who almost got expelled wasn't him, it was you? If it weren't for my somewhat good relationship with the camp director, you'd have already been kicked out the door last night." "No, that's not. What's happening?" Finn was bewildered, but with his face wrapped up in white bandages, it was hard to see what kind of expression he was making. "You dare ask me that? What are you putting up a front for? I'm your uncle, you think I don't know the kind of person you are?" Marn picked up the cup of water beside him and took a sip. "Tell me everything that happened last night. Down to the last detail. Don't try to leave anything out. The truth will come out sooner or later." 5 minutes later, Finn recounted everything. "What do you want me to say?" Marn looked down at Finn. Finn avoided his eyes, his black eyelids twitching. "Even if what you're saying is true, it's useless. We have eyewitness testimonies and evidence from last night. The outcome of our investigation has already been set in stone. You can either keep your head down and train for 20 days or pack your bags and go home." Seeing that his nephew was still somewhat unconvinced, Marn continued, "I advise you not to mess with Li Wei again. If Li Wei's telling the truth, then it would be in your best interest to swallow your pride and not cause any more trouble. If you get caught going after him again, you'll be expelled immediately. Even if Li Wei was lying, that's all the more reason to not mess with him. He's much smarter and much craftier than you. Don't embarrass yourself by playing into his hands like a fool." He paused, then quietly said, "Don't make a fool of the two of us." Marn turned around and left the ward, leaving a dazed Finn in bed. Ugh. Other than a few whimpers, Cassius didn't let anything else slip past his teeth. He forced himself not to turn his head away. A nurse at the hospital held a brown bottle filled with a black liquid, pungent enough that the smell alone could poison someone. Having used this medicine before, Cassius was fairly familiar with it. While extremely effective, it had the unfortunate side effect of being extremely painful to apply. It felt like someone was rubbing salt into his wound. Cassius raised his head slightly and timed his breathing with the nurse's application of the medicine. Most of the wounds this time around were just dark bruises and a few small cuts, so the medicine didn't sting as much as last time. "All right, no spicy food for the next 2 days and don't get your wounds wet. Remember to come by every morning and evening to apply the medicine." The nurse with a blonde ponytail capped the bottle, then looked curiously at Cassius. "What? Got into another fight with the guy in the next ward?" Cassius thought for a moment. He chose his next words carefully. "No, he and his lackeys ganged up on me." He needed to keep his story consistent regardless of who he was talking to. "All right, so you took on 6 guys by yourself and somehow, you came out of the fight with less serious injuries than Finn. Impressive." The nurse put the bottle back in the medical kit. Cassius shook his head. "I guess I'm better at taking a beating." Suddenly, the sound of someone screaming could be heard from the corridor. One wouldn't go so far as to say it was heart-wrenching, but it was definitely hysterical. The nurse rolled her eyes helplessly. To think that someone would scream so loudly to something as simple as applying medicine. Anyone who heard would think someone was being murdered in the hospital. Perrin, are you done with your patient? Get over here quickly. We're short-handed right now and we can't hold him down," a male doctor in a white coat shouted as he slammed open the door. "Yes, I'm coming." Perrin apologized to Cassius, telling him that he could leave. Then she hurried down the corridor to Finn's ward. A cool breeze blew outside, the curtains gently swaying by the window. Cassius slowly stood up, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. In the upper right corner of his vision, 15 more marks appeared. He added them all up, he had gained an extra month. The hospital's medicine worked its magic, doing exactly what Nurse Perrin said it would do. All his wounds and bruises healed within 2 days. Li Wei returned to Group 4 and resumed training. After 2 rounds of fighting, the name Madman Li Wei had spread throughout the training camp. Everyone recognized him wherever he went. Even the canteen auntie would sneak Li Wei a few extra glances. Her hand tremors, which had been a long-time illness of hers, seemed to have been briefly cured as she served him his food. As time passed, Cassius gradually adapted to the double training. It used to take him an extra hour or 2 to finish each noon and night training session. But now, he could do it in a half hour. On the days when the weather was good, his efficiency would improve and he'd even be able to finish on time. Whether it was lunch or dinner, Cassius always managed to eat a full meal before the canteen closed. Plus, with his 5 roommates also cobbling together a simple late-night snack for him every night, he was getting ample nutrition and energy every day. Cassius was starting to see the benefits of getting enough nutrition, training, and sleep. Li Wei's body was currently in a stage of adolescence of rapid growth and, as a result of his training, was gradually starting to change. His body was no longer frail. His arms and abdomen showed faint muscular lines. His pale skin had darkened to a bronze color. He had even grown taller. Cassius's dreams every night consisted of either going down the stairs and suddenly missing a step, or being unable to run as someone chased him. Both dreams were signs of rapid bone growth. As his body developed, the effects of his basic combat arts training naturally improved. In addition, Cassius had gotten so used to the double training that he continued to do extra training even after his punishment had ended. In a month and a half, he had made a breakthrough. A warm gentle breeze blew, causing the white clouds to sway quietly. Intense rays of sunlight pierced through the thin white clouds and shone upon the mountainside. The square training field was divided into 5 sections with a bunch of small black dots moving around as the sun blazed above. Thud, thud, thud. The pounding sounds rang incessantly. In a corner of the training field, a group of boys in gray and white training attire relentlessly swung their arms around, the surface of the leather-covered training dummies denting and rebounding underneath the force of their punches. A boy, standing in front of one of the stakes, took a few quick steps forward. A powerful aura emanated from his waist up as he swung his arm. His fist struck the leather with a thud and the base of the training dummy shook slightly, scattering some loose dirt at the bottom. Whew! Finally! Cassius panted heavily. Combat technique, beginner 100.0%. Combat technique, advanced 0.1%. He had also completed part 1 of the martial stance progress bar 5 days ago. Martial stance, part 2 3.8%. Cassius had reached the second stage in both martial stance and combat techniques. In the upper right corner of his eye, a line of text suddenly jumped out. Basic Combat Arts, Beginner, Stage 2. Cassius had already anticipated this since he had asked instructor Lisa about the specific stages before. The Wind Elephant Sect's Basic Combat Arts was formed by combining the 3 aspects martial stance, combat techniques, and explosive techniques. Martial stance and combat technique each had 2 stages, and once the second stage of both aspects was mastered, the beginner stage of the Wind Elephant Sect's Basic Combat Arts would be completed. The next step to moving on to the advanced stage would be to learn explosive techniques which had no stages. Once the trainees mastered the advanced stage of Basic Combat Arts and passed the exam, they'd be able to access the true secret of martial arts, how humans can fight against firearms with only their bodies. Whoosh! A light breeze gently blew across Cassius's back. He shivered, a large patch of goosebumps erupting on his back. He relaxed his arms and shook them vigorously. Cassius felt that his body had undergone some subtle changes ever since the second stage of the beginner Basic Combat Arts progress bar appeared. If he had to describe it, it was almost like his perception had sharpened and all of the power in his whole body had come together. He thought for a moment, then punched the stake. Thud! Cassius's eyes lit up. That punch wasn't solely from a combat technique, he had also instinctively used martial stance to exert force. When he finally, slowly retracted his fist, a couple hours had already passed. Combat technique, advanced 0.5%. Martial stance, part 2 3.9%. Both had increased with advanced combat technique increasing by 0.4%, and the second part of martial stance increasing by 0.1%. Despite the fact that Cassius had been solely focused on practicing combat techniques all afternoon and did not touch martial stance at all, it still managed to jump up by 0.1%. Was it because both aspects had entered the second stage and had merged into a unified stage of the Wind Elephant Sect's Basic Combat Arts? What a pleasant surprise. This was going to save Cassius a lot of time. Instructor, I want to learn explosive techniques. Lisa looked at Li Wei. She raised an eyebrow. It was around 2 in the afternoon, and Lisa had just instructed the Group 4 trainees to do some self-practice under the teaching assistant's supervision. She seemed to be using some kind of technique to train her body as she was standing in a rather unusual stance underneath the shade. Explosive techniques? What's the rush? You should get the basics like martial stance and combat techniques down first. I've told you before, young people like you shouldn't aim too high too soon. Lisa shook her head and stood up. However, she reconsidered when she remembered that Li Wei wasn't a conceited person, and that he had, in the past month and a half, shown remarkable steadfastness and diligence. All right, how about this? I'll give you a chance to punch me. Lisa's tone shifted and she moved to stand about 3 meters in front of Li Wei, giving him just enough room to generate power. Go on, come at me with your full strength. Lisa beckoned him. Excuse me? Li Wei clasped his fists in respect. He spread his feet until they were shoulder-width apart. Using one foot to push off, he hurtled forward, arms raised, intending to deliver a standard straight punch. Smack! A palm shot out from the side and smacked the left side of his fist, instantly deflecting his punch. His fist veered off, far from its intended target. Whoosh! At the same time, a blurred shadow struck like a viper from his left. Fortunately, Li Wei managed to dodge in time, blocking Lisa's fist with his arm. Oh! Lisa quickly withdrew her palm. Li Wei stumbled back 3 steps. His footwork was light and he quickly lunged once more. He first punched Lisa's side and when that was blocked, he spun around and delivered another sweeping strike. His arm drew a blurred arc in the air, the knuckles on his fist aimed straight at Lisa's forehead. Smack! A palm stopped his fist midair. Lisa pushed, forcing Li Wei to stumble back several steps once again. Let's call it here. It looks like I've underestimated your progress. You've achieved remarkable progress in the Wind Elephant Sect's Basic Combat Arts in just a month and a half. I've told you this before, but steadfastness and diligence are the most important and fundamental aspects of martial arts training. Hard work doesn't deceive people. Keep it up. Lisa nodded and walked up to pat Li Wei on the shoulder. It was only then that Cassius realized instructor Lisa hadn't moved her feet at all during their entire exchange. All she had done was defend. Let's go over to the corner to chat. Cassius followed Lisa to the designated spot. Half an hour later, he had a rough understanding of what explosive techniques in combat were. Simply put, it involved a special way of generating force that made the next attack faster, stronger, and much more cunning. For example, in the Wind Elephant Sect's basic combat arts, there were two explosive techniques. One increased the speed of the attack, and the other increased its power. Thailand bot Epsilon. Mastering the speed-based explosive technique could boost the attack speed by almost 1.5 times. The power-based explosive technique could also increase strength by 150%, and this alone was extremely effective in close combat. However, practitioners needed to remember that they shouldn't use explosive techniques too often, otherwise, they could easily wear out their joints and overstrain their muscles. Explosive techniques should be used instantaneously and with caution. Alright, starting from today, I want you to come find me after dinner. I'll be waiting at the small training field next to the hospital, Lisa said after a moment's consideration. Thank you, instructor. And so now, in addition to his double training, Cassius now had extra training in the abandoned small training field. Lisa went through the explosive techniques of the Wind Elephant Sect's basic combat arts with Cassius, step by step, and even weaved in the insights she had gained from many years of practice. In the evening, she would spar with Cassius, identifying and correcting Cassius's flaws as she did so. Not only did this help him get rid of any bad habits he might have had in close combat, it also helped him train for real combat. Lisa didn't hold back during their sparring sessions, which allowed Cassius to get a taste of real fighting. The wide variety of training also helped to quickly improve his combat experience. The only downside was that he needed copious amounts of the camp-issued medicine, often using up a month's supply in half a month. When that ran out, he had to rely on his roommate's leftover medicine to get through the remainder of the month. The days passed by until one late September day. Dusk arrived, turning the horizon a dazzling red. The mountains blurred in the twilight, and rays of sunlight reflected from the mountains to the training camp. The rooftops glowed brilliantly in the red light. The tree on the training field and the small house beside it painted a beautiful picture, almost like it was frozen in time. Two figures stood opposite each other on the orange training field. Cassius took a deep breath, stepped back slightly with his right foot, and clenched his fists at his side. His expression was dead serious and he seemed like a tightly coiled spring, ready to release at any moment. Excuse me. He had barely finished speaking before charging forward. Power surged from his waist, and his right fist aimed straight. His fist was much faster than it was a month and a half ago. However, Lisa simply sidestepped to the left, her shoulder tilting slightly to dodge the blow. She even countered with a backhand, smacking Li Wei squarely on the chest. Li Wei grunted, his body folding inward. Half of his body careened forward and was seconds away from crashing into Lisa. Lisa spun around with her knee thrusting upward, waiting for Li Wei to collide with it. Smack! Li Wei had had dozens of real combat bouts by now. He immediately changed tactics, kicking to deflect Lisa's knee while sweeping with his left fist. Lisa's hand moved like a shadow, swiftly intercepting and countering. To her surprise, Cassius had another trick up his sleeve. Out of nowhere, his right fist, using an explosive technique, came in and swung fiercely. Although Lisa managed to quickly block it, she was forced to take a tiny step back. In the dozen or so sparring matches against Li Wei, this was the first time she had been pushed back. Not bad, your explosive technique is taking shape. It's a pity it lacks some impact. If you had executed that a little better, I would have had to retreat a few more steps. Lisa released Li Wei's fist, nodding slightly in approval. Cassius glanced at his right hand. There were 5 red fingerprint marks on it. Oh right, there's a combat ranking match tomorrow. Remember, you need to hold back in your matches, just focus on putting on a show. You'll have more combat experience than the others since I've given you some special training. Participating in the ranking match won't be really meaningful for your training, so it's best if you pull your punches a bit. If you rank somewhere between 20th and 30th place, that's good enough. Don't get too excited and get carried away like last time. That person had to stay in the hospital for a day. Think about it. Got it, Cassius replied. As long as you understand, Lisa said as she turned and walked away, shooting a fleeting glance at the distant warehouse. A smile flitted across her face before she quickened her steps and left. Novel.com. Cassius watched Lisa's figure gradually disappear, then turned to the corner of the warehouse. Sis, you can come out now. The instructor's gone. A fair and pretty face peeked out from the shadows of the building. She scanned the field and after confirming they were alone, she stepped out cautiously like a wary cat. Little Wei, maybe we should stop doing this. If Instructor Lisa finds out I'm secretly learning from her, will she do something to you? Actually, she already knows. What? Li Chu's worried expression slackened to shock. She couldn't seem to immediately process Cassius's words. Instructor Lisa had already noticed since the first day you came. She hasn't actually said it outright, but she's given us permission to do this. Cassius rolled up his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Don't worry about it, sis. I'll practice practical combat with you for another half hour. Hopefully, you can rank in the top 50 at the training camp tomorrow. Oh, okay. Li Chu was still a little shell-shocked from learning that Instructor Lisa had known about this little secret all along. It was only after some time had passed that she seemed to revive herself. The two shadows continued their boxing practice in the dusk. The next day, the warm rays of the sun shone down on the training field. There were 5 square sections in total, with a designated combat area in the center of each. Trainees sat along the sides. Presently, 2 people stood in the middle of one square. Instructor Lisa, dressed in a beige uniform, shouted for the match to begin. The 2 trainees, who had been practicing the Wind Elephant Sect's basic combat arts for 3 months, instantly lunged at each other. They threw out some punches and hooks, feeling each other out as they moved around. During their skirmish, the trainees searched for their opponent's weak points. When they sprang apart, they'd raise their arms for either a collision or a strike. It was evident that after 3 months of formal combat training, the trainees at the camp no longer relied solely on their instincts to fight but had now incorporated martial arts combinations and combat techniques. They had built a rudimentary combat framework. Although still looking immature and a bit stiff, they had made significant progress from their bygone days of street brawling. The fight continued until a winner emerged. The taller trainee narrowly defeated his opponent, and both left the field to return to their seats. The assistant instructor stepped forward and, in a loud voice, announced, "Next group is Jose and Li Wei." "Goddamn," the brown-haired boy sitting in the corner cursed under his breath. Li Wei had placed 5th in the last ranking match. Plus, he was Group 4's best performer. He really had to have some pretty shitty luck to be paired up with Li Wei. On the training field, the 2 stood facing each other. The sunlight was intense, causing Jose to squint slightly as he looked at his opponent. Madman Li Wei. Everyone at the training camp knew who he was. He had beaten instructor Marn's nephew Finn twice early on in their training. He was fierce, didn't balk when he was outnumbered, and his wild fighting style often left his opponents walking away with more injuries than him. Moreover, he seemed to be a martial arts fanatic. Even after his double training regiment punishment ended, he continued training by himself every day, rain or shine. People often saw him on the training field, where he would practice until he was bruised and battered at night. When he ran out of medicine, which was often, he'd have to borrow more from his roommates, on a daily basis. As a fellow trainee, Jose had some respect for Li Wei, but as an opponent, he didn't have high hopes about the fight. The sunlight shone on Cassius's head, his hair standing like steel needles. His expression was serious, his posture upright. His 2 exposed muscular arms showed a bronzed hue. An inexplicable aura emanated from Cassius. "Begin." As soon as Instructor Lisa's words left her mouth, Cassius shot out like a leopard, his feet rapidly hitting the ground. A twinge of fear shooting through him, Jose immediately thrusted his hands up to defend himself. Thud, thud, thud. Cassius's fists flashed like lightning, and in just a few dull blows, he broke through Jose's defenses, landing a sharp punch on his shoulder. Jose stumbled backward, stepping out of the field's boundary, pain flashing across his face. He could already tell, just from holding his right shoulder, that he was going to have a bruise. Alpha. Li Wei wins. Next group. The sunlight grew stronger, but fortunately, the white clouds in the sky occasionally blocked the hot sun. Julio wins. Next group is Li Chu and Martha. It seemed like a coincidence that the 2 girls were paired together. At the assistant instructor's announcement, Li Chu and a tomboyish girl named Martha stepped onto the field and cupped their fists respectfully. Cassius lifted his head up to watch. In the field, the 2 had already started their fight. It was clear that Li Chu was dominating her opponent in terms of momentum. Her moves and reactions were skillful and adept. In no time, Martha was forced back by a single punch. She tried to adjust, but to no avail. She was ultimately defeated. Cassius nodded. Li Chu would likely make it into the top 50 this time. As trainee group after trainee group fought, the rankings within each group were roughly determined. Afterward, the 5 groups, with more than 100 trainees, gathered together. Next, they would mix the groups to determine the overall rankings. Cassius was familiar with the process from the last time. What he didn't expect was that his 3rd opponent would be Finn. What a coincidence. As the assistant instructor called out their names, Finn and Cassius walked out onto the field. Finn's done for. They actually ended up matching together again? Madman Li Wei is going to take this opportunity to beat him up, for sure, one trainee said. Yeah, this is going to be good. On the field, Cassius looked up after bowing in salute. A faint, cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He clenched his hands, his knuckles cracking. "Begin," the instructor's voice rang out. Cassius rushed out in the blink of an eye, his arm whipping forward. "I surrender." Finn quickly raised his right hand. Cassius's calloused fist froze 3 inches from Finn's chest. Cassius looked bewildered. Finn smirked and he sneered. "You thought you could use this match to beat me up again? You won't get your way." Since Finn surrendered, Cassius was quickly announced as the winner. The assistant instructor began calling the names for the next group. Cassius frowned as he returned to his spot. He couldn't help but turn and look back at Finn's retreating figure. Why's he acting so cocky even though he surrendered? It's like he thinks he won. The combat training continued from morning until the afternoon. Over 100 trainees showcased the fruits of months and months of labor. Some of them were excited, and others tasted disappointment. Each combat ranking was recorded in their scores. Though it didn't have too much of an impact in the overall evaluation, it was a chance to demonstrate progress, validate training outcomes, and build confidence. Cassius found the practical combat ranking to be easier than before. He barely broke a sweat in the matches he won and ended up ranking 25th. He, of course, intentionally held back, following instructor Lisa's advice perfectly in aiming between 20 and 30 in the rankings. He ended up exactly in the middle. His opponents were somewhat baffled by their victories against him. No one wanted to do poorly, especially when they were perfectly capable of performing well. At the end of the training camp, their overall scores would be tallied, and only the top 50 would become official disciples of the Wind Elephant Sect. Those who didn't make the cut would be eliminated. The top 10 even had the chance to be accepted as disciples by the Wind Elephant Sect's fist specialists, a significant advantage over the remaining 40. However, Cassius didn't have to worry. Half a month ago, instructor Lisa had already affirmed that she wanted him as her disciple. Once the training camp ended, his dream of becoming her disciple would turn into reality. Compared to an instructor whom he's never met before, which meant he didn't know their character and temperament, Lisa, whom he knew very well, was a much better fit. Moreover, instructor Lisa had been teaching Cassius for a long time, and was essentially already his master. Cassius knew exactly what needed to be done. Nothing was more important to him than addressing the crisis that was happening in the real world. During his time here, Lisa was the obvious choice in helping Cassius achieve this goal. To be more exact, there was no other option. As usual, the combat ranking results were announced around 2 in the afternoon. The training camp granted a rare few hours off because of it. Before long, the training field was deserted. In a corner, Li Chu excitedly shared her joy with Li Wei. She managed to rank 48th this time. She had improved by 20 places since last time. Cassius naturally encouraged her, advised her not to slack off, to continue working hard, and urged her to ensure she remained within the top 40, as being in the bottom 10 would be too risky. After chatting for a while, Li Chu took her leave. Cassius then began training diligently in a corner of the training field. This was how he was capable of ranking in the training camp's top 10. He worked doubly hard, and he had no shortage of cultivation talent either. Sweat and talent combined made such results inevitable. After a while, Cassius stopped training and looked at the golden pendant symbol in the top right corner of his vision. The time scale representing the time he had left hadn't increased. He knew why. There was a limit to fulfilling the original obsession of the owner Li Wei. In the past 3 months, Cassius had extended his time here by 60 days, which meant he could stay for a total of 6 months. 3 months had already gone by, but there were still 3 more to go. In the original ending, a humiliated Li Chu had committed suicide and the culprit had never been caught. The cowardly Li Wei lived the rest of his days in fear and shame. But Cassius chose to do the opposite. When Li Chu wanted to commit suicide, he saved her. He not only treated her well, but he also helped train her so that she could join the Wind Elephant Sect. As for Finn, the culprit who was still walking free, Cassius would just beat him up so many times that he would automatically turn tail and run the moment he saw Li Wei. Cowardly, fearful, seen as a wimp in everyone's eyes, he would step up and rip off the label that had been forced on him. He would be bold and show grit. Everyone would respect him. He would much rather paint himself as a martial arts fanatic than a coward. Because he managed to fulfill that part of Li Wei's obsession, Cassius gained an extra 60 days. But that number hadn't increased since then. Even with a mature adult soul, it hadn't been easy for Cassius to reach that point. He had been acting in the beginning, but it had gradually turned into a personal habit of his. That bold demeanor and fierce determination to fight 5 opponents by himself seemed to have unconsciously changed Cassius. Fragmented thoughts flashed through his mind. Maybe the madman isn't Li Wei, but it's actually me. His thoughts shifted, and he opened his eyes again. As he exhaled deeply, his mind suddenly cleared again. Combat technique, advanced 42.1%. Martial stance, part 2 41.3%. Explosive technique, speed 50.5%. Explosive technique, power 43.7%. He still had a long road ahead of him to fully master basic combat arts. The trainees at the youth training camp could distinctly feel the change of seasons between September to November. Although no snow fell, the weather gradually turned colder, and the leaves slowly yellowed and drifted down. The trainees unconsciously began wearing more clothes. During that time, nothing major happened, and all the trainees continued their training as usual. Li Chu made significant progress under Cassius's training, consistently ranking around the 40th place in each practical combat session. Cassius had also been helping Jojo, whom he had a good relationship with. Every afternoon, during their practical sparring sessions, he would have a few bouts with Jojo, then Cassius would explain some essential combat principles afterward. Unfortunately, talent truly was a key factor. Some people were quick studies and could master the combat techniques promptly, while others struggled for 3 to 5 days. Jojo wasn't lacking in diligence or willingness to learn, but his progress didn't match the effort he put in. In each practical combat session, his rank hovered around the 80s or 90s. He had been near the bottom, somewhere in the 90s, before, but after Cassius's guidance, he moved up to the 80s and remained there. However, after 2 months of hard work, that was the extent of his progress. Creak. Cassius pushed open the dormitory door, revealing a world swathed in silver. A light layer of snow covered the ground, rooftops, and branches, making the distant flowers appear even more vividly red. He stretched out his hand and caught a crystal-clear snowflake in his palm. Within moments, it melted into a drop of water. Phew. Cassius exhaled a long breath, the air turning white from the cold. It's already November. 5 months gone. 20 days left. He took a few steps forward, and the snow beneath his feet crunched softly. The road was slightly slippery, but Cassius walked with steady steps. Whoosh! He heard something coming from behind him. With his keen senses, Cassius spun around and reached out to catch a fist-sized snowball. Loose snow falling as a chill ran through his hand. He looked up to find Li Chu smiling and waving at him. Stop looking all serious and teacher-like. Come on, let's have a snowball fight. Do I really look that serious? Cassius subconsciously touched his chin, noting that there wasn't even a hint of stubble. Training is starting soon, maybe next time, he said. He took a few steps forward, then suddenly hurled the snowball in his hand. It hit Li Chu squarely. Ouch. She shook the snow from her hair and then chased after him. All right, Li Wei. How dare you ambush your sister? Stop right there. That wasn't an ambush, it's called tactics. And you still have the guts to argue back. 2 sets of small footprints, imprinted in the snow, stretch. Cassius was unusually excited that day. In the corner, a figure kept punching the pale yellow wooden post. The thuds echoed across the empty training field, creating fine wrinkles on the tough leather surface. Boom! All of a sudden, the sound got louder, and the post shook violently. The sound of leather ripping mingled with the dull thud of wood. Cassius withdrew his fist, and the tall post, which was originally fixed to the ground, tilted forward. The base that had been buried in soil was torn from the ground, pulling up a large clump of yellow dirt in the process. He had tore through the surface, and he could see an indistinct fist mark at the very center of the brown leather target. 100%. Cassius clenched his fist. Combat Technique, Advanced 100.0%. Martial Stance, Part 2 100.0%. Explosive Technique, Speed 100.0%. Explosive Technique, Power 100.0%. The hardest explosive technique of the power type had also reached full completion. A new line of text appeared in the top right corner of his vision. Wind Elephant Basic Combat Arts, Advanced, Stage 2. Ha! Cassius looked up at the dusky sky and exhaled a long breath. He was very happy at the moment, but also a little confused. He had spent over 5 months mastering the Wind Elephant Sect's basic combat arts and managed to conquer what once seemed like an insurmountable mountain. Cassius felt a rush of aimlessness and fatigue flooding his mind. Right, I better ask Instructor Lisa. He quickly shoved the post back in place before rushing to the canteen for his meal. 10 minutes later at the small training field behind the hospital, Cassius sat cross-legged on the ground, listening intently to Lisa's explanation. Soft red light filtered through the branches, casting faint patterns of irregular patches of light red mesh on their faces. I talked about some concepts in passing before, but since you want to learn them now, I'll explain in more detail. Lisa thought for a moment and said, the Li Federation divides combat into 5 general stages. Whether it's boxing, wrestling, sanda, or even swordsmanship, and archery, they all range from stage 1 to 5 epsilon-s. Yes. Cassius nodded as he listened attentively. However, this 5-stage division isn't really applicable to us. While the 5 combat stages can be used in real combat, they're mostly done for competition purposes. What we focus on is pure killing techniques. Lisa paused for a moment before continuing on. If I had to explain the Federation's 5 combat stages, it would be in 3 major tiers. The first of 3 tiers is what we call the amateur or hobbyist tier, which is obviously also the first of the Federation's 5 combat stages. If trained well, a person can easily take on multiple opponents. Cassius nodded again. The second tier is the fist fighter stage, otherwise known as the professional tier. Our trainees in the youth training camp can be considered a part of this tier. We provide special training for disciples to master all basic combat techniques, which will then get them closer to learning the sex-covered arts. Lisa smiled at Cassius, and added, because you've mastered the basics of combat techniques but not the sex-covered arts, you are now a mid-tier fist fighter. As a side note, there are definitely some overlaps between the amateur and professional tiers. I would say your current stage is roughly at the top of the amateur tier. Cassius nodded again, a thought forming in his mind. Could he dodge bullets in his current state? Lisa, who was still standing in front of him, kept talking. The third tier is where one clearly begins to surpass human limits, the pugilist. Experts at that stage start to master the core technique of the covert martial arts, using the core technique of the covert martial arts to refine the body to a certain extent. Not only are they able to sense the flow of blood within them, they can also control it and make their blood flow faster through their veins. We call this accelerated blood flow. There are 3 nodes in the body, and once they're fully opened, accelerated blood flow can increase 4-fold, allowing one to produce strength beyond human limits. Beyond human limits. Cassius murmured. That's right. At that stage, one can fight 100 enemies alone. Their fists will be able to penetrate metal armor as thick as a finger joint. Their senses will be a lot sharper than ordinary people's, and their reflexes so fast they can even catch a sparrow mid-flight. As Lisa spoke, she raised her hand, slowly closing her fingers. A visible white stream of energy poured out from between them and ripples started to form in the air. And the core of all this comes from the covert martial arts. She stood up slowly, placing her palm lightly on the tree trunk beside her. The tree trembled, and what few leaves there were fell from above with a loud rustle. Cassius also stood up, ignoring the withered leaves falling on his head, his eyes fixed on the surface of the trunk she touched. The impression of a palm print was embedded about 4 or 5 centimeters deep. It looked deep enough to bury a wrist. The insides of the indentation were extremely smooth, as if it had been polished. Cassius did not even try to hide his intense desire. Instructor, I want to learn covert martial arts. 1. Lisa smiled and shook her head. I can't teach you just yet. The sect rules require you to formally become an apprentice and swear an oath. You will only be allowed to accept your master's teachings after they assess you for a period of time. This is the core technique passed down in our sect. They are not the basic combat techniques which I can teach whenever I want. But don't worry, in 7 days, the final assessment of our training camp will commence. I'll teach you after that and the apprenticeship ceremony are done. How does that sound? Thank you, Master. Knowing that he couldn't force it anymore, Cassius didn't press further. He pondered for a moment before he asked, Master, can you do me a favor? Is this what you needed help with? Why does it feel so awkward? Lisa shifted her foot slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Underneath the setting sun, Cassius lay flat on the ground. Lisa stood beside him, one foot pushing down on his chest. I'm being serious, instructor. Cassius maintained an earnest gaze. He was simulating the life and death moment he was facing. In his real life, an antique specialist from the Huolo Antiques Company was pinning him down, ready to fire his gun at any second. Also, instructor, could you press a bit harder? All right. Lisa nodded helplessly and stumped down much more forcefully. For the next half hour, they carried out their discussion in their awkward positions. Cassius kept asking Lisa about ways to counter enemy attacks in his current situation, creating a scenario where he was pinned down by someone with a crossbow aimed at his head. He wanted to know what he should do. Lisa gradually became less uncomfortable about the entire situation and earnestly explained what he could do. She even demonstrated for him. As the sky turned dark, their special training session for the day ended. Instructor Lisa left, leaving Cassius lying under the tree, exhausted. His clothes were covered in shoe prints. Footsteps sounded in the distance. Cassius opened his eyes to see Li Chu's face staring at him upside down. She wore a strange expression. He could live with some embarrassment if it means he'd survive. Sis, you're just in time. Practice with me a few more times. Covert martial arts are unique techniques that are passed down in each sect. For example, what Lisa is teaching now is the Wind Elephant covert martial arts. In the future, there will be other sects with their own covert martial arts. 7 days flew by, and in a blink of an eye, the day of the training camp's final assessment had arrived. The assessment was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the usual combat ranking, and the second was conducted by the assistant instructors. As the name suggested, the trainees would fight against the official disciples during the final assessment. The day was clear and the sky looked like it had been polished. Sunlight fell unobstructed on the training camp's building rooftops, casting a glistening reflection onto the fields. 2 figures were on the field, entangled together, with one of them already defeated. Another figure backed away several steps before stopping. The winner, Li Wei. After hearing the announcement, Cassius casually left the arena. 10 minutes later, he returned to the center of the field. 5 seconds later, he defeated his opponent and returned to his spot after the announcement. His sharp and efficient performance drew the attention of many present. The people at the training camp naturally knew who he was. Sitting among the 5 instructors, a thin old man sporting a snowy white beard glanced over, interested. Moments later, Cassius returned to the field and defeated his opponent again. Well done. The old man nodded approvingly, then asked the instructors, what's the name of that boy over there? He's quite good at basic combat techniques. His moves are very clean and decisive. He paused for a moment before he concluded, with such a fierce fighting style, he must have already reached the 2nd stage. His name is Li Wei, and he's under my guidance. You're right, he's reached the 2nd stage in basic combat techniques. I plan on taking him as my disciple after the training camp ends, Lisa said a bit nervously. What's the hurry? Don't worry, my hands are already full with 4 disciples, I won't try to fight you for him. The old man shook his head, a faint smile on his face. I'd be a fool to believe you, Lisa muttered to herself. Sam, the deputy master of the Wind Elephant Sect, was a 14th generation disciple and was considered a martial uncle to the 15th generation disciples like herself. He loved selecting disciples with excellent potential. Li Wei's potential was above average, which should be relatively safe. But after his remarkable performance, there was a chance Sam might take a liking to him. Although Lisa believed that Li Wei would still choose her as his teacher even with Sam in the picture, it would be best to avoid making things too complicated. In the end, Sam didn't try to fight with Lisa for Li Wei. He had already chosen someone well before he arrived. To no one's surprise, it was a genius with excellent potential and who had ranked in the top 5 in every combat ranking. The final assessment of the training camp began in the morning and took them into the afternoon. Cassius perfectly maintained his rank at 25. In the second phase, his fights with the assistant instructors were satisfactory. Once his previous scores were added up, he came out to ranking between 20 to 30 in the final assessment. Li Chu ranked 39 in the combat ranking, demonstrating a stable performance in the 2nd stage. Her final estimated ranking was around the lower 30s. However, Jojo, whom Cassius had been helping, had no hopes of passing the assessment with an estimated final ranking between 70 and 80. 2 days later, in a spacious white hall in the Wind Elephant Sect, 50 boys and girls who passed the assessment stood quietly in the center. Golden, warm rays of the sun shone down on them through the window above. At the very front of the hall, an old man with a goatee loudly recited an oath about being loyal to the Wind Elephant Sect, how they were prohibited from revealing the core technique of the covert martial arts, and the consequences that would happen should they rebel. Every time he said something, the students would echo after him. You have inherited the legacy of the Wind Elephant Sect, making all of you a part of the 16th generation of the sect. The sect's continuity relies on a constant influx of new blood. You are the future of our Wind Elephant Sect. The old man ended with an emotional encouragement and immediately dismissed them. Cassius followed instructor Lisa to a quiet room. It was relatively narrow but very bright. The sunlight streaming in through the window created a golden square on the floor. Lisa and Cassius sat cross-legged next to it. The two faced each other, both wearing the light yellow training attire with blue wind and cloud patterns encircling the edges of their sleeves. Lisa spoke slowly. Now that you are officially a 16th generation disciple of the Wind Elephant Sect, I will teach you our core technique of the covert martial arts. She pulled a book from her chest pocket. Cassius's breathing picked up unconsciously. Lisa's tone was exceptionally cold and serious. Before we begin, let me state that our core technique of the covert martial arts are absolutely not to be shared. If discovered, the traitor will be dealt with by the Wind Elephant Sect. There will be no mercy for even their parents and friends. Yes. I understand. Good, take it. Lisa placed the book on Cassius's lap, then stood up to leave the quiet room, closing the door behind her. Cassius took a deep breath and opened the nameless book. Drawings of human postures filled the yellowed pages, accompanied by lengthy annotations. When he flipped to the end, he found an introduction of a set of boxing techniques. Each move had illustrations and even diagrams of human meridians. It gave off an inexplicably mysterious vibe. Cassius forced himself to calm down and started from the beginning, flipping through it, page by page. This was the core technique of the covert martial arts, the Wind Elephant Covert Martial Arts. It was divided into training methods and fighting methods. Called the Elephant Soul, the training method was designed to train one's physique and break through their physical limits. It included special movements, breathing techniques, and ointments which had to be used in tandem. Depending on the level of training, the users would experience 3 different sensations on their skins: prickling, bug bite, and burning wind. Those were also known as the 3 levels of the Elephant Soul. Each time a practitioner moved to the next level, there would be a significant leap in their physical qualities, like in their strength, speed, and defense. Besides the training methods, the attacking techniques were also known as fighting methods. The Wind Elephant Fist also had 3 levels and were called Gale, Elephant Herd, and Wind Elephant. Each level had different characteristics. The airflow that emanated from Lisa's palm, for example, was a characteristic of the Gale level of the Wind Elephant Fist. I wonder what level of the Wind Elephant Covert Martial Arts is needed to reach the accelerated blood flow stage that instructor Lisa mentioned. Cassius closed the book, a look of wonder in his eyes. After 160 days of hard work, he had finally earned himself the chance to touch the extraordinary. The doors to another world had finally opened a crack. It was extremely tough, but completely worth it. The sunlight outside grew stronger, warming Cassius's back. He took a deep breath and exhaled. The next day, at the entrance of the Wind Elephant Sect training camp, Li Chu stood in the shade, watching Li Wei and Jojo in the distance. Li Wei patted Jojo's shoulder, seemingly saying something to him. Jojo carried his belongings in a large bundle for his journey home. Moments later, Jojo smiled and waved as he left. Li Wei stood in place until Jojo disappeared from view. Little Wei, what did you two talk about? Li Chu curiously came over after seeing Li Wei hand something to Jojo. Li Wei shook his head. I gave him the watch that instructor Lisa gave me. I told him to do whatever he wanted with it. Sell it for money if he needed to. He has 8 people in his family, and his father recently got pneumoconiosis while working in a factory. He said he wants to go home and take on the family's responsibilities. Obstacles can't stop a brave person, much less a real man. I wish him the best of luck. Afternoon, in a familiar quiet room. A strong smell of ointment permeated the room as Cassius applied a black paste all over his body. According to the Wind Elephant Covert Martial Arts book, he could not let a single area go without ointment. Though it was a bit awkward, he followed the instructions to the letter. In no time, Cassius's skin turned a light shade of black, and a cooling sensation spread to his mind. It felt soothing, but it had really unpleasant stench, like black riverbank mud being unearthed after the water receded. Pungent and earthy. Are you done? Lisa's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Wait a moment, teacher, I haven't put on my clothes yet. Cassius quickly grabbed his light yellow training attire from the ground and put them on. Okay, he shouted. Lisa pushed the door open with a creak and walked straight in. Open the windows and ventilate the room for 5 minutes. Otherwise, you won't be able to maintain mental focus during your breathing exercises. Yes. Cassius complied immediately. A cool breeze blew in from the window, and after 5 minutes, the stench in the room and on Cassius dissipated. Today is officially the day that I, as your master, will teach you the Wind Elephant Covert Martial Arts, Lisa said. Tisk, why are you standing so far away? Come closer. We all started the same way, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. By the way, did you cover your whole body with it? I covered it. The ointment had turned Cassius's face entirely black. He forced a smile. It was getting cooler, like he had applied menthol balm on himself. Is the medicine starting to take effect? Then let's skip the small talk and start with the special breathing techniques. Lisa did exactly that. She threw out a book containing the covert martial arts from her bosom and began explaining the moves and key points to Cassius. 15 minutes later, in a corner of the quiet room, Cassius stood in a half-squat horse stance. He leaned forward, his toes slightly raised and his head slightly lowered. His hands were clasped together as if in sincere prayer. Hu, hiss, hiss, hiss. He inhaled and exhaled rhythmically, his breathing following the rhythm of 3-1, 2-1, 1-1. He repeated this cycle over and over again. Cassius felt like he was soaking in a hot spring. The initially cool ointment now radiated warmth, which spread through his skin to his muscles, bones, and meridians, and creating a large patch of heat. He suddenly felt a subtle sensation, as if the heat on his body's surface had turned into countless stars which were gathering towards his heart. In an instant, it formed a vortex before exploding. Boom! Cassius's mind buzzed once before his vision went black and he lost consciousness for a second. When he woke up, he found himself still standing in the same position. However, blood poured down his face from his nostrils in 2 streams. This is... Cassius looked up in confusion as text suddenly appeared in the upper right corner. Elephant Soul incomplete, PRIC 5%, total 3 stages. The progress bar had jumped directly to 5% of the first stage. And what does the incomplete mean? Cassius carefully thought about it and received some remaining information. Incomplete, as the name implied, meant that the elephant soul he had learned was not complete. The complete technique had 3 stages: PRIC, bug bites, and burning wind. He had completed the first 2 stages, PRIC, and bug bites, but the third stage, burning wind, was incomplete at 55%. That was the third stage's maximum. It would not go any higher than that. Many thoughts crossed Cassius's mind at once. Is this to prevent the most crucial secrets from leaking out? A way to ensure the loyalty of the core disciples? Or does the Wind Elephant Sect only have 2.5 stages of the elephant soul to begin with? Lisa walked over. How do you feel? The first time that you practice the elephant soul is the most stimulating for the body, and it has a lot of significant benefits. You'll experience a period of rapid progress for 10 days. Cherish this time. Cassius stood up, still looking a bit dazed. All right, wipe off the blood on your nose and let's go eat. Okay. Cassius walked to the washroom and cleaned up his nosebleed. He discovered the ointment on his skin had disappeared, leaving behind a thin, faintly scented transparent layer. It was like the sunscreen that the beauty-conscious girls used in his previous life. No one would notice the film if they didn't look closely. This is quite convenient. Cassius muttered to himself. He stripped off the clothes on his upper body and stood before the clear and smooth mirror. Pectorals, ABS, trapezius, biceps. Lean but not exaggerated, muscular but not bulky. Overall, he had a streamlined physique, with firm and elastic muscles. Cassius had taken almost 6 months to go from a skinny stick to his current state of a lean, panther-like body. He patted his solid chest and felt a deep thumping within. He felt inexplicably confident about the crisis waiting for him in the real world. No one will kill me now, Li Wei. Coming. The days passed, and indeed, as Lisa said, the first 10 days went by fast when training the elephant soul. During these 10 days, Cassius saw nearly 1% of progress each day. Every night, he dreamed of his bones growing, and every day, he felt his muscles getting tighter. His physical fitness improved bit by bit. During this time, Lisa also taught Cassius the Wind Elephant Fist, the fighting method of the Wind Elephant covert martial arts. It was an advanced version of the Wind Elephant Sect's basic combat technique and made use of all the basic moves that he had learned before. However, the Wind Elephant Fist's moves were much more complex and had higher level combinations, including many explosive techniques. It would be impossible to use for anyone without an extraordinary physique. One could say that the elephant soul was the foundation, and the Wind Elephant Fist were like its branches. Ordinarily, one had to prioritize mastering the elephant soul. Cassius trained diligently, and 15 days passed quickly. Elephant Soul incomplete, PRIC 15.5%, total 3 stages. Wind Elephant Fist incomplete, Gale 5.6%, total 3 stages. As expected, the Wind Elephant Fist, like the Elephant Soul, was incomplete, with part of the third stage missing. However, that had no effect on Cassius, who had just starting his training. At sunset, a splendid glow spiraled across the horizon, turning the sky deep red, and the slowly moving clouds looked like a vast red ocean. In the clean open space in front of the canteen, Little Wei, we agreed to take leave and go home to see mother in half a month. Li Chu sighed. I wonder if anyone has watered the parasol tree at home. Okay. Cassius stood beside Li Chu, their shadows stretching into the distance. Little Wei, it seems you're taller than me now, Li Chu said in surprise, raising her hand to compare their heights. Yes. Cassius looked up, his face glowing in the red light. Little Wei. They walked on, talking until they reached a fork in the road. Li Chu looked up, her pale face evidently worried. Little Wei, is there something on your mind today? You can tell me. Don't keep it all to yourself, otherwise it'll feel really uncomfortable. It's nothing, sis. Hey, can I hug you? Ha, sure. Li Chu was momentarily stunned, then opened her arms and hugged Cassius. Her right hand gently patted his back, like a mother comforting a crying child. Her touch was warm and tender. Cassius patted Li Chu's back at the same time. I'm sorry. What did you say? Nothing. They pulled apart from each other and walked down the 2 diverging paths. Li Chu smiled and waved. See you tomorrow. Cassius raised his fist. With his back to Li Chu, he said, goodbye, in a room where only official disciples were qualified to enter. Cassius lay on the ground, taking in the coolness from the hard stone slabs. He squirmed, searching for the right sensation. The room was dim, the curtains already drawn. In the upper right corner of his vision, he could just barely make out the last remaining notch on the time scale. He took a deep breath. Buzz. It's here? Cassius's mind lurched, and he held his breath. The pale red curtains, wooden tables, chairs, and the dim room all began to fade in a bizarre fashion. It was like water had been doused on a painting perched on an easel, causing all the colors to blend and run together. Everything was trembling, spinning, and shaking. Although uncomfortable, Cassius forced himself to keep his eyes wide open. At the moment, he was focused on one thing. Snap. It seemed like something had pierced the membrane and his hazy senses became clear again. Pathetic worm. Bang. That was no gunshot, that was the sound of a fist slamming into something. The antique specialist William's face twisted as he clutched his wrist where a bulge had bloomed. His right hand had dislocated. A black handgun lay quietly on the ground. Where is he? He looked down, fighting through the pain, and saw that Cassius, who he had pinned down with his foot, had disappeared. Shane, help me. William turned his head. His expression changed drastically as a shadow materialized behind his companion. Snap. Two lean arms shot out from the darkness. One twist, and snap went Shane's neck. Damn. William turned sharply on his heel and sprinted. He dove, trying to grab the gun with his uninjured left hand. Thud. William was sent flying and rolled around on the ground. He felt his chest crackling, pain rushing from his bones to his muscles. His ribs were definitely broken. Arnui. Cough, cough. William coughed violently. He grunted as a black shoe stomped down on his wound. It pressed down hard, a nearly crushing weight. William flailed his arms, wanting to curl up in agony but couldn't. Even his pupils were dilated. Now, it's your turn to be scared. He heard a deep voice echo above his head. William forced his eyes open, pain tears blurring his vision. All he could see was a tall, blurry figure gazing down at him. A silent killing intent suffused the hazy scene. Is he going to kill me? Right. I humiliated, mocked, and threatened to kill him. Of course he wants me dead. This is just retribution. William blinked hard. The moment he thought about dying, fear welled up inside him. When the gun had been in his hands, he had been arrogant and acted like a tyrant. Now that someone else was stomping on him, all he felt was terror. No longer in control of his body, William started to tremble. Looks like the one who's about to wet his pants isn't me, but you pathetic worm. I'll send you to meet Grand Duke Hung Li now. Cassius repeated the words William had once said to him. His tone was calm but firm. The way Cassius said this so confidently turned William into a terrified mess. He screamed, "No, you can't kill me." Hulu. Bang. A fierce straight punch came down and found its target. Humph. Bang. Another punch. Umph. Bang, 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 bang. Cassius straightened up. His fists hung by his sides, blood dripping from his knuckles. William lay on the ground, his face a bloody mess. He was no longer breathing. Cassius exhaled and smiled. The sword of Damocles that had hung over him for nearly 200 days had finally shattered. 1. He walked a few steps forward and wiped off his blood on William's clothes. Then, using a piece of cloth to pick up the gun, he fired a shot each at William and Shane. Point-blank shots to the temples. Blood spilled and pooled down onto the ground. Cassius threw the gun into the corner afterward. It wasn't that he didn't want to use powerful firearms, but he was, by no means, professionally trained. In an emergency, his fists were still a much more reliable weapon. It had taken him forever to aim properly and shoot the two bodies earlier. The air in the dim corridor was foul and nauseating. The dust mixed with the smell of blood was repulsive. Cassius weighed the elephant tusk pendant in his hand. This had saved his life. After putting on the pendant, Cassius surveyed his surroundings. He was at the end of a rectangular corridor and behind him was a relic hall adorned with fragmented murals. A pile of rubble from a column he had accidentally broken earlier lay scattered on the ground. Cassius took a few steps into the hall. In the middle of a heap of loose stones, he noticed a metallic object. He cleared away the rubble and found a mask. Could this be another of those antiques that contained their owner's lingering attachment? Cassius's heart stirred as he examined the mask and flipped it over. To his surprise, he found another face staring at him on the back. It seemed as though the mask was purely decorative and couldn't be worn. Just as he was about to look more closely, the mask in his hand cracked and shattered, falling to the ground in pieces. Too bad. Cassius shook his head, not only because the mask broke but also because it contained no lingering attachment. There was no bitter taste in his mouth like when he held the Wind Elephant tusk pendant. A few minutes later, a shadowy figure moved silently through the dim corridor. He stopped abruptly and glanced to the left. A corpse with graying hair, the strands stained red with blood, lay on the forked path. It was Cassius's professor from University of Jersey, the leader of the archaeological expedition. Cassius stared at it for a long time but did not stop moving. His first priority was to leave this underground ruin. There was no guarantee that the Hula Antiques Company hadn't stationed more men outside. If they sensed something was wrong and sent people down, Cassius had very little confidence that he could fight against people with firearms. Especially not those who can fire from a distance. Combat arts weren't all-powerful and didn't make one immortal. Flesh and blood still couldn't withstand bullets, at least not until he mastered the covert martial arts. He quickly ran along the dim corridor towards the surface, following whatever he remembered. His footsteps echoed off the tunnel walls. Thud, 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 whoosh, bang, 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 bang. Cassius halted. He could faintly hear the sounds of gunshots and fighting outside. After running a bit further, he suddenly heard a man roar, "Shadow demons? You monsters, go to hell. Amen." The next moment, the ground shook violently, and the entire tunnel began to tremble. Muffled, rapid-fire explosions echoed in Cassius's ears. Someone planted explosives outside. With a bang, the stone tunnel collapsed. The Kimura Mountains were dense with foliage. The twilight glow cast a mix of red and green hues on the mountainside. A gust of wind swept through, causing the sea of trees to ripple like waves and the sound to resemble the waves crashing. The sound came farther than closer, closer than farther, and drowned out the birds. Boom! Halfway up the mountain, a series of violent explosions erupted. A clearly visible column of dirt and dust spewed skyward, reaching several meters high before falling back into the forest. About halfway up, a steep slope suddenly collapsed, as if a chunk had been bitten out of it. What was that? Was that thunder? Seems to be from the other side of the mountain. In a village several miles away at the foot of the mountain, some villagers heard the reverberating explosion and stopped to look toward the sky. A minute later, dirt and stones covered the ruins. The air was filled with the unpleasant stench of burning due to the explosion. All of the trees around the area had fallen, with some blown apart. The explosion and subsequent collapse had cleared away nearly 7 or 8 acres of ground. At the edge of the blast zone, several broken bodies lay on the ground or hung in trees. Their tattered clothes were distinctly scorched and had turned slightly black from the blood and dirt. The area was silent. Even the frequent bird calls in the forest were absent because the explosion had scared away all of the wild birds. Crack, 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 snap. Suddenly, a hand broke through the dirt. 2 minutes later. Cough, 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 cough. Cassius knelt on the ground, hands dangling by his side, hair caked with dirt. His chest rose and fell heavily as he panted. The collapsing ruins hadn't crushed him to death, but it had nearly suffocated him. The tunnel collapse buried a large part of the ruins in dirt. He had been lucky that a corner of the wall had created a small space for him to hide in. Using every ounce of energy he had, he dug his way out. Moreover, Cassius had to thank his extremely durable and strong body. 6 months of hard training had not been in vain. The sky was faintly yellow at the horizon, and the ground had a faint reddish hue. Cassius stood by a large tree, gazing down at the corpses on the ground. He squatted and picked up a nearby badge. It was a pure white shield-shaped badge, with a pale gold wheat pattern decorating the edge. In the center was a black cross sword, its tip piercing a horned demon's head. On the back, there was a string of small letters neatly arranged. Hunter. Cassius read out the words softly. He replaced the badge and glanced at the handgun the corpse held with a death grip. It was a large-caliber gun, black as ink with edges that weren't streamlined but rather heavy and angular. It was nearly as long as half a forearm. On the right side were several silver cursive letters, Ebony. An organization, either the Shadow Demons or the group that planted the bombs, must have done this, Cassius muttered, frowning as he stood up. Things were becoming more and more confusing. This government-led archaeological project seemed far more complex than it appeared. Shadow Demons, Huolo Antiques Company, even the Fengnan city government. Cassius scrutinized them all as countless questions filled his mind. Never mind, I need to leave this place first. He scanned the area, feeling a twinge of dread. He knew he wouldn't be safe if he stayed in here. Cassius turned to leave. Half an hour later, the dirt and stone mixed ground suddenly cracked open, and a twisted human figure crawled out. Just a little more. A little more. The figure transformed into a robust adult male. Everything looked normal, except for the wriggling shadow on the ground. The horrifying thing about it was that the shadow looked almost alive. And beta. The man stayed there for a while before preparing to leave. He paused and glanced at the ground. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Nice. Another companion is about to emerge. It was the 4th of June in the 156th year of the Hungly Federation calendar. The weather was windy and it was lightly drizzling. A large funeral was being held in the North District Cemetery of Fengnan City where 7 coffins would be buried. The sky was gloomy as grey clouds concealed the skies. The sun was nowhere to be seen, and everything was a dull grey as if the sky had been wiped with a dirty rag. The roads in the North District Cemetery were muddy, with a few tire tracks here and there. Scattered trees lined the roads. In the distance was a vast green cemetery dotted with grey tombstones, the last marks left by the deceased. Hymns were being sung in a moderately sized steeple chapel located in the heart of the cemetery. The chapel had grey walls and a red roof. The surface of the drainage tiles were wet. Dong! The chapel's bell rang out, resonating over the cemetery. The process of praying, bringing out the cross, and sprinkling holy water was completed and the 7 coffins were placed into their respective graves, with family members crying and comforting each other. Moments later, white flowers were placed in front of each tombstone. The priest, holding the scriptures, slowly prayed with his head bowed. At the very edge of the 7 coffins stood 2 lonely figures. One was the priest and the other was an elderly man with snow-white hair and holding a cane. They stood at the final tombstone and the atmosphere was very somber. The old man looked at the tombstone 3 meters away. Cassius Carnage. Born in the 131st year, died in the 156th year. The priest continued reciting the scriptures in a low voice, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Cassius, cough, cough. The white-haired old man coughed a few times. Behind the chapel's wall, a figure in a dark coat and wide-brimmed black hat looked on from afar. I can't believe I'm watching my own funeral, Cassius muttered to himself. His gaze followed the hunched figure stumbling through the muddy road in the distance. His teeth unconsciously clenched. The elderly man with the cane suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. Cassius wanted to rush over, but he restrained himself. Moments later, someone came to help. The group continued forward until they disappeared from Cassius's sight. Damn it, he swore, punching the wall in frustration. Cassius wanted to reveal himself to the old dean, to tell him he wasn't dead, and that he didn't need to be heartbroken over him. However, everything was just too confusing at the moment. The bizarre archaeological incident, the Huala Antiques Company's sudden betrayal, the battle between two unknown organizations, and Fengnan City government's lightning-fast funeral arrangements. Everything was too suspicious. Until he had everything figured out and thoroughly investigated, Cassius didn't dare reveal himself. He feared this would involve the old dean. Since everyone thought he was dead, it was better to let Cassius' carnage remain that way. Cassius lowered his hat and silently turned away. From today onward, I shall be called Li Wei. Cassius had some money, but not much. He had taken most of these yellowish large-denomination federal bills from William the Antique Specialist. Obtaining the cash did admittedly solve some immediate problems for him like food, lodging, and transportation. After a busy morning and afternoon, he finally managed to find and settle in a remote inn that didn't require identification. Cassius stood by the second-floor window and glanced down at the wet street below. 2 to 3 men in cheap shirts were chatting and joking while holding umbrellas. On the left side of the avenue, he could vaguely make out a girl in a white dress. She lifted the hem of her long lace skirt as she walked in small leather shoes. Her slender, fair legs, wrapped in the latest trendy stockings, were especially eye-catching. Some green moss piled up in the corners, and climbing ivy, covered in dew, occupied a small part of the wall. Cassius felt the breeze brush against him as he took a bite of his sandwich. It was his first meal of the day despite it almost being evening. Cassius had spent the entire afternoon getting a fake ID in the form of a small brown paper booklet. Given the era he was currently in, it wasn't too difficult to obtain a fake identity. This was especially the case if one had a pocket full of money. If they ordered it by noon, it would usually arrive by the evening. Every city had people who specialized in things like that. Cassius polished off his sandwich in 2 bites and glanced at the brown wooden box on the bed, which contained some daily necessities he had bought. After a night in the inn, he would use his fake ID to purchase a train ticket to Baishuan City the next day. Baishuan City was over 600 kilometers from Fengnan City, crossing about 2/3 into Bailiu County. Even by train, his journey would take a day and a half. The Jersey University had organized a trip to Baishuan City before, so Cassius had been there and even stayed for more than 2 weeks, so he was relatively familiar with the city. Regardless, the first step was to leave Fengnan City. He walked over to the bed and poured himself a glass of water, glancing at the cheap second-hand watch on his wrist. It was 21 minutes past 5. 9 minutes until 5:30 p.m. It was almost time. He walked to the coat rack, shrugged on a black coat, and donned a hat. Just as he was about to open the door, he paused and grabbed the umbrella next to it. Now ready, he headed downstairs. A bald old man was dozing off at the front desk. Cassius glanced at him, opened his umbrella, then walked out. The rain outside wasn't heavy, but it fell like sticky silver-gray spider webs. The sky was also dark like old, peeling roof tiles, giving a strangely oppressive feeling. The rain pelting off the umbrella made almost no sound. Cassius turned 4 or 5 corners down the street and finally stopped in a remote alley, where a man holding an umbrella was already waiting for him. You're here. The man lifted the edge of his umbrella slightly, revealing a stub-bled face with thick glasses perched on his nose. Yes, did you bring the stuff? Cassius got straight to the point. Yeah. Where's the money? The man reached into his coat and quickly pulled out a new brown fake ID. This is the other half. Cassius took out some large bills from his pocket, and they swiftly made the exchange. Take a look and see if it meets your requirements. The stub-bled man flicked through the bills, checking for any counterfeit marks. A few minutes later, Cassius nodded in satisfaction. Pleasure doing business. Likewise. The two shook hands and left. Indeed, professionals work quickly. As Cassius walked through the alley, he took out the ID again. The brown leather cover was embossed with large letters with 5 pages of durable yellow paper inside. It smelled faintly of fresh ink. The first page bore a familiar name. Li Wei. Cassius closed the ID and tucked it back in. The street was full of water puddles, so he quickly moved onto the sidewalk. The black street lamps on his right were already doing their job as they emitted a gentle yellow light. A with diuresis nu epsilon. There were no pedestrians on the road, only a few wet stray cats shivering and meowing under the eaves. It's so quiet. Cassius's heavy heart felt a bit lighter. He didn't notice that, at some point, the shadow that had been cast on the wall to his left began to squirm. Black whirlpools resembling blinking eyes materialized. A strange, eerie atmosphere gradually filled the space around them. The shadow had been moving in sync with Cassius up until then, but it started twitching haltingly, as if it couldn't keep up. When he walked past a corner with no street lamp, his shadow vanished and a figure took its place. It followed closely behind him. When the figure lifted its head, it revealed a face identical to Cassius's. It wore the same clothes and held the same umbrella. The shadow had come to life. It was a clone of Cassius. In the dim light, two identical figures walked at the same pace, one after the other, on the dark road. Neither of them cast shadows under the light from the street lamps. The figure at the back trembled, as if it was trying to break free from mimicking the original body, and hurtled forward. Its face, which was a carbon copy to Cassius's, twisted into a ghostly snarl. It was only then that the real Cassius noticed someone charging at him from behind. Using an explosive technique, he spun around and punched hard. Thump! The punch smashed into the shadow man's face, severely crushing his mouth, and his cheek rippled from the impact. He spat out a mix of saliva and blood along with 3 or 4 teeth. The shadow man was sent flying, spinning in the air, eventually landing in a puddle and splashing water everywhere. Ah! He howled in pain on the ground. How are you so much stronger? We're supposed to be the same. What? Cassius threw his umbrella aside and rushed over. He seized the person on the ground and lifted him up. With the two standing upright, they finally got a good look at each other. Impossible, they spoke in unison, both in disbelief. Cassius's heart skipped a beat. The thing in front of him was identical to him in appearance, expression, and even build. It was an exact copy of his old self. On the other side, the shadow man felt his heart skip a beat as well. That was because he realized a serious problem. The owner of the body in front of him was half a head taller, much more muscular, if the bulging trapezius muscles near his neck were any indicator. His clothes hid a lean, well-trained body, typical of someone who worked out regularly. Did I not copy him completely? The shrunken version swallowed the blood in his mouth, subconsciously backing up under the real Cassius's glare. Who are you? Cassius yelled, eyes wide. Without warning, the imposter in front of him bolted to the side. 5 seconds later, Cassius had him in a chokehold, forcefully dragging him into a street corner. The imposter wheezed. Talk? What exactly are you? Although Cassius had subdued the imposter, he couldn't suppress his horror. He just noticed his shadow was missing? He. The imposter laughed coldly. Cassius felt the other self in his grip grow taller and more muscular. The imposter struggled violently before fiercely jabbing its elbow straight into Cassius's stomach. He grunted. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. He tightened his right hand, the muscles in his arm, honed through months of training, turning as hard as steel. His left hand wrenched in the same direction. Hard. Ugh. The imposter's eyes widened. He abandoned his attack in an instant and focused on desperately trying to pry off the arm locked around his neck. Fingernails broke through skin and sunk deep into Cassius's flesh, as blood mixed with rainwater dripped onto the street. Never thought I'd end up killing myself. Cassius viciously yanked his arm up. The imposter's body kicked twice before going limp. Still not reassured, Cassius held on for another minute until he was certain the imposter wouldn't revive. Huff, huff, ha. In the corner of the alley, a man and a corpse slumped against the wall. Rain fell like spider webs on his dark hair. Cassius lifted his head, staring blankly at the dark gray sky above. He had killed someone, albeit it had been another version of himself, but it was still a person? Panic rose within him, but it subsided a few moments later, fierce determination quickly replacing it. He was far from safe. Cassius needed to get stronger. Anyone who tried to harm him would pay the price, human or otherwise. Cassius came back to his senses after coming to a clear decision in his head. He quickly scanned his surroundings and discovered that the street was empty due to the rain. I need to get rid of the body quickly. He looked down and saw that the body was eerily melting, turning into a writhing black shadow. In a flash, the shadow reattached itself to Cassius and information instantly flooded his mind. He had been parasitized. It had happened in that ancient ruin, right when he had been forced to break the stone pillar. The parasite was called a shadow demon. Cassius didn't know where it came from, nor did he know why or how the parasite came to be. The only thing he did know was that the shadow demon had some strange rules and strange uses. A shadow demon, as the name implied, was a monster that resided in the shadows. Every once in a while, it would copy the host from the previous day, their physical strength, trained muscle memory, and combat techniques. The one advantage the host had was an extra day of combat experience and techniques. When the shadow demon appeared, the two would engage in a deadly battle. If the host died, the shadow demon would take over the body, but if the shadow demon was killed, the host would gain everything the shadow demon copied, including their combat skills, experience, and even a stronger physical body, essentially doubling their effort. Newbie. It sounded fantastic on paper, but losing meant certain death with the shadow demon taking over the host's body, memory, and personality. Most importantly, a shadow demon wouldn't die after being killed once, it had 9 lives. And it was only by defeating it 9 times in a row could they get rid of its parasitism once and for all. Assuming that the host had a 50% chance of winning each time, the probability of winning 9 times in a row was 1 in 512. In fact, it was lower. Most people wouldn't realize they had been parasitized by a shadow demon, and by the time they did, the shadow demon would have ambushed and killed them in its first manifestation. The shadow demon's ferocity and cunning made it better suited for combat than normal people. If he thought about it on a larger scale, only 1 in 5,000 or even 10,000 people would be able to escape the parasitism of a shadow demon. An utterly despairing probability. However, Cassius touched the Wind Elephant tusk pendant, a strange expression crossing his face. If he remembered correctly, when he entered the mysterious era, time in the outside world would freeze. When he returned to reality, his body reflected all of the months and years of training he did. Just like what happened in the ruins. In that case, could he be considered the Shadow Demon's natural nemesis? From the moment the Shadow Demon first manifested, the times for the next few occurrences had already been fixed. The second manifestation would take place a month later, the third 2 months later, and so on. In total, the manifestations would happen over the course of 36 months. 3 years. For example, Cassius's next Shadow Demon manifestation would be at 6 p.m. on the 4th of July. He could choose a point between 6 p.m. on the 3rd of July and 6 p.m. on the 4th of July, not too early and not too late, and time travel. That way, when the Shadow Demon manifested at 6 p.m. on the 4th of July, it would be facing a completely different Cassius, one with several months or even years of additional training, using his new strength to overpower an overall weaker version of himself. The Shadow Demon didn't have a chance in hell against him. Cassius blinked gently as he arrived at this thought. Didn't it seem as though he gained a free cheat code out of nowhere? Cassius took a deep breath, feeling cautious again. That was only if everything went well, but there were still some glaring holes. First of all, the time travel ability he had just awakened could absorb the lingering attachment from the legendary antiques and reverse time. However, the time travel ability consumed solely lingering attachment energy and could only be used once. The lingering attachment energy in the Wind Elephant Tusk pendant was already gone, which meant Cassius needed to find new antiques containing this kind of energy. Secondly, when entering the memory of the owner, Cassius had to resolve the original owner's lingering attachment, or he wouldn't be able to bring the fruits of his labor back. If he failed, he would have to face off against the Shadow Demon with only a 50-50 chance of winning. The future was not all bright, and there were many pitfalls and falling rocks along his way. He couldn't be complacent. While he needed to steel himself against what was to come, he still wanted to able to appreciate life. In the rainy alley, Cassius looked at his arm. The scratches from before were completely gone. It's healed. Moreover, he could feel his skin becoming tougher, his muscles growing stronger and more powerful than before. He also seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller. He calmed himself down, and a stream of combat techniques flooded into his brain. It was from someone identical to him, with 6 months of training memories. In that moment, he gained everything. Elephant Soul incomplete, PRIC Cling 27.6%, Stage 3. Wind Elephant Fist incomplete, Gale 9.9%, Stage 3. Wind Elephant Basic Combat Technique. Wind Elephant Basic Combat Arts, Extreme, Stage 3. The Wind Elephant Sect's Basic Combat Arts, which originally only had 2 levels, had unexpectedly increased to 3 and had grown to the Extreme level. If he thought about it in passing, numerous basic moves flowed through his mind like water, as clear as a mirror. If he thought more carefully, images of basic movements would flash before his eyes. His mastery of the Wind Elephant Sect's basic combat techniques had skyrocketed, reaching a whole new level. Cassius had a hunch that if he used the extreme stage of the Wind Elephant Sect's basic combat arts to learn the Wind Elephant covered martial arts with, it would yield twice the result with half the effort. A tree with strong roots and stems would allow its branches and leaves to grow faster and more lushly. It continued to drizzle. By the time Cassius came back to his senses, his clothes were already soaked through. He stared up at the sky, the rain falling like spiderweb threads. Cassius followed their trajectory and saw an endless expanse of deep black clouds. Thunder was rumbling like cannon fire, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Time to head back to the inn. Cassius checked the fake documents in his inner pocket, then picked up his wide-brimmed hat and the umbrella that had flown away. He turned around and his figure blended into the light rain. A day later, at the train station in the northern suburbs of Fengnan City, the tall, gray-white flat roof building loomed in the morning mist, a gray rectangular platform in front. Dozens of passengers with luggage waited for the train to arrive. A shrill whistle sounded from afar as a black-green train spewing black smoke approached the platform. The train's headlights shone like an oncoming meteor and cut through the mist. All the passengers took a step back, and a bald middle-aged man bumped into something. He spun around. A man, nearly 1.85 meters tall, stood behind him. He looked like an ordinary morning passenger with a common black coat and wide-brimmed hat. In one hand, he held a travel wooden box, a serious look on his face. Sorry about that, the middle-aged man quickly apologized. It's okay, Cassius said, taking a few steps to the left, revealing a black rectangular iron pillar behind him. Over here? Over here? Come aboard. A train attendant in a blue uniform disembarked and shouted loudly. The passengers in coats and windbreakers quickly gathered around and started lining up to board, luggage in hand. The train attendant shouted a few more times, check your tickets carefully, don't get on the wrong train. And watch your luggage and kids. In the crowd, Cassius glanced at his watch. It was 5 minutes past 7. All aboard, the train attendant patted the painted train body and yelled for the last time. Cassius picked up his suitcase and stepped onto the train. His seat was by the window, allowing him to gaze at the scenery outside. The white curtains were tied to one side, and the glass was wet from the condensation. Clang, clang, clang. White steam spewing from above, the train began accelerating as the wheels started to spin quickly. The train gradually gained speed. He reached out and wiped the glass clean. In front, rows of guard trees rushed by like fleeting shadows. Behind, the scattered lights of Fengnan City gradually got farther and farther away. Cassius took a long look. He would be back. Half a month later, in Bailiu County, Baishuan City, Edelweiss Middle School ranked 4th in the province and 1st in Baishuan City. It had both junior and senior high school divisions. Its faculty members were skilled and many students enrolled there. With a cutie. Edelweiss Middle School was dedicated not only to improving academic performance but also actively expanding the students' extracurricular interests. The streets around the school were lined with food and entertainment shops along with various sporting venues for basketball, baseball, swimming, and even archery and fencing. In addition to the multiple sports fields, Edelweiss Middle School covered a large area, with numerous tall, new buildings that were all the same style and all used for teaching. There were many similar buildings behind the teaching area. Out of all the middle schools, this was the most well-equipped and boasted the best education for students in all of Baishuan City. A towering teaching building with white walls and a blue base stood next to a circular flower bed. The sounds of the teacher's lectures along with the occasional student being called to answer questions could be heard from outside. In the first classroom near the stairs on the 3rd floor, a middle-aged teacher with glasses placed his textbook on the desk. Alright, now let's turn our books to page 107 to the next chapter, International Situation and World Structure. Everyone, please take a look. He turned and picked up a piece of chalk, quickly sketching something on the blackboard. Before long, a fairly standard world map was created, with some major countries marked and several oceans labeled in the empty spaces. The teacher dragged the chalk across the board, snapping it in the process. The Hungly Federation has been established for 156 years and, right from its inception, is one of the 3 major powers in the world. Look here. The middle-aged teacher pointed to a section of the map, which represented a large coastal country. The overall shape resembled a hand grenade, with a small indentation in the center. The Hungly Federation occupied a vast area of the map. It was almost 2/5 of a continent called the Northern Reef Continent. The Southern Reef Continent, another continent of similar size, was just below it. The eastern part of the Southern Reef Continent was also occupied by a large, flat country called the United States of Yana. To the east of the Southern and Northern Reef Continents was an exceptionally large landmass, called the Blue Star Continent. This landmass was about 4/5 the size of both continents combined. Marked on the map was the largest country in the world, the Blue Star Empire. It was about a 4th larger than the Hungly Federation and a 3rd larger than the United States of Yana. Dotting around the empire were some smaller islands. The teacher used up half of the class time just to introduce them one by one. In the classroom, by the window, in the second-to-last row, a handsome boy with brown hair and attractive eyebrows was carelessly flipping through his textbook. His eyes flicked occasionally at the blackboard and then out the window. His mind was clearly not on the lesson. "Phil, the teacher is calling you." His deskmate suddenly nudged him with his elbow. Phil snapped out of his daze and shot to his feet. With his deskmate's whispered reminder, he managed to muddle his way through the question. "Whew, thanks Milo," Phil said as he sat down. "Why have you been so absent-minded lately?" Milo, a freckled-faced boy, leaned over and asked Phil quietly. I'm about to be kicked out of the combat club. I was in the bottom 3 again last time. 2 more times, and I'll have to quit." Phil sighed, feeling regretful about being kicked out of the combat club and disappointed at not being able to see senior sister Tifa anymore. After all, that was the whole reason he joined the combat club in the first place. "Oh, that's easy. Just get some of the instructors outside the school to teach you a few moves and you'll see immediate results as long as you're willing to pay the price," Milo said. "Hungta Street. Yes. Are you familiar with that area?" "I've never been to Hungta Street. I can get familiar with it if you treat me to dinner." "Asshole." Phil laughed and punched Milo. "No talking, pay attention to the lesson." The teacher on the podium continued writing on the blackboard, not even bothering to turn his head. Ahem. The two looked up, pretending to listen to the lesson. Behind his textbook, Phil signaled an OK sign to Milo. On his left, Milo gave him a thumbs up. The school bell rang, echoing throughout the campus. Students in various colorful clothing poured out of the school almost immediately. Edelweiss Middle School certainly had a stylish uniform, but since the school didn't enforce a strict dress code, everyone simply dressed as they pleased. "Phil, want to go for some barbecue?" "Oh, Milo, you're here too? Come join us for some barbecue, we have about 8 people." A red-haired boy with a black backpack, standing not too far away, waved his hand. Beside him were some other classmates, around 3 boys and 4 girls. One of them was the beautiful class Belufi. She wore a lake blue dress that highlighted her slender waist and her fair skin looked as delicate as cream. Her black hair was braided to one side, exuding purity and elegance. She occasionally tucked the loose strands of hair behind her ears as the wind blew. Needless to say, many boys of her age found Yuffie attractive. Everywhere she went, they would shoot discreet glances in her direction as they passed. The red-haired boy waved. "So, what do you think? Want to join us?" "Forget it, Milo and I have something to do. We'll join next time." "Yeah." Phil pushed Milo's shoulder as they walked away. They passed through the avenue lined with trees and once they circled around a flower bed, they were finally outside of the school gate. Milo couldn't help speaking up. "Phil, why didn't we go for barbecue with them? Do you know how rare it is for Yuffie to hang out?" Milo asked. He ran his fingers through his hair, glancing back at the avenue where a small group of 8 people were chatting and laughing in the distance. Yuffie? What's so special about her? She's no senior sister to Fa, Phil said, switching his black shoulder bag from his left to right. But Yuffie is much prettier than senior sister to Fa. Yeah, but I never said I liked senior sister to Fa because of her looks. Anyway, you wouldn't understand. Let's go. The two ate dinner at a place nearby before making their way to Hunta Street. Phil and Milo were both 16 years old and first-year students at Edelweiss Middle School. Phil was in the combat club while Milo was in the fencing club. Nues. Milo's family was neither rich nor poor, a typical middle-class family. But Phil's family owned a business with operations in several nearby cities, so it was usually him who paid for their meals and outings. We're here. Finally. Phil took a swig of his cold drink and threw it into the trash can. He looked in front of him. The afternoon sunlight slanted onto the cobblestone road, creating a slight reflection. The roadside was gilded with a layer of golden red grass, and a few people hung rows of small flags on the trees, seemingly preparing for an upcoming event. Milo and Phil walked along one side of the sidewalk, traversing deeper into Hunta Street. A few pedestrians walked back and forth and, after passing through an archway, the buildings up ahead became more packed. There were occasional signs of a martial arts gym or training hall. Finally, Milo stopped at a corner. Phil looked up and saw a sign: Gray Seal Martial Arts Hall. The wall beside it had 2 posters, one with exaggerated bold black letters that said combat, and the other simply depicted a large fist with an explosive effect around it. Below were some notices about enrollment and fees. How is this martial arts hall different from all the others? Phil asked. Hehe. I only found out 2 or 3 days ago. 10 days ago, this Gray Seal Martial Arts Hall hired a new instructor. Very skilled and capable, plus he offers the service I told you about, combat techniques that are easy and quick to master. It's expensive, but very effective. Milo took a sip of his drink and continued. Yesterday, I came here with Xena from the fencing club, and we saw him knock Coach Kozia back in just 3 moves during a sparring match. Coach Kozia. Phil was a bit stunned. Coach Kozia was one of the 3 combat coaches Edelweiss Middle School had officially hired. He was undoubtedly skilled. Coach Kozia liked to visit nearby martial arts halls to spar with the other coaches in his spare time. He rarely lost, and the most he'd concede would be a tie. To say that it was surprising that he suffered a defeat here yesterday would be an understatement. Let's go in and take a look. Milo led Phil straight through the door. The only person in the hall was a receptionist who was quietly sitting and holding a gray-white copy of the Beiyuan Evening News. The newspaper lowered, revealing a slightly wrinkled elderly face. His hair was bald in the middle but flared dramatically on the sides, like a pair of gray-white bat wings. Hello, are you here to learn martial arts or to find an instructor? We're just looking around for now, Milo said. The two left the hall and walked along the stone road. A public exercise area was just ahead, with a paid gym further in the back. In the public area, many men and women in tight workout clothes were sweating profusely. Some were punching sandbags non-stop, some were doing squats, and others were using the equipment. Everyone here, regardless of gender, seemed to be quite fit. They all had prominent muscles and most of them had a white towel hanging around their necks. The atmosphere here was much better than that of the school's combat club. They continued walking and reached a training field. A crowd had gathered around, whispering and pointing. Look, it's Coach Kozia, Milo quickly pointed out. Phil also looked up in surprise. On the field, 2 figures were facing off. The short-haired, burly man on the left was Coach Kozia from the combat club, and the tall young man with black hair on the right was wearing a beige combat attire. At this moment, the atmosphere between the combatants was charged, with both continuously adjusting their positions. Kozia watched his opponent warily. He took a deep breath, and his leg muscles tightened. Coach Kozia made his move. A fierce straight punch was thrown. 1, 2, and in 3 moves, Coach Kozia was defeated. Impressive. Have you formally trained in combat arts? Kozia said, clutching his shoulder and wincing in pain. His face twitched slightly. You could say that. The black-haired young man raised his hands in a fist salute. No wonder. Kozia also saluted with his fists and sighed. That's amazing. Milo, is this the instructor you were talking about? What's his name? Phil excitedly patted his friend's shoulder. Li Wei. His name is Li Wei. I concede. In the center of the training field, Instructor Kozia cupped his fists and walked off the field. The crowd had been on their edge of their seats and, upon seeing this, made way for him. That Instructor Li Wei was really something? He managed to push Kozia back in just a few moves, someone whispered. A young man, who was in the middle of his workout, turned around and said, You weren't here yesterday, were you? This is the second time Kozia's lost. Last night, he was beaten in just 3 moves. That's pretty impressive. I remember that Kozia is the head instructor at Edelweiss Middle School's combat club and is quite skilled, but it looks like Gray Seal Martial Arts Hall's instructor Li Wei is on a whole different level, someone remarked to their companion, their expression eager. How about we sign up for his class? Let's go, let's go. A few people beelined for the front desk. Let's go too, or else we're going to miss out, Phil said hurriedly. This instructor Li Wei was definitely the real deal. If he could get some more lessons, he might avoid landing in the bottom of the combat club's next sparring ranking. Instructor Kozia seems to be looking at you. Milo patted Phil, who was half excited and half anxious, on the shoulder. Phil awkwardly peeked over to his right and indeed found Instructor Kozia looking back at him, a complicated expression on his face. It seemed he had heard what Phil said and was a little jealous. At Edelweiss Middle School's combat club, the three main instructors each had a group of students they taught, and Phil's instructor was Kozia. Because Phil always ranked at the bottom, he had left a pretty big impression on Kozia. Having heard Phil's words, Kozia felt somewhat angry and embarrassed that a longtime student of his wanted another instructor. It felt like someone had just stolen the crops that he had carefully been growing right from under him. But who could blame them when the other side was indeed more skilled? He had lost to the other instructor twice, and the gap in skill was obvious. If Phil wanted extra lessons, then so be it. Kozia looked away and was about to leave when Phil softly called out, "Instructor." Kozia paused slightly before hurrying off, pretending he couldn't hear. He mentally noted down this incident with Phil. Philosophy. Making me lose face on purpose. I'll put him in the death group at the next sparring session. I bet he'll be wailing in the first round. I don't think Instructor Kozia remembers me. Phil sighed in relief. Relax. Milo patted Phil's shoulder, then pointed ahead. We should hurry and sign up, there seems to be quite a few people already. Phil slapped his forehead. Right. He jogged over. The elderly man with the grey batwing hair at the front desk rolled up the newspaper and set it aside. He took out a notebook to start recording. Name, age, instructor you want to book, what time and for how many hours, and lastly, the deposit. It's not much, just 50 Hungly Federation dollars. The elderly man didn't seem to take a single breath, quickly jotting down the information in the notebook as he talked. He repeatedly stuffed the $50 into the wooden desk drawer and called people up one by one. Finally, it was Phil's turn. He immediately gave his information and a green bill to the old man. Fortunately, Phil managed to snag the last appointment slot with Instructor Li Wei for tomorrow at 6 in the evening. All right, Milo, we'll come back tomorrow, Phil said to his friend as he stepped out of the line. Right at this moment, the front door of Grey Seal Martial Arts Hall was pushed open. A tall girl with neat, ear-length hair, wearing long clothes, and carrying a backpack, strolled in. Although her features were not delicate, they were deep and appealing, evoking an air of heroism around her. A little taken aback, Phil exclaimed, "Senior Sister Tifa." Phil. Tifa was also a bit surprised. She adjusted her backpack and walked over. Phil caught a faint scent. It didn't smell like perfume but of laundry detergent. Are you here to train at the Grey Seal Martial Arts Hall too? Yeah, I heard the new instructor here, Li Wei, is really good, so my friend and I came to check it out, Phil said. Next to him, Milo, the aforementioned friend who apparently had no name, sighed. Phil wasn't usually the type to freeze at the sight of a woman, but for some reason, he always got inexplicably shy around Tifa and acted like some love-struck teenager. Phil and Tifa made some small talk before the topic quickly shifted to Instructor Li Wei. You're in Instructor Li Wei's class tomorrow? What a coincidence. I've signed up for all of his classes for the next month. Tifa glanced at her watch. Sorry, it's almost time for my class. We can talk more tomorrow afternoon. With that, Tifa turned and left. Tifa had a very well-toned figure since she had been at the combat club all the way back in middle school. Her back was also similarly impressive. Phil watched from afar until her figure disappeared. Hey, it looks like your soul left your body. Milo nudged his friend. Come on, let's go home. Wait, let's hang out here a bit longer. We can take a look around the facilities here. The atmosphere feels better than the combat club. Don't give me that crap. You just want to see more of Senior Sister Tifa. Milo knew his friend all too well. Fine, let's go in. The two of them walked through the corridor to a public area. On the right side near the white wall, a row of 8 black sandbags hung from poles. Students with their hands wrapped in white bandages were working out nearby, occasionally throwing punches left and right. The sound of punches kept echoing in the area. It may have been a public area, but it was essentially a place for professionals. Everyone training in this area were seasoned enthusiasts. Phil looked to the left, where a space had been sectioned off. Dim sunlight streamed in through the windows, casting light on a tall young man demonstrating specific combat moves to Tifa. The process was slow, with a lot of explanations in between. Power doesn't come from your hand, but from here. Cassius patted his waist. You need to learn how to quickly generate power from your waist. By engaging all of your muscles there, you'll be able to make each punch powerful. He stepped a couple steps back, moving to his right. Give it a try. Okay. Tifa, dressed in a white training attire, immediately took her stance, spreading her legs until they were shoulder-width apart. She raised her arms at her sides and showed no signs of wavering. Twisting slightly, she slowly pushed her fist forward. Cassius nodded and opened his mouth to speak when his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a familiar bitter taste began spreading in his mouth. A legendary antique. He looked in front of him. Tifa showed no signs of abnormality as she punched, so the legendary antique probably had nothing to do with her. Cassius shuffled over to the right and glanced outside. Almost immediately, he noticed Phil and Milo standing not far from the hall entrance. Could it be them? Perhaps sensing Cassius's gaze on them, Milo and Phil turned their heads, pretending to be thoroughly engrossed by the students hitting the sandbags on the right. Is my form correct, instructor? Tifa's crisp, but slightly hoarse, voice came from beside him. Cassius turned back around and said, It's fine, but you should exaggerate your movements a bit more to fully utilize your muscles. Like this. Tifa demonstrated again. Yes, that's good. Keep practicing like that while I go to the bathroom. Don't you slack off, Cassius instructed before leaving. Tifa continued practice her punches by herself in the left partition. As soon as he stepped out of the partition, the bitter taste in Cassius's mouth intensified. Compared to the Wind Elephant tusk pendant he sensed in the ruins, the taste was about 1/10 as strong. But it was there and Cassius could clearly taste it. As he moved closer toward the door, the bitterness grew stronger, making Cassius all the more certain that one of these two boys had a legendary antique. In the hallway, Phil and Milo were beginning to sweat. Instructor Li Wei was walking straight toward them. He must have realized they had been spying. Phil scratched his back and was about to speak when Cassius unexpectedly beat him to it. Are you two here to learn martial arts at Grey Seal Martial Arts Hall? Huh. Phil was taken aback, but then nodded. Yes, Instructor Li Wei. I saw you sparring with Instructor Kozia earlier, so I signed up for a class for tomorrow at 6. I saw you teaching senior sister Tifa just now so I came to watch. She's from our school's combat club. I see. Cassius stood still. Since you're both going to be my students, why don't you come over and familiarize yourselves with the training? Maybe watch how your senior sister Tifa practices combat moves. Naturally, Phil happily agreed. Next to him, Milo nudged his arm and turned his head to whisper, Phil, I didn't sign up for a class. Should I wait outside for you or go home? It's all right. I'll go up to the front desk later and help you sign up for the class the day after tomorrow, Phil whispered to Milo as he trailed after Cassius. Besides, I'm going to sign myself up for a couple more days. Come and keep me company. It's a little awkward doing this by myself. What's the point in me learning hand-to-hand combat when I use a sword to practice? Milo had a dark look on his face. You little rascal, you only want there to be your wingman. You really? A month's worth of dinners. Know how to negotiate. Milo instantly did an about-face and beamed, shaking Phil's hand firmly. Deal. Cassius, who was ahead of them, had sharp hearing and caught most of their conversation despite Phil and Milo's lowered voices. So these two kids are only here to pick up girls, huh? 10 minutes later, on the left side of the hall. By evening, the sunlight had turned into yellow blocks, casting a grid pattern on the floor through the window glass. The shadows of two boys sitting in the corner, one tall and one short, gradually elongated. Nuo Beta. I told you yesterday stay within the framework of basic combat. You're here to perfect your foundation and not to learn a quick technique like the others. Once your foundation is solid, everything else will fall into place, Cassius said. He glanced out the window. He had crammed a ton of modern combat knowledge into his mind in the past 10 days. That, plus his memories of double training, meant he had no problem teaching a student at the non-professional level. But if you're curious, I can demonstrate an explosive technique. He regarded Tifa. Come at me. Yes, sir. Tifa immediately took a basic combat stance, with one foot in front of the other. It was the best position for generating power. She took a deep breath and charged. Waist and shoulder twisting, she punched straight at Cassius's right shoulder. It was so fast that it looked like a blur to Phil and Milo. Swish! A black shadow suddenly flashed through the air. Ah! Tifa cried out, her brows furrowing in pain. She staggered back 4 or 5 steps, quickly pressing her right hand against her left shoulder. Sharp pain shot up from her joint. She stared up at her opponent. Instructor Li Wei hadn't moved at all from his original place. One of his arms was extended into the air, his 5 fingers pinching together to form a pointed cone. It was this finger cone that had struck her joint. When did Instructor Li Wei throw that punch? Tifa thought back to what had happened. She hadn't seen it coming. Amazing. Phil sniffed excitedly as he looked around from his corner. This was why he had come to Grey Seal Martial Arts Hall to improve his combat skills and learn that thing Instructor Li Wei called an explosive technique. Nothing much changed in the remaining time that they had. Cassius taught, Tifa learned, and Phil and Milo watched. This went on until the sky outside gradually darkened. Edelweiss Middle School finished at 3:30 p.m., which gave students plenty of time for club activities. It was now past 5 p.m., and the clouds were tinged with red as the sunset gradually approached the horizon. Huff, huff, huff. Tifa panted heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Instructor Li Wei's combat techniques drained a significant amount of her stamina. All right, that's enough for today. Cassius cracked open the window. He glanced at Phil and Milo, who were practically drilling holes into his back from the corner, and asked, have you had dinner? No, Tifa said, wiping the fine sweat from her white neckline. No, Phil said decisively, looking up. Then what did we just eat? Milo swiveled around to stare, wide-eyed, at Phil who stared back at him. Milo coughed twice. No, dinner's on me. Let's go. Cassius learned more about Milo and Phil over dinner, and they gradually grew more comfortable around each other. Tifa's presence seemed to bring out an earnest and straightforward side of philosophy. Whenever Cassius brought up a topic, Phil would blurt out everything that came to mind. At this point, Cassius was certain that the person with the legendary antique was Phil. His brother, Matthew, had recently collected some antiques and had given Phil a purple wood cane to play with. This was the only antique Phil had come into contact with recently. The only thing was, Cassius couldn't figure out if Phil wanted to show off or appear magnanimous. When he revealed that he was somewhat of an antique enthusiast and asked if he could take a look at the cane, Phil unexpectedly offered to give Cassius the cane tomorrow, and that he also wanted to book a month's worth of classes. Was he doing this to impress a girl? Or had he genuinely been enticed by those combat techniques earlier? Was this him showing his sincerity before becoming a disciple? Cassius couldn't tell, but he wasn't going to refuse a legendary antique brought right to his doorstep. It didn't really matter what Phil's intention was. Thanks, Phil. I appreciate it. It's no big deal. It's just an old cane. Phil brushed his hair back, his eyes unconsciously darting to Tifa. The four of them stepped out onto the street where it was gradually getting darker. I'm going home now, instructor. Tifa waved. Her route home was different from Cassius and Phil's. Cassius nodded. Go ahead. Be careful on your way back. Beside him, Phil waved, face blank. The street lights winked on, casting a faint yellow light on the dark gray cobblestone ground. An old newspaper, carried by the cold wind, drifted past the few black garbage bins lining the side of the road. The three of them walked along the small street, which stretched all the way toward the city's main road. Occasionally, they could see car lights flickering in the distance. There weren't many people left on the street at this time. The three of them were silent as they walked, but various random noises filled their ears, from the meowing of stray cats, to classical music, to the screeching sounds of furniture being moved. Every now and then, there were people angrily cursing at each other. Phil, Instructor Li Wei, I'm going this way. Milo separated from the two at an intersection and headed home, leaving Phil and Cassius alone. The two of them walked beside each other and, perhaps to avoid the awkward silence, Phil said something. Peeking up at him, Phil asked curiously, Instructor Li Wei, if you train hard enough to be a good fighter, can you beat people who have knives or other weapons? It depends on the situation. Fighting barehanded isn't an issue as long as you're 100% confident in your abilities. But if you're someone who's just casually learning combat, you should definitely run in the opposite direction if you see thugs or knife-carrying criminals. The faster, the better. It's only natural that people who fight with weapons are more likely to win. After all, you're pitting someone who fights with their bare hands against someone who fights with a firearm. Unless... Cassius paused. Unless you're able to train your body to become harder than steel, your punches to be faster than bullets, and your blows to be as powerful as bombs. Otherwise, people with weapons will always have the edge over those who don't. Doesn't that kind of thing only happen in comics? Like the one that's really popular now, Captain Hungly. Phil scratched his head. Superheroes like that don't exist in the real world. Perhaps not. Cassius didn't sound so certain. He had only just lifted a corner into the deo of the covert martial arts. There were still so many mysteries shrouded in the deep fog. If he didn't rip the cover off completely, Cassius would never know what the limits of martial arts were, like whether it could counter guns, bullets, or even nuclear weapons. Oh right, this world hadn't developed nuclear weapons yet. The two of them continued walking, engaging in small talk until they reached a section of the road where the streetlights were considerably dimmer. Crunch. A black shoe stepped on a small pebble. Phil slipped, but Cassius quickly caught him. Thanks, Instru. Phil's words were cut off as his eyes widened. Zing! A shiny silver dagger launched out from the corner of the alley, its tip gleaming lethally in the light like a viper. Behind the dagger were a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. Beta Epsilon. Ah! Phil screamed. It was coming straight for his neck. Whoosh! A calloused fist swept through the air like a violent gust of wind, striking the man's elbow with a crisp crack. Ding! The dagger flew out of his hand and clattered to the ground. The attacker stumbled to the right, his face ghastly pale. His arm flailed like a windmill and droplets of blood spurted from his sleeve. He was in agony, breaking out in a cold sweat. That single hit had broken the man's arm. Kill them, the man shouted. He threw himself forward, using his other hand to draw another dagger from his waist at the same time. There's more of them. Cassius's heart tightened. It was like a switch had just flipped inside of him. He sprinted toward them, his agile body making him look like a nimble leopard. He faced the dagger head-on. His robust arms clamped down like two steel pillars and twisted at an incredible speed. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking in quick succession echoed. The arm holding the dagger now looked like a pretzel. Its red muscle fibers were snapped in half, exposing the white bone inside. Blood splattered all over Cassius's hands. Cassius took a deep breath. The air tasted metallic. Rage bubbled from within him, and his iron fist swung like a steel pillar. Thud! The man's head was hit with the force of a heavy hammer and his whole body flew diagonally to the left. He smashed against the garbage can with a loud bang, and blood spurted out of his head uncontrollably. The surface of the iron garbage can had a noticeable dent. Ha! The man exhaled once. And that was it. I killed someone again. Cassius felt inexplicably calm. While the darkness hid his expression, it could not hide how his fists trembled with excitement. Every muscle in his arm seemed to be twitching. Bright red blood continued to drip down his knuckles. What's happening to me? Cassius thought. In that moment, killing didn't fill him with fear like usual. Instead, an irrepressible thrill surged through him. His dark primal instincts were buried deep inside his heart and it was almost as if a blood-red balloon had been punctured, releasing those desires from within. His blood was boiling to the point of evaporation. An invisible hand squeezed his heart and it seemed to have taken control of his brain. Somewhere deep inside of him, a bloodthirsty beast had awakened. It's the shadow demon. It must be because of that inhuman monster's influence? Cassius glanced at the elongated shadow behind him. The shadow seemed to squirm, as if in protest. You guys asked for this. Cassius whipped around, his legs muscles tensing up like a pair of springs. It released and he hurtled at the 3 incoming attackers with his blood-stained fists. Phil stood at the side, dumbfounded. All he could see was Instructor Li Wei charging straight for the assailants. In the next second, the leader was slammed directly into the grey wall. His sinister face caved in, his nose flattening from the impact, and one eyeball had exploded. Blood mixed with shattered bone ran down his face in large volumes. Ding! Cassius spun and delivered a side kick, sending the dagger in the attacker's hand flying. Then he crashed into the attacker's body, squeezing himself right below their noses. His hands shot straight up like a lotus blossom. The second attacker's jaw made a cracking sound as his head snapped up so hard all they saw was the sky. His eyes were filled with shock and blood spilled from his mouth. Thud! His body slumped down. Cassius kicked off the wall, using the momentum to throw himself in the opposite direction like a tiger pouncing on its prey. His fists came together, one on top of the other, slamming into the last attacker's chest like a javelin. Immediately, the man staggered back, and his body trembled violently. He continued backing away until he hit a wall. It didn't take long before blood, combined with chunks of his shattered organs, gushed out of his mouth. One author casually narrating a mental note to himself. Phil was stunned, as was the woman hiding in the dark nearby. There's an expert. She held her breath, cautiously sidling along the wall until the shadows swallowed her up. Those were assassins just now. They were sent here to kill you, Cassius said, glancing at Phil who had gone deathly pale. What kind of business does your family actually do? The yellow light of the street lamps and shadows blended together under the night sky. Is this your home? Cassius gazed before him. A grey and white estate with tall walls and wrought iron gates sprawled before them. They could vaguely see the tops of trees and the hazy outlines of rooftops. A quick scan told him that this was a villa area. Most wealthy people in Baishuan City had property here. Yes, but I don't usually live here. I live closer to school, on Honeysuckle Street. It's my brother who usually stays here, but my mom comes over from time to time. Cassius picked at his fingernails. There was a layer of dried blood on them. Let's go then. Half an hour later, they were in a brightly lit and cozy hall. Phil sat on a brown leather sofa, sipping hot coffee from a white porcelain cup. He seemed to have calmed down quite a bit compared to his previous panicked state. The hall's decor was simple but luxurious, with a glistening crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling and a variety of wooden furniture, velvet cushions, and glass coffee tables placed inside. Golden thorn flower-patterned wallpaper plastered the walls, where brightly colored, abstract landscape oil paintings hung above. Several pretty young maids served tea and water. Phil was clearly not from an ordinary family. According to him, both his father and brother ran several companies that operated in multiple cities. Cassius sat next to Phil, a transparent coffee table with 3 white coffee saucers trimmed in gold in front of him. A handsome young man with a refined and elegant aura sat on the opposite sofa. He was Matthew, Phil's 26-year-old older brother. He had his brown hair swept back, showing off bold and refined features. He had a broad forehead, a pair of half-moon gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Underneath his white shirt, his skin glowed a healthy light bronze. A silver pocket watch chain peeked out from his shirt pocket. I've already sent someone to deal with the bodies. We were really lucky that Mr. Li Wei was there this time, otherwise, Phil would have been in serious trouble. Matthew gently set his coffee cup down. It's nothing, I barely lifted a finger. Cassius took a small sip of coffee and swallowed slowly. Brother, why would anyone want to kill me? It was really terrifying. The second I saw that knife, my mind completely blanked out. I was that scared. Thankfully. Phil glanced at Cassius beside him, his eyes shining with gratitude. Since you asked, there's no point in me hiding this from you anymore. Matthew glanced at Cassius and continued, Mr. Li Wei can listen as well. What Matthew said next was an incredible load of information. In short, Phil's family didn't run an ordinary company. It operated in the morally gray, between black and white. The company's main business could be summed up in one word: alcohol. Yes. You see, the Hungly Federation imposed a law from February of the 130th year which lasted until June the following year, known as the Trent Prohibition Act, which prohibited alcohol. This law was enacted on February 18th. According to this law, manufacturing, selling, or even transporting beverages with an alcohol content over 0.6% was illegal. While drinking at home wasn't a crime, people who drank with friends or held banquets that had alcohol there would be fined. The maximum penalty was a 3,500 Hungly Federation dollars fine and 6 months of imprisonment. And only people over 20 years old with proof of age could buy alcohol from specifically designated places. This law was supposed to advocate against drinking and reduce cases of social crime. All it did, though, was give rise to rampant bootlegging with many profiting from illegal alcohol sales, and to the rise of some criminal organizations that profited greatly. The Federation government repealed this law, lifting restrictions on private alcohol sales after June of the 151th year. In theory, anyone could now start a company and sell alcohol as long as they had a license. But the reality was that some organizations had spent 20-some years entrenching themselves in the alcohol trade, their influence extending into the dark corners of the cities. Therefore, a newly formed liquor company looking to sell in a county or city couldn't just bypass these organizations, they had to negotiate profit sharing with them. There was no way to avoid these organizations as they were also involved in other trades. Phil's father founded the Conan Company, which had the backing of the Ace of Spades, a large criminal organization. one of the largest organizations in Bibliu County. They had a wide range of interests. On the surface, they handled legitimate businesses like alcohol, tobacco, and transport. But behind closed doors, they dealt in contraband goods like firearms, shady antiques, and drugs. They also offered things like protection or assassination services, all for a steep price. Normally, no one would dare mess with a big shot like Ace of Spades. But a group called Duststorm had popped up in the past few months in Bibliu County. Their presence grew stronger as they had very aggressive and combative members. Other major organizations in Bibliu County had suffered losses at the hands of Duststorm, and now they had set their sights on Ace of Spades. As a result, companies like Khan & Company, who had business dealings with Ace of Spades, were caught in the crossfire. They specifically targeted the weak and the vulnerable, which unfortunately included Phil. I see. Cassius sipped his coffee. Phil was even more shocked than Cassius. He had always thought that his family ran a transport and beverage company. Never did he dream that their main business would be alcohol, not to mention getting involved with certain organizations. 10 minutes later, Phil went to his room in the villa and found the purple wood cane in the corner. Phil wasn't very interested in antiques, so after Matthew gave him the cane, he hadn't really paid much attention to it. Since instructor Li Wei, the antique enthusiast, saved his life, it only seemed right that he give him the cane. Thud, thud, thud. Phil came down with the purple wood cane in hand. It was as long as his arm. He handed it to Cassius without hesitation. Cassius clicked his tongue, a familiar taste spreading over it. He took it, a solemn expression on his face. The moment his fingers touched the cane, the bitterness in Cassius's mouth intensified. The harsh taste was stronger than unsweetened coffee. It's finally mine. The purple wood cane lay across his knees. It was as thick as an adult's thumb. A golden eagle head adorned the top of the cane, the border inlaid with pearls and carvings encircling the cane. Pale silver acanthus leaves clustered around the eagle head. The cane looked modestly luxurious. Cassius tried to restrain his excitement. First, he sat on the sofa and played with the cane for a while, maintaining the persona of an antique enthusiast as he conducted a thorough inspection. After 6 or so minutes of chatting with Matthew, all the while admiring the cane, he excused himself and went to the restroom. Both sides of the carpeted rectangular hallway had bronze wall lamps placed equidistant apart. The lamps emitted a faint glow, enveloping the entire hallway in a cozy, soft yellow light. Cassius headed for the restroom. Upon seeing no one around, he bit his thumb hard. It instantly started bleeding. He pressed his thumb against the cane and an icy stream of air instantly wrapped around his thumb. It was a strange sensation, like an octopus licking his wound. In the next moment, the cold air rushed into his wound, numbing Cassius's entire right arm and spreading up to his mouth. A biting chill accompanied it. It was June, clearly early summer, but Cassius felt like he was in an ice cellar. His face was numb from the cold, like he had just swallowed a large piece of ice on a hot day. The cold shot straight to his brain, numbing his entire body. Fortunately, both the numbness and iciness passed as quickly as they came. In just a few seconds, Cassius absorbed the freezing sting, and the cane stopped emitting the cold energy. He braced one hand against the wall, exhaling a long breath. When he raised his head, numbers began to appear in his view. Lingering attachment, 1.1. As a standard measurement, a single instance of time travel required 1 unit of lingering attachment. With the purple wood cane containing 1.1 units of lingering attachment, this had a bit more energy than what was required for one time travel. I see, the lingering attachment contained in different antiques varies. I wonder what determines the strength of this energy. Cassius muttered to himself, rubbing the cane in his hand. Once again, his eyes flicked to the upper right corner, where a wind elephant tusk pendant symbol hung alone above the lingering attachment display. There were no other symbols beside it like, say, a wooden cane with a golden eagle head, for example. Cassius narrowed his eyes and gently probed around with his senses. He understood. Not all legendary antiques could generate symbols like the wind elephant tusk pendant. Most of them just contained lingering attachment, which meant there were 2 types of antiques. The first type was what Cassius called legendary antiques. Like the wind elephant tusk pendant, these antiques contain lingering attachment and the owner's time travel nodes, which was how Cassius got to train. For instance, the wind elephant tusk pendant's original owner, Li Wei, had 3 key nodes: the youth training camp incident, the ruthless battle, and the path of vengeance. The second type was what Cassius called antiques with lingering attachment. As the name suggested, these antiques only had lingering attachment and did not have the time travel nodes like the wind elephant tusk pendant. For example, the purple wood cane he just absorbed only provided the lingering attachment energy. He collected himself and looked at his thumb. The wound had already scabbed over. He glanced at the wall on his right. A small blood spot marred the smooth surface from when he had steadied himself earlier. Cassius casually swiped his hand over it. He turned and walked toward the restroom. Cassius washed his hands briefly and cleaned the blood-stained cane for good measure. Then he turned and retraced his steps. Once he left the hallway, he arrived at the villa's hall. He stepped on the marble floor in his black shoes and froze. A familiar taste spread over his tongue. Cassius clicked his tongue, glanced at the cane, and clicked again. It instantly clicked in his brain. There were other antiques with lingering attachment in this villa besides the purple wood cane, with grave N. As expected of a wealthy businessman owning several multi-city companies. His house was full of antiques. This was turning out to be quite a fruitful day for Cassius. With such a delightful surprise, a genuine smile spread across his face. It makes sense. The reason why I didn't notice anything while walking from the living room was because I had the purple wood cane. The bitterness of the other antiques with lingering attachment from afar wasn't noticeable compared to the bitterness of the cane I was holding. Since I've already sensed it, there's no reason to let this pass me by. I just need the lingering attachment energy. Even if it's not a legendary antique, I can just absorb its energy and return it afterward, Cassius thought. He hadn't specified to Matthew whether he was going number 1 or a number 2, so if he spent a few extra minutes in the restroom for a number 2, nobody would bat an eye. With this in mind, Cassius quickly scanned his surroundings. No one was around, not even the occasional servant passing by. He immediately walked into the hall and used his tongue, not unlike how a search and rescue dog might use its nose, to track down the source of the bitterness. The closer he got to the antiques with lingering attachment, the more bitter his mouth tasted. After about 3 minutes of wandering through the hall, he became increasingly certain the source was on the 2nd or 3rd floor. He spotted a spiral staircase with bronze railings and a spherical handle on the hall's right. Cassius glanced up, then leaped up the stairs on light feet like a fast and agile leopard. A few seconds later, he landed on the 2nd floor, all without making a single sound. To be frank, a covert martial arts practitioner wasn't stupid enough to starve to death. His muscle control made him quite an exceptional thief. He could scale walls easily and move silently, and should he get discovered, he could quite easily make his escape. However, no covert martial arts practitioner would stoop to stealing. They had other ways to make money. Standing at the 2nd floor landing, Cassius heightened his senses briefly. The source of the bitterness was on the 2nd floor. Ahead of him was a spacious hall like the one on the 1st floor, with cabinets, coffee tables, and sofas. Several oil paintings similarly decorated the walls, with potted plants and decorative antiques in the corners. Further down, 2 hallways diverged into opposite directions, leading to different areas of the 2nd floor. Rooms dotted along the hallway, and at the end of one of the hallways, occasional sounds could be heard from behind one of them with a dark red wooden door. The brass label above read one word, study. Whitebird, dust storms people attacked my son. It's not this one. Cassius slowly walked down the 2nd floor hall, touching objects that looked like they could be antiques. 3 minutes later, he removed his hand from a painting at the corridor's corner, then turned to look at the nearby study. His shoes made no sound as Cassius walked up and stood before the study's door. He could hear a man's muffled voice from inside. There seemed to be 2 people talking about Ace of Spades and Duststorm. One of them was the 2 brothers' father, who was on the phone, and the other was the villa's butler. Cassius caught a key piece of information from their conversation. Ace of Spades was planning to retaliate against Duststorm in the coming few months, with one of the locations being Baishuan City. Duststorm had secured a batch of dubious antiques from an outer district and had plans to transport them to Baishuan City for an exhibition and auction this month. Some of these antiques had tragic backstories, but whether they were real or completely fabricated by Duststorm was a different story. Regardless, they were the auction's centerpiece. Given the large number of antiques, Duststorm was going to make a considerable profit from reselling these to wealthy individuals in Baishuan City and nearby towns. And, well, Ace of Spades wasn't going to let that happen. Ideally, the interception would happen during the transfer. That would teach Duststorm a lesson they would never forget. July 25th, after midnight. Warehouse on 118 Baika Street, Baishuan City. Black-fought transport vehicle, usually with 3 men escorting it. Possibly armed. Cassius noted the information down. He wasn't sure if it would be useful, but nobody could predict what would happen in the future. Who knew? This could save his life one day. It's here. The source of the bitterness. It was an antique vase used as decoration at the study's entrance. Predominantly white with a retro blue-green hue, the vase's rim had a faint gold edge with patterns extending down to the base. Cassius pressed his thumb against it. A familiar sensation washed over him as cool air rushed into the wound. Lingering attachment, 1.1 rightward arrow 1.2 rightward arrow 1.3 rightward arrow 1.4. So cold. Cassius felt the lingering attachment rapidly increase as he endured the chilling sensation that made his muscles stiffen and shiver. Thud. The vase trembled slightly. The conversation inside stopped. Click. The study door suddenly opened. A burly middle-aged man in a white shirt and brown vest stepped out. He had a stern demeanor, meticulously groomed hair, a brown beard, and sharp eyes. With his chiseled features, the man's overall air gave the impression of an eagle in flight. With grave new yes. The man glanced around the corridor but saw nothing out of the ordinary. He closed the door, and resumed his conversation with the butler. Put 50,000 Federation dollars in an envelope. I need to properly thank that Mr. Li Wei later. Wait, add another 20,000. 70,000 Federation dollars should be good. Back in the 1st floor living room, Cassius walked in from the hallway. Sorry, my stomach was suddenly acting up. Thanks for waiting. It's all right. Matthew smiled slightly. I was just talking with Phil about the Grayseal Martial Arts Hall. He wants to learn some real combat techniques for self-defense. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Mr. Li Wei to teach him these next few months. Phil swiveled to look at him, hope brimming in his eyes, from beside his brother. Not a problem. As long as he genuinely wants to learn combat techniques and trains with me, he will definitely see results. Cassius returned to the sofa, cane in hand. The three of them continued talking for another 5 minutes until a burly man in a white shirt descended the stairs and entered the living room. Father. Phil and Matthew got to their feet. Mr. Jason. Cassius politely stood up as well. The man before them was Jason Hudson, Matthew, and Phil's father. He had an imperceptible aura of authority, with strong eyebrows and a gaze that left an impression. Haha, we can drop the formalities. Let's sit and chat, Jason said to Cassius with a smile, gesturing for everyone to sit down. When Cassius sat down, he was handed a bulging brown envelope. Something seemed to be stuffed inside. I want to thank you for your help earlier, Mr. Li Wei. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to see my Phil again, Jason said, ruffling Phil's head. This is a small token of my gratitude. I won't have you refusing this. He placed the envelope firmly into Cassius's lap and withdrew his hand. Then, thank you. Cassius wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. He had left Fengnan City for Baishuan City and applied to be an instructor at Grey Seal Martial Arts Hall to make money. After all, if he wanted to continue practicing the Wind Elephant covert martial arts, he would need an assortment of special medicines and ointments, all of which required a lot of money. Moreover, Cassius needed to find legendary antiques and antiques with lingering attachment whenever possible. Having the right connections and enough funds were also important. Perhaps establishing a relationship with the Hudson family would be beneficial. More than half an hour had passed. A cool breeze blew over. Cassius took a deep breath of the night air and turned back around to gaze at the brightly lit grey and white villa. He looked at the upper right corner, and he couldn't help the hint of joy appearing on his face. Lingering attachment, 1.9. He had absorbed 2 antiques with lingering attachment, the purple wood cane which provided 1.1 units, and the white vase which provided 0.8 units. He was well prepared for his next time travel. Cassius speculated that the lingering attachment required for the different time travel nodes probably varied since they represented different periods of Li Wei's strength. The first time travel to the youth training camp incident required 1 unit, and it was very likely the ruthless battle required more, but no more than 2 units. Either way, he had more or less secured his next time travel, which gave Cassius some breathing room. Of course, this didn't mean that he would stop searching for antiques with lingering attachment. He still visited various antique shops in Baishuan City every other day, hoping to find something valuable. A very generous $70,000. Cassius walked down the avenue toward his residence, opening Jason's token of gratitude along the way. There were 7 thick bundles of yellow bills, each bundle containing 100 Li Federation dollar notes, inside the brown envelope. Li Federation was notably one of the world's 3 powerhouses, making its currency quite valuable with good purchasing power. I'll go to the pharmacy for herbs tomorrow morning, visit antique shops in Baishuan City later, and then head to the Grey Seal Martial Arts Hall in the afternoon. Cassius muttered to himself. Although his packed schedule meant he was going to be busy for some time, he felt fulfilled, which was rare for him. Strolling along the avenue, he soon arrived at a rectangular bus platform with a brass sign. It's 7:30. There won't be any more buses, but I wonder if there are any horse carriages? Cassius walked further down the platform, leaning on his cane. Horse carriages were practically extinct in the major cities of the Li Federation and even in first and second tier cities, and only occasionally appeared in smaller cities like Fengnan City and Baishuan City. A decade ago, horse carriages were a common mode of transport, but they had gradually been replaced by cars and buses. A leaf fell from a roadside ornamental tree. Jingle, jingle. In the distance, a black canopied, 2-horse carriage approached. There were no pedestrians left on the road, and only the dim yellow lights from the buildings on the opposite street could be seen in the distance. Pale moonlight filtered through the clouds, barely illuminating the hazy shadows in the corners. The black canopied carriage soon stopped at the elevated platform, and Cassius took a seat. He leaned against the brown leather seat and noted that the sides were quite minimalistic in its varnishings and carvings, since this was for normal passengers. It was nothing like the luxurious Baroque style. Those carriages were extremely lavish with spacious and comfortable canopies, dazzling golden statues at the rear, and even gilded and embossed wheels. They were symbols of wealth and status of the past. With the rapid advancement of technology, small cars gradually replaced the old carriages, and stretch limousines took the place of luxurious carriages. Where are you heading, customer? An old man with a head full of white hair asked, reins raised. 25, Flag Street, Jessica Apartments. All right, sit tight. The horses started moving, and the vehicle lurched forward. Sitting in the carriage, Cassius surveyed the somewhat desolate street scenery on both sides. There were rows of light yellow houses lined like building blocks. Combined with the black European-style candelabra streetlights and the occasional tall grayish-white spire buildings that looked like they were either apartments or churches, it looked simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar, making Cassius feel a bit sentimental. He took the stacks of bills from the envelope and tucked them all into the large, buttoned inner pocket of his coat. Finally, he tossed the envelope out and remarked to the coachman, "What are you planning to do by taking me to a secluded place?" Whoosh! A straight fist suddenly came from the front. Cassius was about to punch back when a cold glint between the knuckles of the attacking fist caught his eye. He quickly dodged to the left and threw himself out of the window and into a roll. "You must be with those guys from this evening." Cassius used his hand to push lightly off the rough bricks of the gray and white road and sprang upright. Thud! The coachman jumped down from the carriage, his sturdy black leather boots slapping the ground. His originally hunched body straightened up and his initial medium build expanded inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, he became a powerfully built man. Height-wise, he was half a head taller than Cassius. Don't lump me in with those trash. His voice was hoarse. He sounded completely different from the old man's tone from before. Under the moonlight, the coachman tore off his disguise, revealing a fierce and chiseled face. He looked about 30 and his light green eyes emitted a venomous, snake-like savageness. His temples bulged, and the veins on his neck prominent. He had short hair that stuck up like steel needles and he wore a silver ring on his right index finger. A silver needle gleamed faintly from between his index and middle fingers. You're pretty skilled. Did you train in boxing, sanda, or street fighting? The man chucked the needle to the ground. The tip of the needle seemed to be coated in poison. I was going to make it look like an assassin had killed you, but I've changed my mind, he said, cracking his neck with a series of pops. He spread his arms, his bulging muscles clearly visible. Kill me? Don't make me laugh. Cassius hated arrogant enemies the most, especially those who had no fighting ethics. Hope you're this mouthy when you're begging for mercy. No sooner had he uttered those words than the man charged wildly. Cassius quickly took his stance, readying himself to use the Wind Elephant Sect's combat arts to face his foe. Whoosh! A quick hook cut through the air with a faint whooshing sound. Cassius immediately retaliated with a punch, his shoulder muscles swelling. He stepped forward, switching from defense to full offense. With a smack, the man's arm was knocked aside. He swung with his right fist, aiming at his shoulder. The man quickly dodged to one side, but as soon as his foot hit the ground, he countered with a knee strike. A calloused palm and knee collided fiercely in midair. Both parties jumped back. Cassius shook his slightly numb hand while the man rotated his right foot. After one clash, neither had the edge over the other. Alpha Thailand body S. A third stage professional at least, or maybe fourth stage. Not bad, but I've killed fifth stage experts before. The man narrowed his eyes, and a murderous aura exuded out of him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of punches slamming into flesh echoed in the secluded alley. Two figures fought fiercely, using various body parts as weapons: fists, feet, knees, arms, and even elbows. Every strike targeted a vital point, and if they reacted even just a little slower, it would be lethal. This was no regulated match, this was a true fight to the death. At first, Cassius struggled to keep up with the man's vicious rhythm. After all, the man seemed to be a professional killer with rich abundance of combat experience. But thanks to instructor Lisa's relentless real-life combat training, he quickly adapted. He, too, had fought hundreds of battles and therefore had a rich foundation. Guided by his memories, he was able to quickly find countermeasures against the killer's cunning attacks. He was able to skillfully connect his attacks and his movements became more polished. Smack! Cassius's fist struck the man's arm. The immense force caused his muscles to tremble, forcing the man to stagger backward. That was a powerful swinging fist. The man couldn't help feeling slightly impressed as he wondered where this young man's combat style came from. The boxing framework was perfect, practically flawless. The arm swing was also exceptionally fast and powerful, and came at tricky angles. I might have misjudged his skill level, maybe he's actually at the fifth stage. I'll have to use other moves. The man shook his hand and narrowed his eyes. He suddenly stepped back, dodging Cassius's swinging arm. His steps shifted slightly as he moved to the right. Under the hazy moonlight, a dark shadow suddenly darted close. Mandala explosive technique. The man inhaled and exhaled quickly. A series of pops came from his right arm as his muscles swelled, his arm growing at least 40 to 50% stronger than usual. He advanced with heavy steps, and threw a punch at Cassius. Thud! Two fists, larger than usual, collided ferociously, both of their thick arm muscles rippling from the impact. The force was so great, their sleeves exploded with a ripping sound. Explosive technique. Cassius murmured. He knows how to do that too? The man's eyes widened instantly. His eyes blazed with a murderous light as his left hand shot out like lightning, a cold gleam flashing between his knuckles. Smack! Like a steel whip, an arm shot out and instantly struck the man's wrist, forcing him to drop the steel needle with a ding. Another explosive technique? The man's pupils contracted as he kicked at Cassius's groin. While forcing Cassius back, he twisted around and fled. Don't run. One after another, the two figures dashed into a dark alley, the sound of their rapid footsteps echoing in the narrow space. The man tried to duck around a corner, but Cassius pursued him aggressively. A cold gleam flashed before his eyes, the blade tinted red. Thud! Cassius kicked, sending the burly man flying. His clothes scraped against the rough ground, making a rustling sound. Face twisted in pain as he got to his feet. He first looked briefly at the dagger that was now far out of his reach, before wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The man quickly leaped over the wall and disappeared into the darkness of the neighborhood. At the corner of the street, Cassius decided not to go after him. He glanced at his right arm. His forearm sleeve had been slashed open, blood oozing out in a line that was as long as his palm, and gradually dyeing the surrounding fabric red. It was a superficial wound, however. Cassius hurried forward and picked up the silver dagger from the ground. The blade was slightly curved and looked very thin, with an edge that was polished to an exceptional smoothness. But it was not poisoned. Phew. He exhaled deeply, his pounding heart slowly calming down, and his breathing gradually returning to normal. While it was possible to become immune to lethal poison, Cassius, in his current physical condition, was not quite there yet. He would need to train the Wind Elephant covert martial arts to a highly advanced level to be able to suppress and be partially immune to some toxins. Because once those toxins invaded the body, it would be hard for any living being to not be affected, and experiencing detrimental symptoms was basically inevitable. But if he looked at it another way, if he couldn't become immune to the poison from weapons, then he might as well not try. If he trained his muscles and skin to be as hard as iron so that the weapon's blades wouldn't be able to cut through his skin, the result would be the same. In the Wind Elephant covert martial arts, the elephant's soul had 3 levels: Cling, Bug Bite, and Burning Wind, and unlocking each level would improve the practitioner's physicality significantly. Although Cassius had not even reached 30% of the first level, Cling, his physical fitness and strength had seen remarkable improvement. Despite the fact that the assassin was half a head taller than Cassius, he had actually been at a slight disadvantage during their fight. His physical advantage had been completely nullified by Cassius's elephant soul, and Cassius even managed to come out on top. Cassius's muscle strength was also likely much higher than the burly man's. If he could master the first level of elephant soul, Cling, or even the second level, Bug Bite, not only would daggers no longer be an issue, maybe a small caliber handgun. Cassius lightly patted the dust off his hands, putting a stop to his daydreaming. With one hand pressed to his wound, he rushed off. Next time, I'm bringing a dagger. White clouds floated in the azure sky the next day. A ray of sunlight shone through the golden-edged gap, making the rooftops of gray-white buildings and the leaves of low trees sparkle. In Baishuan City, at 25 Flag Street Jessica Apartments. On the 4th floor, in a sunlit room, a light blue embroidered curtain blocked most of the sunlight, with a single beam slanting through the gap. A rectangular strip of golden light divided the room on the white floor tiles. The sunlight slowly lit upon the brown bed sheet, making it warm to the touch. An angular face lay on the bed, eyes closed. He wasn't particularly handsome, but there was an inexplicable aura of determination in his brows. A series of crisp bird calls suddenly sounded from outside the window. Cassius opened his eyes, his expression somewhat confused. He had been dreaming that he had turned into the original Li Wei. On that rainy night, Finn and his 2 thug buddies were tearing at Li Chu's clothes while he hid in the corner like a coward, trembling alongside the rumbling thunder. Damn it! Cassius cursed softly, getting up. He wasn't the original Li Wei. The things that the original cowardly Li Wei was too afraid to do, Cassius did them all during his transmigration. He beat people up, saved his sister, and beat people up again, and Cassius would have killed them all, had it not been for the restrictions. He has always held the belief that people were not born to be submissive. If one kept blindly giving in, they would only push themselves to the edge of the cliff. Anuoi. Back in the youth training camp, Cassius lived the way Li Wei wanted to live, and he did what Li Wei most wanted to do. But these weren't just Li Wei's desires, Cassius wanted to do them too. Even if the time travel was a mere illusion and he was ultimately unable to change the past, Cassius still wanted to get back at those people for Li Wei, for Li Chu, and for himself. Of course, all of this was only possible if he had strong fists. The day before, he had made 70,000 Federation dollars, which was just enough to buy medicinal herbs. He got up and strolled over to the window, pulling open the curtains. The bright sunlight immediately illuminated the white room, sweeping away any shadows. He opened the window and took a breath of fresh air. The sunlight fell on the sparse green vegetation below, revealing a verdant sheen. Next to Jessica Apartments was a camphor road with 2 rows of tall, sturdy trees, rustling in the wind. In the parking spaces around the edge, there were about 5 parked black goldfish mouth cars, their roofs buried beneath fallen branches and leaves that had accumulated from the night before. Happy Holy Bath Festival. Happy holidays. Down in the street, a long procession slowly approached. The leaders wore traditional costumes, and the women, draped in black gauzy headscarves, were all young and beautiful. They carried flower baskets in one hand and scattered petals with the other. Amongst the crowd, some held religious symbols like crosses, some carried white ribbon flowers, and others played musical instruments. There were about 100 people in total. Residents on both sides lined the street in welcome, with some even standing deliberately in the path of the falling petals and letting the white petals land on their heads. This was the Holy Bath Festival, a nationwide festival in the Hongli Federation. Originally a religious festival, it had become much more widespread. The women scattering white petals on people's heads was meant to mimic the ritual of pouring holy water all over the body and washing away sin and impurity. In general, it carried a positive connotation. Adults liked the festival. Children even more so, because the Holy Bath Festival meant they had a day off from school and had no homework. Cassius quickly freshened up in the bathroom at Jessica Apartments. Then he got dressed and walked down the stairs. A chubby old lady with white hair shuffled toward him. She wore a floral dress, reading glasses, and leaned on a cane. Good morning, Madam Jessica. Cassius waved to the landlady of the apartments. Good morning, Mr. Demetrius. There was a slight hesitation in Madam Jessica's voice before she responded. She turned to watch Cassius's back, seemingly frowning in thought. Everyone in the apartments knew Madam Jessica had a poor memory, which was why Cassius didn't care what name she called him. Let's eat breakfast first. Cassius glanced at the white petals on the ground before walking down the camphor tree road. A fragrant scent wafted from afar. There were numerous breakfast shops along the north side of Flag Street. Their cast-iron gates were already drawn up, with the shop owners and their helpers busily preparing various types of hot food, grilled meat sandwiches, oatmeal porridge, and sausage and bacon. Next to the breakfast shops, some bakeries were also open, with customers already buying goods. The air was filled with the fragrant scent of freshly baked bread. Cassius's martial arts training consumed a lot of energy, so naturally, he had a large appetite. He ordered a bowl of oatmeal porridge, 3 grilled sausages, and 2 grilled meat and vegetable sandwiches, and finished them all in just a few bites. Under the scattered golden spots of sunlight, Cassius stood by a camphor tree, holding a stack of newspapers in his left hand that was wrapped snugly around a mouth-watering dish of freshly fried fish and chips. In his right hand, he clutched a cup of steaming hot milk. Smells good. He was about to chow down, when it dawned on him that he probably shouldn't eat seafood since his wound hadn't healed yet. It was a bit frustrating, but he didn't have much of a choice. All he could do was tilt his head back and drink the milk in one shot before heading to the pharmacy in the distance. As he passed by the Purple Lake Park, Cassius placed the fish and chips on a black bench. If the park cleaners didn't take it, a homeless person would. Ding, ding, ding. A series of crisp bells rang from the front. A mailman in a hooded cap and a striking blue uniform rode his bicycle down the path, a bluish-green crossbody bag, filled with mail from distant places at his waist. Ring, ring. Cassius and the mailman passed by each other. In just one morning, he had spent 10,000 Hungly Federation dollars. This was truly the epitome of spending money like water. If anything, it proved that practicing martial arts required some family assets. Someone truly poor and without any support wouldn't be able to even take the first step in learning martial arts. At 11:30 a.m., with 2 large bags on his shoulders, Cassius walked back to Jessica Apartments. Each bulging bag was the size of a small child and weighed almost 50 pounds. It would be impossible to carry them so far back without some strength. With a creak, he closed the door and put down the 2 bags. Thud, thud. Folding open the bag's mouth, he took out packet after packet of herbs wrapped in newspaper. A strong herbal aroma immediately filled the room. After half an hour, Cassius finally got up from the floor. On his right was a large area of sorted herb packets, each representing 1 herbal bath dose. On his left was a pile of various herbs of different sizes, used for making ointments and could be stored for a long time. Usually, they would be stored in bottles to make it easier to carry. As for the training method, naturally, a daily herbal bath was the best provided one had the money. Because herbal baths used a lot of herbs every time, it would inevitably waste some herbs, the sight of which could really make one's heart ache. But ointments were a different story. They wasted little to no herbs, were portable, and had a long shelf life. Their only drawback was that they produced less effective training results. Members of the Wind Elephant Sect had the luxury of choosing their preferred method. Generally, the sect provided them with a monthly amount of ointment. But times have changed. The Hungly Federation of 70 years ago was vastly different from the Hungly Federation of 70 years later. The rapid development of technology meant that the once rare and precious herbs were now more readily available. Moreover, with the revolutionary development of transportation and vehicles, it didn't cost as much to transport herbs. The origin of herbs expanded from a single county to the entire Hungly Federation, and even reached all of the countries along the sea routes. Cassius looked at the 70 or 80 packets of herbs for herbal baths at his feet and nodded in satisfaction. These would last him about 3 months. Being able to take an herbal bath every day was something that even the Wind Elephant Sect leader's son could only dream of doing. As every single herb in the concoction was crucial, the production of these baths was dependent on the rarest herb in the formula called Langson grass. Only 2 places in Byleo County produced it. However, 70 years later, a province in the Blue Star continent of the Blue Star Empire managed to mass-produce this herb and transported shiploads of it to the Hungly Federation. As a result, it wasn't as expensive, not dirt cheap but relatively affordable. In fact, the price of Langson grass was even cheaper than other herbs. Thus, this was the advancement of an era. From noon until 1:30 p.m., Cassius busied himself with making the ointment needed for elephant soul. The heavy scent of fire and herbs wafted through the windows and up to the sky. Luckily, Cassius lived on the top floor of Jessica Apartments and had no neighbors above him, otherwise, he was likely going to get complaints as the brewing medicine had an extremely strong smell. Even he couldn't stand it. Forget 4 months, there must be half a year or even a year's supply in here. Cassius placed 2 diamond-shaped glass jars, each the size of a normal person's head, filled with black ointment, in the cabinet. Engie. The ointment still needed to be sealed and fermented for a week before use. Once it smelled like riverbank mud, it was ready. Cassius would then divide these 2 large bottles into numerous small ones for future use. He quickly went to the living room and packed all the herbs into a large bag, placing it in a cool, dry place. After that, Cassius went to take a cold shower. 5 minutes later, in front of the mirror, he looked at his right forearm. The scab on the wound had completely fallen off, leaving only a white outline of newly grown skin. His martial arts training seemed to give him a much more powerful healing ability than that of an average person's. At the very least, minor injuries healed faster. Cassius dried himself and got dressed. He then pulled the curtains aside and tied them with a black cord, hoping the smell would disperse. The herbal smell in the room was too strong and probably wouldn't dissipate for an entire afternoon. As he opened the door, Cassius grabbed the black wide-brimmed hat from the coat rack. He twisted the cold metal handle and strolled out. He walked down the stairs, turned right, and found himself on the Camphor Tree Road. Some vendors were pushing their stalls and getting ready to return during dinner time. Cassius stared at the buildings across the street. Most were grayish-white, Victorian-style buildings. Above the dormer windows were gables that were decorated with carvings or lace outlines. The walls were made of red bricks, with many intricate corner carvings. As he walked, he saw that the houses here all had iron railings outside, with metal decorative plates on the arch railings. He could see small trees decorated with hanging ribbons behind the railings. The owners of these houses were not poor, nor were they wealthy businessmen like the Hudson family. They were middle class and relatively well off with respectable jobs. In some industries in Baishuan City, they could, at least, be considered elites. Cassius hailed a carriage by the roadside and left Flag Street. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at a crossroad platform. After paying the fare, he got off the carriage. The buildings flanking the street were quite different from before. These were obviously quite a bit shorter and the street was rather empty. The only things on the streets were black street lamps that looked like candle holders, each with 2 protruding brackets beside the bulbs. Cassius followed the checkered brick sidewalk, passing by the pale yellow buildings, and turned right at the intersection. He walked further down and spotted a dense forest hiding behind the black mountain face at the end of the secluded road. No one would have guessed that a small antique shop had opened its doors in this area. A rectangular metal sign hung above the shop, Old Man's Antique Shop. Well, that's an odd name, Cassius thought. Most people who named their shop like this would still slap a name onto it like Old Man Charlie's Antique Shop, but the owner of this shop seemed quite capricious. Cassius had actually visited the day before. The shop was owned by a thin old man with round glasses and who had a very strange temper. Despite this, Cassius quite liked the shop. The lack of patrons was strangely appealing. He pressed a hand over his bulging left chest. He had a good feeling about his antique shopping adventures this time. Hopefully, he would be able to find some antiques with lingering attachments, or maybe even legendary antiques. Otherwise, all the gold and silver in the world wouldn't be enough to buy what he needed. After a brief pause, he pushed open the door and entered. "Welcome to Old Man's Antique Shop," an aged voice sounded from behind the red counter at the entrance. An old man in a white shirt and yellow vest raised his head slightly. "Hey, old man." Cassius waved. He wasn't someone who made friends easily, in fact, he was quite indifferent. But for some reason, Cassius felt a close affinity with this old man. Maybe their personalities just naturally clicked? Either way, this antique shop gave him a sense of comfort. The last time he was here in the shop, he stayed so late it was dusk by the time he left. The old man had treated him to a soybean sandwich, which was a rather odd choice of food, but admittedly quite tasty. "Li Wei, have you had lunch?" The old man slowly put down what he was holding. He shuffled around the counter and picked up a plate. "Not yet, I was going to eat on Nington Street." Cassius had no time to eat earlier because he was busy sorting herbs and making ointments. "This soybean sandwich will hold you over for now." The old man handed over the plate where there was, indeed, a sandwich. Cassius didn't stand on ceremony and quickly grabbed it. "Thanks, old man." "Haha." The old man chortled happily, his white eyebrows twitching. There was a kind twinkle in his small eyes as he squinted at him. "Are you giving customers those weird soybean sandwiches again, old man?" A mischievous voice came from the door. A little girl wearing a children's t-shirt was clutching a large ice cream cone. Her eyes shifted from the old man then to Cassius. "What's weird about it? Soybean sandwiches are clearly the best sandwiches in the world," the old man retorted, looking annoyed. "On that note, did you skip school, little you?" "Old man, you're confused again. Today is the Holy Bath Festival so there aren't any classes," the little girl shouted, seemingly afraid that the old man couldn't hear her. She walked all the way upstairs without turning back. "Aya, how dare you lecture this old man?" The old man brandished the empty plate in his hand. "By the way, when will Uncle Yoon be back?" The little girl peeked out from atop the stairs, the cowlick on top of her head quivering. "At least another month. He's on a ship, coming back from the United States of Yana," the old man said, setting down the plate. "And don't change the subject. You still haven't answered my question, you little rascal." Cassius couldn't help smiling as he watched the scene before him. The little girl and the old man were quite cute together. In terms of personality, of course. With Gravo, he had known since his last visit that the old man and little Yu were not from the Hungly Federation, but from the Blue Star Empire. Their Uncle Yun's overseas business seemed to be related to antiques as every now and then, a small shipment of them would be sent to the old man in Baishuan City. But none of these antiques were of particular value, except of the peculiar kind. Watching the old man storm up the stairs, Cassius shook his head helplessly. Maybe they were actually similar when it came to throwing tempers. What was the saying? The older a person gets, the more their temper resembles a child's? Maybe they also became purer at heart? Cassius turned his attention to the shelves in the antique shop. From the outside, the old man's antique shop looked tiny, but the space inside was quite large. More than a dozen light yellow shelves were clustered in the shop's center. One could tell, just from a first glance, that these were probably handmade as the edges showed wood grain and the points of rivet nails. The shelves held a myriad of odd little trinkets like music boxes, old pocket watches, thick books, parchment paper. Beside the shelves, there were low counters covered in yellow cloth that had larger antiques on display, like bust sculptures, broken iron swords, old oil paintings, and ceramic pots that could either be teapots or chamber pots. In short, peculiar, and definitely not professionally categorized as one might see in larger antique shops. However, the variety was absolutely staggering. Cassius did his usual thing. He started inspecting from left to right, then from the front rows to the back of the shop. Although his golden tongue had the ability to detect bitterness, it wasn't always accurate. The first time Cassius approached the senior brother with the Wind Elephant tusk pendant, he didn't taste any bitterness. Touching the antiques directly was still the most accurate way to find them. If they contained any lingering attachment, his arm would tingle and a bitter taste would spread in his mouth. But if some antiques with lingering attachment were hidden too deeply and could only be detected if his arm was wounded, Cassius would have no choice but to give up. After all, it wasn't like he could go around pressing a bloody thumb on everything. Getting kicked out of every store aside, he also wasn't too keen on the rust and contracting a bacteria infection. He walked along the shelves, touching the antiques from one side to the other but found nothing out of the ordinary. Putting down the goblet in his hand, he picked up a nearby bronze coin. Its surface was rough and old, and though it felt like metal, it was heavily oxidized and wasn't sturdy. Cassius rubbed it lightly with his thumb, and his eyebrow instantly shot up. There's a very familiar bitter taste. Is today my lucky day? His mouth curved up involuntarily. Hallelujah! The coin in his hand was an antique with lingering attachment. After checking his surroundings, Cassius started rubbing it more forcefully. The bitterness grew stronger, but it seemed like there was something obstructing the absorption of lingering attachment on the coin's surface, like it required closer contact. He bit his fingertip decisively and pressed against it lightly. A stream of icy air stabbed into his skin. The number in the top right corner of his vision jumped twice. Lingering attachment, 1.9 rightward arrow 2.0 rightward arrow 2.1. It was a bit low, but Cassius didn't mind. He was plenty satisfied with having just the lingering attachment. One quick glance at the shelf and he immediately found around 8 similar coins. On one side of the coin was a crown with a crooked cross on top, the other side was inscribed with a large number 50. Cassius picked up the coins one by one and repeated his trick. Surprisingly, he actually found another one containing lingering attachment. Lingering attachment, 2.1 rightward arrow 2.3. Squeezing the coin in his palm, he shouted toward the counter, "Old man, how much for these coins?" "What did you say?" The old man's voice came from somewhere around the counter. "I said, how much for these coins?" Cassius raised his voice so the slightly deaf old man could hear. "Oh, now I can hear you. Let me come and take a look." The old man walked over and Cassius handed him the 8 coins in his hand. With the sunlight filtering through the antique shop's window, it gave the copper coins a slightly reflective quality. The two of them could clearly say that the coins were engraved with a raised emblem of a crown that had gemstones with intricate markings embedded in, and a cross sitting atop. Except, the cross was tilted slightly to the right. "These are crown stars. I'll charge you $10 a piece. They're not really worth anything unless you're a coin collector," the old man explained as he put the magnifying glass down. $10 a piece, and at 8 coins, this would come out to a total of 80. It was pretty cheap. Cassius actually had principles when it came to things like these. He'd usually buy the antique after absorbing the lingering attachment energy. It wouldn't sit right with him, otherwise, even if the shop owner was none the wiser. Now if he came across an antique he couldn't afford, Cassius wouldn't pretend to be the good guy. After all, he was the only one who could absorb the lingering attachment from the antique, and once he did, it wasn't like the antique would change. No one would be able to tell the difference and the shop could still make a profit by selling it to other people. And when it came to making reasonable usage of his special ability to enhance his strength, Cassius's principles became a little more flexible. "I'll buy them all," he said. He pulled out a pale yellow Hungly Federation banknote from his pocket. The front showed the number 100, and the back depicted a middle-aged man with thick hair and a prominent hooked nose, Grand Duke Hungly from over a century ago. "Wait a moment, let me go to the counter and get your change." "No need, old man. Consider the extra 20 as payment for the soybean sandwich. I actually quite like the taste." The old man beamed when he heard that Cassius liked the soybean sandwich. "I'll get a box for you to put them in then." He picked up a beautifully exquisite wooden box from the shelf. The box alone looked like it cost more than the $20. Cassius's generosity had backfired on him, but he accepted it in the end, because he found it a little difficult to refuse the old man when he clearly meant well. Plus Cassius wasn't fussy about such small matters. Elderly people sometimes did this as a sign of respect. Excessive humility might make them feel like their goodwill was not appreciated. Once the exchange was completed, Cassius took the opportunity to ask the old man about the coins' origins. These copper coins all had the same design and were clearly from a series. Although the old man was forgetful, he had a sharp memory when it came to his antiques. The tilted crown emblem on this coin was called the Crown Star, originally named the Saint Basaway Crown. Several hundred years ago, in the northern reef continent of the Hungly Federation, there existed the Duchy of Lant, which was originally under the Puka dynasty's rule. Of course, the Puka dynasty no longer existed in the present. Back then, Grand Duke Basaway inherited his father's position to become the Duke of Lant, and was later crowned king. During this time, he crafted the first crown in Lant's history, which became known as the Crown Star coin. Being the pious person that he was, he placed a golden cross at the top of the crown, making for quite a luxurious appearance. 200 years ago, much to everyone's shock, the crown accidentally fell to the ground, bending the golden cross on top. The king at the time, and the ones after, didn't bother straightening it and simply wore the crooked crown during their coronations. Later on, the $50 land coins featured the crooked crown. 150 years ago, just after the Hungary Federation was founded, the Duchy of Lant launched a revolution, and the king was sent to the guillotine. During the execution, the crowd threw coins and Wally Four's blood, the blood of the king, turned the coins red. A with ring above OES. Years later, many people collected these coins because of its historical significance. But no one really knew which ones truly had the emperor's blood on them since plenty $50 land coins existed, which meant these coins weren't very valuable. During the antique craze 20 years ago, they were quite popular because you could buy one for cheap and boast about its story to friends. Nowadays, they were only popular amongst some coin collectors. As for where the coins in the shop came from, the old man himself was not sure. Most of the strange antiques in the shop were sent by Uncle Yoon, who was a big traveler. If Cassius wanted answers, he'd have to wait at least a month for Uncle Yoon to be back. A month. Hopefully, I'm still here in Baishuan City then. Cassius bid farewell to the old man, picked up the box, and left the antique shop. There were hardly any pedestrians on the street now. There probably won't be any buses or carriages passing through here. Looks like I'll have to walk to the main road myself. Cassius lamented. Cassius hit up most of the antique shops in Baishuan City between 2 p.m. to 3:50 p.m. Most of his time was spent traveling as he had come up with quite an efficient routine when scouring the shops. He only needed to check the new antiques that had arrived in the past 2 days. Aside from the unexpected finds at the old man's antique shop, the day was just like any other. He ended up spending over $100 on transportation. Thud. His shoes hit the hard ground. A tall young man with a wide-brimmed hat stepped off the tram, surveyed the nearby Hunta Street, and then started walking, casually tossing his ticket into a trash can. KRRRK. The door of the Grey Seal Martial Arts Hall was pushed open. The old man with bat-like hair was sitting at the counter and was thoroughly engrossed in his newspaper. In fact, he was concentrating so hard, he didn't even notice Cassius coming in until his shadow blocked the page. Cassius had barely looked down before he averted his gaze. He was speechless. Hidden behind the Baishuan Morning News was a thick porn magazine featuring seductive women in suggestive clothing, complete with descriptive introductions and measurements. Ahem, ahem. The old man quickly shoved the magazine underneath the counter, coughing awkwardly. Oh, you're here, Instructor Li Wei. Your students are waiting. Here's the key to the training room. Cassius laughed, grabbed the key, and turned to leave. What are you, some kind of ghost? Waltzing in here without making a sound? The old man grumbled. Once he was assured that no one else was around him, he resumed his little scheme. He lowered his head, hunched his shoulders, and squinted his eyes, concentrating on the task at hand. He looked very much like a pervert with his lecherous expression. In the main hall of the Grey Seal Martial Arts Hall public area. Hope you guys didn't wait too long. Cassius glanced over to his right as he entered. 4 boys and 1 girl, all in their Grey Seal Martial Arts Hall student attire, were in the midst of warming up. Some were punching sandbags, while others were adjusting the gym equipment. Cassius recognized 3 of the upturned faces from the previous night. Tifa, Milo, and Phil, whom he had taken out to dinner. The other 2 were new students who had registered the day before. It's okay, Instructor Li Wei. There were still 5 minutes before class starts, so we were just warming up, Tifa said, lowering her fist from the sandbag. Her pretty figure was obvious even in workout clothes. Cassius nodded. By the way, Tifa, can you open the training room for me? I'm going to the locker room to change. He tossed the key over to her. The room number is on it. The rest of you can follow her. Yes. Okay. Cassius watched the 5 of them leave before he walked down the corridor to the instructor's locker room. He opened his personal locker and quickly changed into a sturdy beige combat attire. After chucking his clothes and hat inside, he locked the locker and walked back out, the pale yellow light shining down on him. 10 minutes later, in training room B15, Phil was in a lunge position, his back straight, left fist tucked at his waist, and right fist extended forward. As Cassius continuously corrected his posture, he explained to the 4 onlookers, it's important that your punching stance is correct since it's a fundamental aspect of martial art. If your basics are even just a little off, everything you learn afterward will be skewed and you'll be at a significant disadvantage compared to others. 2 minutes later, Phil's forehead was dripping with sweat. His body was trembling, and his joints felt numb. Exhausted as he was, he felt less tired when he sensed Tifa gazing at him from the side. Emotionally, at least, he wasn't tired. All right, Phil, take a break. Cassius patted Phil's shoulder. There was a fine line between persistence and overexertion. One was good and the other not so much. Cassius had replicated Instructor Lisa's teaching method from the youth training camp. By publicly pointing out every mistake a student made, it would leave a lasting impression on them. Afterward, the students would stand in the correct posture for 3 to 4 minutes. The student would remember about half of the correct stance in a single session, barring any issues with their mental fortitude, which would help them a lot for future training. Of course, there were also students who were extremely prideful and sensitive to criticism. Cassius made sure that he understood Phil's personality before doing this. Whew. Phil relaxed with a sigh and glanced over at Tifa, who was listening to the lesson with rapt attention. He discreetly shifted closer. Alright, let's demonstrate the next move. Milo, come up here. Phil looked at his friend. Milo got up with great reluctance and walked over. As he passed Phil, he seemed to mutter under his breath, why should a swordsman learn how to punch? Nigerian Nairai. Time flew by. 2 hours was the perfect amount of time for training. Cassius glanced at his watch and saw it was exactly 6. Alright, let's stop here for today. See you all tomorrow. Cassius opened the door of the training room and made his way over to the public area. A group of students who were also headed in that direction to change, followed behind. Back on Hunta Street, the sky in the horizon was turning a flaming red. Pale yellow clouds blended with the sunset, creating a peculiar mix of colors. A flock of blackbirds flew from west to east and the cold wind rustled the fallen leaves and torn newspapers on the ground. A man wearing a black jacket and jeans stood tall under the twilight sky. He wore sunglasses and held a cigarette, slowly exhaling a smoke ring. Here we are. Grey Seal Martial Arts Hall. Li Wei. The corner of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. SSHH. His big hand crushed the cigarette butt. The tall figure strolled toward the martial arts hall. Once he entered the hall, the man asked, so, you're Li Wei, and you are? Cassius looked curiously at the man in sunglasses. The man was around his height, and a strong smoky smell seemed to cling to him. Never mind that. I heard you're pretty good at martial arts. Let's have a match. The man slicked back his thick hair, a cocky grin plastered over his face. Out of habit, the man pulled a cigarette out from his pocket, smirking. What's the matter? You afraid? Martial arts hall rules, you need to pay a challenge fee first, Cassius said calmly. Needless to say, there was a fee for challenges. If there wasn't, he'd have been harassed to death. Why should he waste time dealing with random hooligans when he could spend that time training his covert martial arts? Ah, really? The man in sunglasses looked around. Some curious students nodded in affirmation. All right. He cracked his neck nonchalantly and marched over to the front desk. Just as he was about to speak to the old man engrossed in his magazine, a voice interrupted him. Martial arts hall rules, no smoking inside. Ah, really? The man in sunglasses looked up and saw the no smoking sign behind the old man. Coughing twice, he quietly put the cigarette back into his pocket. I want to challenge that guy named Li Wei. The man pulled out his black wallet. How much is it? The old man glanced up, then returned to his magazine. Instructor Li Wei? That'll be 1,000. The man in sunglasses froze with his wallet open. How much? 1,000. The old man's voice was loud. He sounded profoundly irritated that his reading had been interrupted. That much. The man in sunglasses coughed awkwardly under the heavy stares around him. Let me see. 1, 2, 7, 8, 9. That was all he had. Damn, I'm 100 short, the man cursed. It's all right, 900 will do. I'll cover the rest, Cassius said, unexpectedly handing over a bill. Thanks, man. The man in sunglasses smirked. He handed the 10 bills to the old man at the counter. 5 minutes later, under the evening sky, the man in sunglasses stood frozen on the street, staring blankly at the door of the Grey Seal Martial Arts Hall in front of him. 10 moves. He lasted only 10 moves. All he had gained for his efforts was a bruised cheek. Plus, he was now short 900 Hungly Federation bills that he usually reserved for cigarettes. Couldn't block his punches at all. He's definitely a stage 5 in combat moves. Maybe, he's even an expert at the peak of stage 5. The man in sunglasses' words unconsciously slipped out. In the villa's main hall, 2 men sat on 2 soft, comfortable sofas. A refined young man in a white shirt sat on the left while the burly man in sunglasses and leather jacket sat on the right. He's really at the peak of stage 5. The young man lightly propped up his gold-rimmed glasses, the half-moon lenses reflecting slightly. Why would I lie? Look at me. The man in sunglasses jabbed at the white medical patch on his left cheek. It hardly hurt, but what did hurt was being humiliated in the martial arts hall. Kieran was used to handling shady business for Matthew. He wasn't normally a restrained person and would have blown up in such a situation, but he had to hold back since Matthew's brother, Phil, was there. It just pained him that he had lost the 900 for his precious cigarettes. Peak of stage 5, huh? There's some value in befriending this Li Wei. Matthew's handsome face broke into a smile as he snapped his fingers. I'll pick my brother up after school tomorrow afternoon. Ahem, could you cover my travel expenses? The man in sunglasses rubbed his chin. How much is it? 900. What kind of ride costs $900? The next day at Edelweiss Middle School. It was 3:30 p.m. The quiet campus came alive at the sound of the bell signaling dismissal. Soon, a tidal wave of students surged out. They headed home once they found their parents waiting at the school gate. Most of the students separated into smaller groups to go to their extracurricular clubs. Some of them were held within the school and some without, with the club instructors being teachers or professional coaches hired by the school. What are you doing here, brother? Phil had just walked out of the dark green iron gate and was shocked to see his brother there. Matthew was always busy with business and the only time he had picked him up was at the beginning of the semester. Philosophy. Matthew stood to the side and waved, a smile on his face. He wore a white shirt paired with a brown striped tweed jacket and the latest style of dark red loafers. A gray and white bowler hat was perched on his head, and the same gold-rimmed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose. Every inch of him screamed elegance. The afternoon sun cast a golden glow on Matthew's face. A sliver of a silver watch chain peeked out from his shirt pocket. Compared to the other parents, Matthew was dazzling, radiating the aura of a successful businessman and social elite. "Is that your brother, Phil? He's so handsome." A group of 5 girls from his class chattered behind him. From the curious glances they shot at Matthew, it was clear what they were discussing. Phil ignored the fangirls. "Why is your brother picking you up?" Milo, who was standing beside him, asked. He fiddled with his backpack. "I don't know, maybe something happened." Phil shook his head, then scurried over. "Brother, why are you picking me up today? Hey, what's with your tone? Can't a brother show he cares every once in a while?" Matthew said exasperatingly, tilting his hat down to block the sun. "Come on, I'll treat you to some good food. I still have to go to Instructor Li Wei's class at 4. Phil scratched his head, a little conflicted. "Oh, that's no problem. I'll drive you to the Gracie Martial Arts Hall for your combat lesson first, then pick you and Instructor Li Wei up at 6, and we can all have dinner together. I've always thought that father's handling the other day wasn't very proper. It seems insincere to just give money. At the very least, we should have a meal together to show our gratitude. What do you think?" "Yeah, that sounds good. I'll invite Instructor Li Wei once we get to the Gracie Martial Arts Hall." Phil immediately agreed to Matthew's plan. At this time, Milo, who had been behind them, also walked over. "Come on, Milo. My brother's giving us a ride," Phil said. A Heights Noya car drove slowly on the streets of Baishuan City, the ornamental trees and black street lamps on both sides blurring past. Sitting in the comfortable back seat, Milo admired the luxurious dark gold stripes, the spacious interior, and the fluffy, expensive carpet. He felt like he gained a new understanding of just how wealthy Phil's family was. With Tildanu. 5 minutes later, on Hunta Street. "We're leaving now, brother." Phil waved from the roadside. "Go on." Matthew gestured toward the Gracie Martial Arts Hall. "I know." Phil nodded and walked over with Milo. At 6 p.m., the sky at dusk changed dramatically. The wind was strong and blew through the clouds, spreading a gradient of red and yellow through the sky. Patches of the setting sun would occasionally peek through. The door of the Gracie Martial Arts Hall swung open, and Phil and Cassius stepped out, chatting with each other. After a few steps, they spotted a black car parked by the roadside. Unlike the bulky, turtle shell-like cars that were commonplace, this one was elongated. If one had to make a comparison, it was like a stretched Lincoln. Its corners were rounded, and it had silver decorations along the bottom edge. On the hood was a light gold crescent moon emblem. The driver's side window rolled down a couple inches, revealing a handsome face. Matthew gently patted the car door. "Get in." Cassius and Phil quickly slid into the back seat, a flurry of the usual pleasantries and courtesies echoing back and forth in the car. Matthew had reserved a window seat on the 5th floor of the Purple Sky restaurant. The view there was supposed to be nice, and the food was quite delicious, but the biggest selling point was the pleasant and comfortable atmosphere, making it perfect for friendly conversations but not for formal business discussions. The reservation was set for 6:30 p.m. but a few appetizers were already laid out by the time the 3 of them arrived at the table. Matthew and Cassius were talking happily with each other in no time, while enjoying the food. Whether they were putting on an act or it was genuine, it seemed like they got along very well. The 2 of them had clearly only met twice over a span of 4 hours, but they had already dropped the formalities and were calling each other by their first names. Dinner began drawing to a close. Matthew seemed to have downed a few too many drinks, and was drunk enough to address Cassius as brother. He even made an enthusiastic promise to him: if Cassius came into any trouble, he would definitely help, as long as it was within his capacity. The alcohol also seemed to be talking for Cassius, as he wasted no time in asking for 2 favors. The first was to find coins. The second was to find herbs. Matthew readily agreed, saying that he would help Cassius with these tasks starting tomorrow and promising to get them done within 2 weeks. Meanwhile, when Cassius wasn't throwing back drink after drink, he was expressing his gratitude profusely. With the constant toasting, the meal lasted a full 3 hours. By the time they finished, it was almost 10 p.m. At 10:10 p.m., on Flag Street, at Jessica's apartment. "No need to send me off, my apartment is just ahead." Cassius reeked of alcohol as he lumbered out of the car. He walked toward the building, waving as he left. "Take care." Matthew, by the car window, waved back. He didn't stop waving until Cassius's figure rounded the corner. He then rolled up the window. He blinked, and the drunken cloudiness in his eyes instantly cleared. It didn't look like he had been drinking at all at dinner. He rested in the driver's seat for a while. Matthew glanced at his sleeping brother in the back seat, took a sip from the teacup beside him, then stepped on the gas pedal. The long car soon disappeared into the night. At Jessica's apartment, on the top floor, by the bedroom window, a tall figure stood silently like a statue in the darkness, looking down at the street. As soon as the black car drove off, the figure closed the window and drew the curtains. The bedroom light clicked on, the soft yellow glow becoming the only light in the apartment building. More than a week had flown by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already June 28th. In an empty room on the 4th floor of Jessica's apartment, the air was filled with the pervasive pungent smell of steaming medicinal water. A light yellow wooden barrel filled with hot water and a packet of herbs was nestled in the corner of the room. The herb packet continually released black substances into the hot water, making the water darker and murkier as time went on. Creak. A naked Cassius walked in. Although the curtains were drawn shut and the room was dim, his strong, bronze body was still visible. He took a quick whiff of the pungent medicinal water, picked up the ointment from the nearby cabinet, and smeared a black layer of it all over his face. Then, he stepped into the wooden barrel and sat cross-legged with everything below his neck immersed in the medicinal water. Only his ointment-covered head remained above the water so he could breathe. Cassius emptied his mind, allowing himself to feel the burning sensation on his skin, and adopted the special posture of elephant soul. It was designed to complement the medicinal bath. The cross-legged position, the curve of the waist, and the placement of the arms all had specific requirements. Moreover, he had to stay in this position for at least half an hour. There was also a corresponding breathing method. Hu, hiss, hu, hiss. With the special posture, breathing method, and medicinal water all in place, it only took 5 minutes of Cassius sitting cross-legged for him to feel a liquid-like substance seeping into his muscles. A burning sensation and an increasingly strong prickling feeling quickly followed. It felt like every part of his body was being lightly pricked by steel needles. It started off as a gentle poke at first before progressing to a light jab. It was stimulating but not painful, similar to a needle merely breaking the skin's surface and not going any deeper. His elephant soul was still far from perfect. Completing the first level, prickling, should feel like 1,000 needles piercing all over his body. Cassius speculated that this sensation was due to the large amount of medicinal nutrients penetrating the skin and being absorbed by the muscles. In other words, the greater the stimulation, the more intense the prickling. The higher the level of training, the better results of elephant soul he was going to see. In this way, elephant soul was essentially a form of extreme hardship training where perseverance and willpower held the primary advantage. Talent and constitution were obviously still important, but they were not the sole determinants. Cassius felt a bit of clarity rising within him. Half an hour later, the medicinal liquid in the barrel had cooled, and the prickling sensation had all but disappeared. Cassius ended his training and took a quick shower in the bathroom. Then he emptied the medicinal water, cleaned the barrel, and got dressed. He pulled the curtains from the living room window aside, letting in the morning sunlight and fresh air. Cassius glanced at the text in the upper right corner. Elephant soul incomplete, prickling 32.7%, stage 3. Wind Elephant Fist incomplete, Gale 14.8%, stage 3. He was making good progress, Elephant Soul had surpassed 30%. Progress had slowed for Wind Elephant Fist, but that was understandable. The best way to train martial arts was through real combat, but Baishuan City didn't have many combat experts. If he wanted to improve quickly, he'd have to train using his time travel ability. Cassius peered down at the street below the apartment. A black car with a silver bottom had just parked in an empty spot by the road, and a woman with fringed blonde hair got out. She was holding something and walking toward Jessica Apartments. That's Matthew's car. Is there news? Cassius raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. That day, he had thought to test his luck with Matthew and made 2 requests. It seemed like there was already a response. A few days ago, Cassius had asked Matthew for 2 favors over drinks. One of them was to find crown stars. Each of these antiques only provided about 0.2 lingering attachment, but the upside was that they were relatively easy to find. Any coin stained with the real blood of that unfortunate beheaded emperor contained lingering attachment, making it a reliable and traceable source. Cassius's second favor was about herbs. Specifically, the Langzhen grass. Cassius obviously wanted to take full advantage of the fact that he was currently living 70 years after Li Wei's era. If things went according to plan, the rewards he'd reap would be enormous. Naturally, he set his sights on the precious Langzhen grass. 70 years ago, due to the climate and production environment, there were only 2 places in the entire Bailu County that Langzhen grass grew in. It was available only in specific seasons, and with supply being so scarce, this made the Wind Elephant Sect's training medicine all the more precious. Ordinary disciples wouldn't even have the right to a single soak. Many of the core members and elders even had to scrimp and save. But things were different for Cassius. He soaked once a day and used a whole barrel each time. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted Cassius's thoughts. Is Mr. Li Wei there? Coming. 10 minutes later, Cassius sat on a soft sofa near the balcony, his back facing the sunlight as he flipped through the documents in his hand. There was bad news and good news. The bad news was that the Crown Stars coin's popularity had dwindled in recent years. All of the major antique stores and companies didn't seem to have many, making them difficult to find. It would take quite some time for them to reach Cassius's hands, but once Matthew had collected a sizable amount, he would get them delivered. And now the good news. Using the information Cassius gave him, Matthew had asked a friend in the herbal business to get data on Langzhen grass cultivation fields in Bailu County and 2 nearby counties over the past 70 years. Luckily, the documents stated that the 3rd Langzhen grass cultivation field was in Bailu County. It had flourished 65 years ago. Prior to it turning into an artificial cultivation field, wild Langzhen grass clusters had grown there, but no one had ever discovered it. And then someone had stumbled across this cultivation field hidden deep in a remote mountain forest. Beginning as early as 60 years ago, the Langzhen grass from this field had taken over the market because they were able to produce good quality Langzhen grass in large quantities. To this day, it still produced and sold affordable Langzhen grass. Phew. I wonder if the era I time travel to replicates the entire world? If that's the case, then my plan is possible. Cassius placed the documents on the coffee table, knowing that once he revealed this Langson grass cultivation field's information, it would likely shake the entire Wind Elephant Sect. More Langson grass meant more training potion, which meant faster martial progress, which meant a prospering sect. Even if the higher UPS of the Wind Elephant Sect didn't worship Cassius with the same fervor they did their ancestors, they'd, at the very least, give him a substantial reward once he revealed the existence of the Langson grass cultivation field. It wouldn't make sense to leave someone to freeze out in the snow after they had just gathered firewood for people, just like how it wouldn't make sense to abandon someone trapped in the thorns after they had cleared the path to freedom. Of course, he needed to think carefully about how he was going to reveal it, through what means, and through whose mouth. Cassius wasn't stupid enough to go up himself and speak directly to the higher UPS of the Wind Elephant Sect. Once the time came, he'd assess the situation before he made any kind of decision. His eyes caught on the address, Black Sand City, Jianmu Town, Bayerna Mountain. He was hit with an inexplicable sense of familiarity and his eyes lit up. What a coincidence? Isn't this Li Wei's hometown? Flower Road Village in Jianmu Town, Black Sand City? He sprang to his feet, muttering to himself, what day is it today? The 28th. Cassius nodded slightly. The shadow manifestation is going to happen at 6 o'clock in the evening on July 4th. There's enough time. I need to go to Black Sand City and see for myself. If all goes well, I might even find a reason to explain how I discovered the Langson grass cultivation field. It's the perfect time to go back home. 4 days later, Cassius stood at the train station platform in Baishuan City. A travel-worn and weary young man in a coat stepped down from the platform. Despite the exhaustion in his face, his eyes were bright and sharp. He left the train station, hailed a carriage, and returned to his apartment. It was July 2nd. He still had one more day left to prepare. The items Cassius borrowed from Matthew arrived on the morning of July 3rd. A young man handed him a bulging bag and reminded Cassius to use it carefully. Or better yet, not at all. In the afternoon of July 3rd, at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Baishuan City, the light was dim in this vast and secured space. A rotting smell from a pile of junk at the edge of the warehouse pervaded the air. On the far side of the warehouse door, a young man sat on a redwood chair, playing with a black pistol in his hand. After checking that the magazine was fully loaded and ready to fire, Cassius tucked the pistol back into his waist holster. He was no fool. And he wasn't foolish enough to sit around and wait for death to come knocking. The time travel ability was useful, but there was no guarantee that he could resolve the original owner's attachment each and every time. If he failed to do so, Cassius would have to return to reality and fight the shadow with his original ability. While the time travel ability was a fairly stable trump card, the more safeguards he had, the better. He planned to run some tests to figure out the rules of the shadow and thereby find some loopholes. For example, would Cassius face a weakened duplicate if he ingested a poison that would weaken him the day before and then take the antidote when the shadow manifested? What if he weakened himself by fasting for 2 days? Or chose not to sleep for 2 days to make himself neurotic? Or how about now, where he was carrying an extra modern weapon? Surely, the shadow couldn't possibly duplicate weapons, could it? Maybe, if he was lucky, he could shoot the shadow in the head as soon as it manifested and it would die instantly, but there were too many uncertain variables. With this vague expectation in mind, time slowly ticked to 6 p.m. on July 3rd. At this point, Cassius himself was the shadow he would face a day later. As convoluted as it was now, it would become more clear once he actually experienced it. With diuresis. Click. The minute hand on the watch pointed straight at 6 p.m. Cassius did not move. He continued waiting. The best time to time travel was 7 p.m. This way, not only would Cassius have enough time to deal with the shadow duplicate, it would also minimize the chances of someone bearing witness to Cassius killing Cassius. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly. He exhaled and continued to wait. Finally, just as the sky outside the warehouse turned completely dark, the black hand on the silver watch pointed to 7. Cassius squeezed the wind elephant tusk pendant on his neck tightly. It's starting. The familiar bitter taste filled his mouth, and streams of icy air invaded his mind, making his head tingle and swell. In the upper right corner of his vision, the stored lingering attachment decreased a little at a time, and the icy feeling throughout his body gradually subsided. Lingering attachment, 2.3 rightward arrow 0.8. Buzz. Cassius's head roared as if he had a diesel engine running at high speed inside. He slowly scanned around his surroundings as a vague sensation gradually spread throughout his consciousness. It was like vast swathes of mysterious and unknown gray mist were billowing around him. The rotting smell in the warehouse gradually dissipated. The whole world started spinning. Faster, and even faster. He felt like he was being flung to the ceiling. Just as his vision started to clear. Bang! A bandaged fist slammed into the sandbag. The bag swung back, and the metal stand fixed to the ground creaked. The sandbag eventually stopped swaying wildly. Phew. Cassius exhaled and looked around. It was a sunlit room with a gray floor, white walls, and a few windows that faced the sun. In the corner, several brown sandbags hung on fire iron rods and all varied in size and weight from left to right. A white towel hung in the empty space on the far right of the rods. This is the Wind Elephant Sect's training room. Puff, puff. Cassius could faintly hear the sound of fists hitting the sandbag in the next room. It seemed like 2 or 3 people were chatting. In the upper part of his vision, a wind elephant tusk pendant symbol floated in midair, with a thermometer-like progress bar next to it. It looked exactly the same as the first time travel. With a single thought, a flood of information rushed into Cassius's mind. He closed his eyes and stood in a corner of the training room. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows at the top of the wall. Cassius stood bare-chested, his strong bronze muscles rising and falling with his breathing. Beads of sweat trickled down the ridges of his muscles, gradually soaking his gray training pants. It was unclear how much time had passed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a mix of frustration and anger flashing through them. Damn it! Cassius couldn't help but curse. He knew that humans were highly adaptable beings and could possess a high level of endurance. Some heroes were even able to watch their entire family die without batting an eye, but a sharp blade hung suspended above their heads, and once they reached the limits of what they could tolerate, they would draw that blade for the kill. Heroes were like venomous snakes, coiled tightly so that when the time came, they could deliver a devastating strike. But Li Wei was different. He had endured too much. The blade inside him had rotted and rusted, turning him into someone who passively accepted everything. He became submissive, his heart filled with futile rage. Li Wei, you don't deserve any sympathy. Cassius grabbed the white towel hanging on the nearby railing. The training room door crashed open with a bang. A man and a woman, both wearing grey combat attire, came in. The man immediately frowned upon seeing Cassius and, in a loud and presumptuous voice, said, Li Wei, where is the training equipment I asked you to get from the warehouse? Cassius looked up, shooting him a cold glare. Li Wei's instructor was still Lisa in the original timeline, but he was not her only disciple. He also had a junior brother named Damien and a junior sister named Sharon. Although the three were fellow disciples, their relationship was very strained, especially between Damien and Li Wei. Damien would always look for ways to trip Li Wei up, stemming perhaps from a need to compete. The irony was that despite Li Wei's higher mastery of Elephant Soul and better proficiency in Wind Elephant Fist, he could never beat Damien in their sparring sessions. Something in his personality seemed to be holding him back. This was why Cassius, after probing Li Wei's memories, felt so frustrated. Li Wei was clearly strong, and yet a weaker person was bullying him. How laughable and absurd. While Cassius was in the middle of reminiscing, the blonde-haired Damien frowned and walked over. I'm talking to you. If I remember correctly, the instructor told you to get those training tools. Do your own job, Cassius replied indifferently, wiping sweat from his forehead with the white towel in his hand. Oh, got a little temper today? What's up? Had a personality change. Damien rubbed his stubbly chin and laughed. Previously, whenever Damien told Li Wei to fetch something, Li Wei would do it without uttering a single word or complaint. Any chores Lisa assigned to Damien would be passed on to Li Wei, and Damien would always take the credit once Li Wei completed them. Over time, it became a habit, even an unspoken rule. When bullying becomes a norm, any resistance from the bullied, even a slight one, is unreasonable, evoking shock and anger from the bully. This was how Damien felt now. After a momentary bout of surprise, he was immediately filled with fury. You better do as I say and get the training tools. You have 10 minutes. Get it yourself. Cassius didn't want to deal with him at all. He would have slapped Damien long ago if the conditions had allowed him to. Cassius turned around and walked toward the light gray clothes hanging on the wall. What did you say? Damien's tone was clearly heated. I said, get it yourself, Cassius repeated. He wasn't like Li Wei, he was no coward. The only way he'd ever bow his head was if it was someone he respected or someone he wanted to accommodate. Otherwise, even if there was a gun glued to his head, he wouldn't beg for mercy. This had been evident since the archaeological site incident. Hey, you're really getting into it, huh? Damien glanced at junior sister Sharon. His pride was at stake here. He took 2 quick steps forward, and swung his right fist, performing a move from the Wind Elephant Sect's basic combat arts. His fist cut through the air, aiming straight for Cassius's left shoulder. Thud. Slap. The sound of a punch landing came first, followed by the crisp slap of a hand hitting Damien's face. Cassius whipped around. He had somehow maintained his punching posture, his refined muscles flexing with power. Damien, who had initiated the attack, staggered back several steps on the opposite side. He shook his hand, stunned at the fact that Li Wei was stronger than him. Then he touched his cheek, confused. It burned. He had been hit by a mute coward? His brief moment of bewilderment morphed into rage. Stop right there. Damien charged toward the door, using an explosive technique as he swung his fist. Cassius, on the other hand, didn't seem particularly concerned. He slung the towel around his neck and grabbed his clothes to leave. Hearing the rushing sound approaching from behind, Cassius whipped off the sweat-soaked towel from his neck, smacking Damien in the face. Then, with a slight turn of his body, Cassius used his left foot to block and his shoulder to shove forward. Damien, whose eyes were clamped shut, grunted as he was forcefully knocked to the ground. Footsteps approached. Cassius looked down at the dumbfounded Damien. I want you to remember this, the old Li Wei no longer exists. He's going to live a new life. Don't ever let me see that arrogant look on your face again, or I'll hit you every time I see it. Understand, bedwetter? Cassius glanced at Damien's lower body. For some reason, a dark spot was blooming over his crotch. You. Damien's eyes widened in shame and anger. He had just woken from a nap and had been holding in his bladder. He had planned to relieve himself after checking out the training room, but he unexpectedly ended up fighting Li Wei and got knocked down, losing control of his bladder in the process. Yes. Beside him, junior sister Sharon was looking at him strangely, which was a massive blow to Damien's pride. AHH. He roared in grief and indignation. He tried to get up but Cassius kicked him away with a thud. A long, wet trail was left on the floor. Take your time peeing. Cassius flung the towel over his left shoulder and turned to leave. He suddenly turned around when he got to the door. Remember to mop up your pee on the floor and open the windows to air the room out. Cassius heard a frustrated roar echoing behind him as he left the training room. He smiled and hurried out of the grey building. Cassius gazed at the azure sky at the entrance. The clouds floated rapidly in the wind and bright sun rays scattered a dazzling golden light over the buildings. The ornamental trees lining the gravel path rustled in the cool breeze. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Cassius looked at the upper right corner of his vision. The original 60-day time scale had suddenly increased by about half, jumping to 90 days. Li Wei, it feels wonderful to be brave for once, doesn't it? Cassius lowered his head slightly, muttering to himself in a voice only he could hear. You must have really wanted to become a man, more than I expected, for there to be this much of an increase at once. Whoosh! A flock of white pigeons flapped their wings, slicing through the sky. A tall young man walked down one side of the tree-lined path from the training room to the canteen. He occasionally looked at the buildings on either side, appearing somewhat unfamiliar with his surroundings. The breeze rustled the treetops, and sunlight dappled the ground. Cassius suddenly turned his head, looking into the distance. A curvy figure with eye-catching long legs and short, neat hair was approaching. She looked admirable even from afar. She still wore the familiar beige combat attire, but instead of calling her instructor Lisa, Cassius now called her Master. Li Wei, are you going to the canteen for a meal? Yes, Master. That's perfect, let's go together. Lisa sounded slightly tired. Yes. Cassius nodded silently. In the original timeline, Li Wei abhorred his cowardly self. He was constantly dreaming of that stormy night. The complex combination of anger, shame, and guilt hadn't been enough to push him to take revenge against Finn, but it, at least, fueled his motivation to train. Li Wei had barely passed with his ranking of 49. And after being in the Wind Elephant Sect for a little over a year, he became Lisa's first disciple by chance. Damien and Sharon hadn't been part of the same recruitment batch as Li Wei in the youth training camp, and had joined in the later batches. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, and a leaf fell. There were only a few people in the canteen. Lisa and Li Wei sat in a corner by the window, facing each other. They stayed quiet. Lisa gazed at Li Wei across from her. Why did she take Li Wei in? Out of pity? Though she loathed the boy's cowardice and lack of ambition, Li Wei truly had no one left in this world. He had no family, no friends. After taking him in, she saw the boy train in silence, eat in silence, and daydream in silence. It was as if that accident had rendered him mute. She took in 2 more disciples later on, and while they were much more normal compared to Li Wei, their personalities and temperaments were just as useless. Both of them were lazy and feared pain. One was a spoiled girl, and the other hung out with riffraff all day. They were even worse than Li Wei. Her eye for disciples was simply too poor. Lisa sighed inwardly. She really couldn't think of anyone who could inherit her skills in a few years. After a moment of silence, Lisa spoke first. Li Wei, how has your training been lately? Cassius swallowed his bite of bread. It's all right. What he said was indeed fair. Li Wei, as cowardly as he was, hadn't slacked off in his training. His level in the Wind Elephant covered martial arts was not much different from Cassius's. Elephant Soul incomplete, PRIC Kling 35.1%, Stage 3. Wind Elephant Fist, Gale 12.7%, Stage 3. Li Wei's level in Elephant Soul was 2.4% higher than Cassius's, while his Wind Elephant Fist was 2.1% lower, but they were, overall, about the same. Li Wei was now 18, and he had joined the Wind Elephant Sect's youth training camp when he was almost 14. It seemed like Cassius's 6 months of training was the equivalent of 4 years of Li Wei's hard work. There were significant contributing factors to both sides. Li Wei hadn't trained with the same level of single-mindedness as Cassius, nor did he have a serious mentor like instructor Lisa giving him special combat training every day. By the time the Wind Elephant Sect's youth training camp ended, Li Wei had only reached the beginner level of basic combat arts. It took him over half a year to reach the advanced level of basic combat arts, and another half year to become instructor Lisa's disciple. He couldn't have trained as quickly in the covert martial arts as Cassius did. Plus, with the double experience boost Cassius gained from the shadow and the ample herb resources in the real world, Li Wei managing to match Cassius's training results was already impressive in its own right. Of course, this was only in terms of their level of covert martial arts. In an actual fight, Cassius would undoubtedly dominate. Their ruthlessness and combat experience were on 2 completely different levels. It went without saying that Cassius already had experience with killing people. And there was also the extreme stage of the Wind Elephant basic combat arts. By the way, Damien and his gang haven't been bullying you lately, have they? You have to come to me if anything happens. Don't keep it bottled up. I don't want my first disciple to. Lisa suddenly realized something and fell silent. Most teachers had strong feelings for their first disciple. They were more enthusiastic and had higher expectations for them than the others. Usually, the first disciple represented a new beginning, the teacher's first time being a teacher and the disciple's first time being a disciple. Over time, the two would overcome their awkward beginnings and grow close, making this an undoubtedly special experience. Damien's bullying of Li Wei likely had something to do with this. He was competing for attention. I understand. Cassius nodded. He left out the detail that he had made Damien wet himself just a few minutes ago. He suddenly noticed that Lisa had a small tuft of white hair on her head. The teacher was only in her 30s, how could she? Noticing Cassius's gaze, Lisa changed the topic. Do you have enough ointment? Come by to my place later and grab a bottle. Take 2 if your training gets intense. When she smiled, the scar on her face looked less intimidating. Thank you, master. Right as Cassius expressed his thanks, he realized something. Lisa used the same training ointment as her disciples. If she gave this to him, wouldn't she run out? He decided to ask her directly. Lisa smiled and shook her head, saying it was fine and that she didn't need that much so Cassius could take it all if he wanted. She jokingly tacked on a condition at the end: if he wanted to take all the ointment, he should fight Damien to a draw in the next internal monthly test. The ointment would be his reward. The monthly test was in 5 days. Lisa had high hopes for her first disciple, Li Wei. His talent was above average and he trained diligently. Unfortunately, his personality hindered him in combat. Despite clearly having the strength, he seemed bound by invisible chains, leaving him unable to perform. Maybe one day, when the right moment came, he would figure it out, reconcile with himself, and it would spark his desire to change. Then, everything would be different. Lisa hoped she could witness it when that day came. After Cassius left the canteen, he decided to visit the back mountain where Li Wei's sister, Li Chu, was buried. She hadn't formally joined the Wind Elephant Sect and he didn't have the money for a proper burial plot, so the most he could do was dig a grave nearby for her. Cassius was hit with a disorientating feeling as he thought of the beautiful girl in his memories now lying in cold soil and rotting away. As he walked past a flower bed, he secretly picked a few white flowers, wrapping them gently in an old newspaper. Unfortunately, Li Wei didn't have a black formal suit, so Cassius wore a grey-white combat attire. It seemed somewhat inappropriate for the occasion. He walked along the path, feeling nostalgic. The buildings became sparser, and the path more remote. Suddenly, 3 or 4 young men jumped out from the shadows of a nearby building with mocking expressions like they were eagles hunting rabbits. They fanned out and had Li Wei surrounded in an instant. Li Wei, I'll beat the crap out of you. Damien, who was at the forefront, gritted his teeth and screamed hysterically, get him. At his signal, everyone charged. Half a minute later, 3 or 4 people lay curled up like lobsters, unconscious on the ground. On the far left, Damien was beaten to a pulp, an unknown liquid pooling beneath him. On the path leading up the mountain, Cassius straightened his somewhat wrinkled clothes and checked the white flowers in his hand. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he silently continued on. Let's be solemn to express my sincerity. The weeds on this gentle slope halfway up the back mountain were dense with thorns. The branches, tangled with green vines, trembled slightly in the breeze. The only open space was a small, low grave, with a tombstone only half a person's height. The tombstone was grey and made of rough, uneven stone with Li Chu's name on it. A 13-year-old Li Wei had used a sharp stone to make crude markings. More than 4 years had passed. The engravings were smudged and practically unreadable. The tombstone had a few patches of green from the vines and moss growing on both sides. Cassius stood silently in front of the tombstone for a while, then laid the bouquet of white flowers in front of it. He picked up some stones and started scraping the moss off the tombstone inch by inch. He yanked off various parasitic plants, clearing all the plants within a 3-meter radius of the tombstone before chucking them far away. The area around the grave was cleared in no time. Holding a long and sharp stone, Cassius squatted in front of the tombstone, carefully recarving Li Chu's name and dates. This time, the characters were neat and tidy. Cassius stood in front of the tombstone again, placed his right hand over his chest, and imitated a priest. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. He may not have been religious, but he still wanted to say a blessing for the deceased. After a while, Cassius turned around. He was suddenly hit with a sense of déjà vu and paused slightly. Goodbye. He slowly raised his fist in a salute and walked away. 5 days later, within the buildings of the official disciples of the Wind Elephant Sect, in a small white stone house, Cassius was holding a strange and awkward posture. He was half squatting in a horse stance with his body leaning slightly forward. His toes were slightly raised, and his head was slightly lowered toward the ground. The posture was strange, requiring good balance and strong body control to maintain it consistently. Needless to say, it was very exhausting. Cassius's chest rose and fell in time with his breathing. Slowly, the layer of black covering his body became transparent. The stench of river mud on his body gradually dissipated, turning into a faint fragrance and revealing his well-defined, strong muscles. He let out a heavy breath and opened his eyes, returning to a standing position. The ointment's effectiveness is too weak. It's only about 1/3 to 1/4 of the medicine bath. Cassius clenched his fist, his skin as slippery as an eel. He could see the difference in the effectiveness of the ointment and the medicine bath through his progress bar, but he could also feel it during normal training. The medicine sting on his skin and muscles was many times more intense than the ointment. The more painful it was, the more effective. And the more medicinal nutrients it had, the faster the progress. Having grown used to soaking in whole barrels of medicine in the real world, Cassius could barely tolerate the slow grind of the ointment. Maybe it was time to execute the original plan. He glanced outside the window and picked up a gray combat attire embroidered with wind and cloud patterns on the sleeves. After he carelessly tidied up his room, he walked out the door. Today was the day of the monthly test. This monthly test wasn't a big event for the whole sect since it was just a monthly martial arts progress check for the 3 disciples under instructor Lisa. Essentially, it was a match between the 3 of them. Although Li Wei was the senior brother, having joined the training camp a batch earlier than Damien and Sharon, he always ranked last in the monthly tests. He even lost to a girl like Sharon. His inability to get over his mental hurdle meant that he could never demonstrate his full strength. As a martial artist, personality was crucial as it basically determined one's fighting style. A timid person would never be able to unleash their full potential, while a domineering and arrogant person always seemed poised to strike. In fact, practicing martial arts could effectively change a person's physique and spirit. However, this change had its limits. It varied from person to person and wasn't absolute. Cassius could clearly feel that he had changed. He became more courageous, calmer, and more confident. He wasn't averse to killing. On the contrary, he felt faintly excited, although he suspected that this somewhat inhuman mentality was brought on by the strange and eerie shadow. 10 minutes later, Cassius arrived at a spire-topped building. He turned right and walked down a long corridor before coming to a stop at a door near the end. He knocked lightly. "Instructor, I'm here. Come in." A familiar raspy voice came from inside. "Okay." Cassius pushed open the door. It was a spacious meditation room, with gray and white tiled floors. Sunlight came in through the 2 high windows, making the space bright and clear. Lisa sat cross-legged on the floor in the center of the room, wearing a pale yellow combat attire. Sharon and Damien sat cross-legged in gray combat attire about 4 meters across from her. The 2 looked over when they heard the door open. Sharon's eyes had a complicated and uncertain look, as if she no longer recognized senior brother Li Wei. Damien's eyes were filled with 3 parts anger and 7 parts fear. His whole demeanor looked somewhat timid. At Cassius's glance, Damien quickly ducked his head down. He squirmed around, his butt shifting restlessly, as if there was a roasting fire beneath the floor. If he had to be honest, he was scared of this somewhat unfamiliar Li Wei. The scene resembled a monkey provoking a sleeping tiger. It was only when the tiger was asleep that the monkey could show off and pull at its fur. But once the tiger woke up, the monkey was in trouble. Damien felt like that monkey, except he had 2 legs bitten off, and was now clinging helplessly to the treetop with its hands, trembling as it watched the tiger climbing the tree. This was undoubtedly an ordeal for him. "Close the door. Come sit down here," Lisa instructed. Cassius nodded and closed the door. Then he walked over to Damien and Sharon and sat down. As luck would have it, Damien was on his right, a mere 10 centimeters away. Cassius could clearly see the way Damien's body tensed up the moment he sat down. He warily snuck glances in Cassius's direction out of the corner of his eye. It seemed that beating him into wetting himself twice was a very effective deterrent to any future annoying scenarios. Cassius found this very gratifying. Instructor Lisa glanced at the 3 disciples in front of her. On the left was Damien. Average in terms of talent, he was lazy and quick-tempered, and spent his days idling with a group of bad friends. Upon closer inspection, his face was bruised, suggesting that he had been in a fight. Sitting in the middle was Sharon, who came from a wealthy merchant family. Her talent was above average, but perhaps due to her pretty appearance, she had a delicate and feminine air in the way she carried herself. Not only was she afraid of pain and exertion, she was even worried that training too much might affect her figure and skin. In fact, the only reason why she was even at the youth training camp was to gain prestige, since the Wind Elephant Sect had a long-standing heritage with its influence spread across several nearby cities. On the right was Li Wei, who had an above-average potential. As the only one left in his family, he was diligent and eager to learn. He even made decent progress in martial arts. However, his timid and meek personality shackled him, rendering him unable to even use half of his strength. As a result, he often lost to his junior brother, Damien. In summary, a bunch of incompetent people. The only one with potential was Li Wei. If only he could overcome his mental barrier, but who knew when that would be? Aish. Lisa sighed in her heart. Her expression remained unchanged as she silently stared at the 3. She skipped the pleasantries and dove straight into it. "It's almost time. Let's start the monthly test. First match, Li Wei and Damien. Second match, Li Wei and Sharon. Third match, Damien and Sharon. Focus your minds. We will start now." Upon hearing that the first match was him against Damien, Cassius gave Damien a peculiar look. Seeing that Damien also seemed to be looking at him, the corner of Cassius's lips couldn't help turning up. Damien's mouth twitched. He gingerly touched the bruises on his face. It had been 5 days and none of them had healed despite him using a healing salve. The humiliating memory of being beaten so badly that he wet himself replayed itself vividly in his mind. He was already traumatized and he could feel his bladder loosen just at the mere thought of it. Seeing Cassius smile worsened his anxiety. "All right, Li Wei and Damien, stand up." Damien suddenly stood up, interrupting Lisa. "Instructor, what's wrong?" Lisa frowned and looked over. "Instructor, I need to use the bathroom? My stomach hurts." Damien dashed toward the door. "Stop right there." Lisa shot to her feet and shouted furiously, "I already told you to use the bathroom before we started the monthly text. Don't make excuses in front of me. No matter what your relationship with Li Wei is, or who is stronger, Li Wei is your senior brother. Damien, can't you even show some respect? Come back." The truth was that using an excuse to avoid a duel right before it started was indeed disrespectful. Moreover, Damien often secretly bullied Li Wei. Knowing this, Lisa naturally came to the conclusion that Damien was humiliating Li Wei. But the reality was, Damien was afraid of this completely different and ruthless senior brother. Instructor. Damien stammered, frozen. He wanted to tell Lisa it was a misunderstanding but couldn't come up with an excuse. It wasn't like he could say he was psychologically traumatized from being beaten by Li Wei until he wet himself twice in a row and was now afraid to face him one-on-one. Cassius wasn't sitting too far away and he glanced over with a somewhat mocking gaze. Damien sensed it too. He gritted his teeth. Instructor, I really can't hold it. He shoved the door open and sprinted out. Aish. Lisa looked coldly at the closed door. She turned to Li Wei, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, and comforted him. Li Wei, don't take it to heart. Your junior brother has been led astray by those bad friends. I'll discipline him in the next couple days. Instructor, I didn't take it to heart, Cassius replied. Lisa nodded and, seemingly wanting to change the subject, asked, how is your practice of elephant soul going lately? I'm making some progress, Cassius responded. And the Wind Elephant Fist? Same thing. Have you been practicing basic combat arts as well? I've been keeping at it. Lisa gazed curiously at Cassius. His demeanor today seemed different from the past few years. He seemed inexplicably much more confident and composed. Had he finally made a breakthrough? With grave new. Let's have a match and see. Sharon, Li Wei, get up. A minute later, Sharon and Cassius stood 5 meters apart from each other. The floor on which they were standing on was illuminated by scattered sunlight from the window. They bowed to each other as a sign of respect, then instantly assumed combat stances. They bounced back and forth on the balls of their feet, poised to fight. Lisa raised an eyebrow. Why wasn't Sharon attacking first? She usually started off aggressively. The two silently faced off for a while longer. Seemingly impatient, Cassius warned, Junior sister, be careful. Sharon's heart skipped a beat, and her body tensed. After a few quick exchanges, she couldn't counter back and was swiftly defeated. Thanks for the match, Cassius said, retracting his fist. Next to them, Lisa, who had witnessed the entire bout, slowly brightened. Li Wei was different. His fighting style had undergone a drastic transformation and he was completely different from before. The formerly weak punches were quite powerful now. His fighting style was highly aggressive, and his moves were swift and aimed at vital points. Since it was such a one-sided match, Lisa only managed to observe these few points in their short exchange. Suppressing her excitement as an instructor, she praised Cassius and encouraged Sharon. She then indicated that the monthly test was over, so Sharon left first, leaving Li Wei behind. The room became quiet, practically silent. Cassius sat cross-legged on the floor while Lisa stood next to him, scrutinizing him with a strange, bright-eyed gaze. Although he felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, Cassius had a fairly strong mental fortitude. He sat quietly, waiting for Lisa to speak first. Finally, several minutes passed. Lisa's voice broke the silence in the room. Did you have some kind of epiphany? Sort of, Cassius responded. Li Wei's soul being replaced by his own could indeed be considered a unique epiphany. Have you made peace with yourself? You're not scared anymore. No, good. An inexplicable sense of pride shone through Lisa's smile. She felt a bit emotional. In this world, no one was closer to the solitary Li Wei than herself. As her first disciple, Lisa had invested a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into Li Wei. She truly hoped Li Wei could one day step out of the shadows, unleash his potential, and prove himself to everyone. Lisa paced back and forth in the meditation room, joy radiating out of her being. Li Wei's enlightenment seemed to give her quite a surprise. She suddenly stopped and stared at Li Wei. She said in a loud voice, stand up and spar with me. Let me test your skills. She chose the simplest method to test him. It also happened to be the most effective. Yes, there was no reason for Cassius to refuse to fight. In fact, he was planning on using his full strength to completely overturn Instructor Lisa's view of Li Wei. He wasn't doing it just because he wanted to extend his stay in the time travel era, he was doing it because he wanted to. During his previous time travel, which lasted 6 months, Cassius and Lisa's relationship wasn't simply just master and disciple. They had been friends, and he wanted that kind of relationship in this timeline as well. Cassius jumped to his feet. A faint smile played on her lips as she faced him. She took a few steps to the side and raised her fists in a salute. Cassius did the same in a show of respect. Watch out. Lisa's eyes flashed, and she lunged like a cheetah. She closed the distance between themselves in an instant and was within a meter of Li Wei. Whoosh! She swung her fist like a whip, aiming straight at his chest. She had no intention of holding back. Luckily, Cassius was already mentally bracing himself. He didn't dare to relax even a little against an expert like Lisa. He took a quick step back and raised his right hand to block her punch with a bang. Oh, not only did Li Wei's reflexes exceed her expectations, the way he intercepted her attack was decisive. Not a move was wasted. Very impressive, Lisa thought, her eyes lighting up. Once more, she exclaimed sharply and rushed forward again. Despite her small frame and weight, her footsteps produced a dull thud every time it hit the ground. Her movements faintly resembled an elephant charging wildly with its trunk. Her swinging fist cut through the air like a swift shadow. Cassius's pupils constricted. Every inch of his muscles tensed, and a surge of strength flowed into his arm. He snapped his arm forward. It was so fast, all it left in its wake was a blurry afterimage and a gust of wind. In that instant, he simultaneously used two explosive techniques. Speed explosive technique and power explosive technique, combined. Bam! A distinct muffled sound echoed in the room. Air exploded outward, causing the sleeves of Lisa and Li Wei's combat attire to flap violently before ripping off. Good. Although her attack had been blocked, Lisa was absolutely delighted. Such a solid mastery of the Wind Elephant Sect's basic combat arts. One needed to be proficient in their fundamentals in order to combine both speed explosive technique and power explosive technique. Continue. Lisa deflected Li Wei's arm and went all out. Her combat suit inflated all of a sudden, as if a layer of air was rapidly flowing between her skin and the fabric. As her body temperature rose, so did the temperature in the air around her. Bam, bam, bam. A series of punches came at Li Wei at lightning speed, tirelessly pursuing him. It was almost like he was fighting against 1,000 fists. Cassius frantically blocked and countered, his body twisting and turning. He switched rapidly between speed explosive technique and power explosive technique, sometimes using the former in conjunction with the latter during critical moments. Alpha OES. A relentless assault ensued, and soon, Cassius was panting and drenched in sweat. He was giving it his all, but the punches seemed endless, with fists coming from all directions and sometimes from extremely tricky angles. Though he managed to block a couple, he couldn't block all of them. Punches continued to rain down on Cassius, weakening his stance. A stinging sensation spread from the areas he was hit, draining his stamina until he could no longer keep up with Lisa's movements. Whoosh! Cassius caught a glimpse of a hand chop and saw his chance. He backed up to make some room before taking a few quick steps forward and striking fiercely. A fist and a palm met, colliding with each other. Cassius's right hand went numb immediately. He sensed a flash of a shadow on his left. In the next breath, a sharp pain flared in his shoulder. His face turned stark white and he gritted his teeth. He stumbled several steps back, gasping heavily, struggling to steady himself. He glanced briefly at his right hand. His fingers were trembling uncontrollably. The force of the collision left his hand red, numb, and painful. He looked up and saw Lisa clenching her fists tightly. Shock and joy filled her heart. Such quick reflexes? Lisa hadn't held back in the least during their intense fight just now, nor did she try to match her disciple's strength by deliberately suppressing her own. That was the only way she could move so fast and completely overpower him. However, despite being outclassed, not only had Li Wei kept up with her, he even managed to block at least half of the attack. He had even tried to launch a counterattack, albeit an unsuccessful one. Given Li Wei's current physical ability and level, his reflexes were above average. Unlike Constitution, which pointed to a natural aptitude to learn martial arts, reflexes was a combat talent. It was an extremely important skill that was relatively hard to improve. Lisa was pleasantly surprised that Li Wei's overall potential was even higher than she originally expected. He was definitely going to go far in martial arts, but, compared to Li Wei's reflexes, she was even more impressed and amazed by his incredibly solid foundation of the Wind Elephant Sect's basic combat arts. The evidence lay in his frequent use of explosive techniques. In that short exchange, Cassius had used explosive techniques dozens of times. He could quickly switch between two explosive techniques and even use them simultaneously. Even Lisa wasn't at that level of proficiency in the Wind Elephant Sect's basic combat arts. Only seasoned martial artists in the sect, who had lost hope of ever advancing their skills and consequently spent all day honing the basics, could achieve this level. Li Wei. Lisa exhaled heavily. Your performance today really exceeded my expectations. I'm not going to put on a dignified front right now. I just want to tell you, my first disciple, I'm very happy. No, I'm extremely happy right now. She stood in the sunlight, beaming joyfully. He wasn't sure why, but she reminded him of honeysuckle growing on a rocky cliffside. Cassius, on the other hand, could barely manage a smile. He was happy too, but his whole body ached too much for him to properly feel it. He hadn't felt much of the pain due to the adrenaline thrumming inside him as they fought, but once the adrenaline died down, Cassius felt stinging pain all over. His joints also felt intensely sore and numb. His mastery of the Wind Elephant Sect's basic combat arts may have reached the peak of the third stage, but there were still some significant side effects from frequently using explosive techniques. I'm glad you're happy, instructor. Cassius's smile ended up being a grimace. Ha ha ha, your whole body must hurt, right? I might have went a bit too hard earlier. Wait here. I'll go get some medicine. Lisa pushed open the door and strolled out. The afternoon sunlight was strong, with golden beams streaming through a window at the side of the quiet room. Dust particles floated around like tiny insects under the light. Cassius leaned against the wall in a corner of the room, grimacing for a while. Thankfully, the soreness was gradually fading away. The wooden door opened with a bang. Lisa walked in and was about to speak before she realized something and went to quickly shut the door. She pulled out a small wooden box as she walked briskly over. The square box was only half the size of a palm, with a faded red lacquered coating on its surface. The wood seemed to be quite dense and solid, giving the box an exquisite finish. Instructor, this is... Cassius was a bit puzzled. This didn't seem like a regular healing salve. Lisa didn't say anything, she just opened the box. Wrapped in a piece of fine white cloth, a crystal-clear, jelly-like paste lay inside. The paste was in the shape of a cube and occupied about 2/3 of the box. A strange fragrance wafted out, making one's blood rush with just a whiff. This. Eat it. Lisa handed the box over to him. In one bite, she added upon seeing Li Wei's confused look. Cassius immediately obeyed. He picked up the soft paste and swallowed it in one. The soft texture slid down his throat instantly and into his stomach. He didn't believe Lisa would harm him. Since she gave it to him, it must have some benefits. Perhaps it was an excellent healing medicine? As Cassius swallowed the paste, Lisa's eyes seemed to darken for a moment. There was a complicated look in her gaze and there seemed to be a trace of regret. She even seemed to age slightly. Do you feel it? Lisa asked. What? As soon as he opened his mouth, Cassius's eyes widened. A coolness that he had never felt before washed over him. Something seemed to be continuously releasing medicinal nutrients in his stomach, and it felt like an invisible, warm liquid was seeping directly into his organs, bones, and muscles. The cooling sensation circulated throughout his body in waves. Now do as I say, Lisa shouted. Go into the 7th stance of Elephant Soul and hold it. Cassius complied immediately, crossing his arms and holding them in front of his chest. He took up a horse stance with his feet apart and back arched, keeping his center of gravity low. With his head held high, he bobbed up and down. Keep moving, don't stop even if you're tired, Lisa said as she walked toward the door of the quiet room. Not until I tell you to stop. The door snapped close. Cassius was alone in the room. His heartbeat was pounding quicker and harder and his breathing was getting heavier. The effects of the paste hit him like a truck. The cooling sensation soon turned into a burning heat. It felt like there was a furnace inside of him and baking his internal organs. His body temperature soared, and sweat began to pour out from his glands. Soon, his whole body was dripping in sweat. His bulging muscles started to expand and contract rhythmically. Some sweat ran into his eyes and blurred his vision. In his befuddled state, he swore he could hear his flesh sizzling as if he were being roasted. Half an hour later, Cassius, with his fiery red skin, looked like he had just come out of an oven. There was a pool of sweat on the floor, and the room's temperature seemed to have risen. Unbeta. Crack, crack, crack. Crackling noises erupted from his bones. It sounded like fried beans popping from the heat. Pain, soreness, and itchiness. A myriad of sensations crashed into his mind. Cassius remained in his stance, a little dazed. An unknown amount of time passed when he suddenly opened his eyes. He exhaled a long, hot breath from his nostrils which lasted a full 20 seconds before it stopped. You can move now. He didn't know when Lisa had returned but she was studying him from where she stood at the door. Cassius straightened up, his joints popping in quick succession. The noises blended together. He looked at his hands, power welling up within him. His muscles had become thicker and more defined, and his skin grew tougher and deeper in color. The change wasn't just in his arms. Cassius felt like all of his muscles had swollen up slightly and even his entire body had grown bigger. His sleeves which used to fit snugly around his arms were now stretched tightly over his biceps, seemingly ready to burst with very little force. He blinked and when he looked in front of him, his vision was much clearer. He jumped lightly to test out his now unfamiliar body. Despite his larger frame, he was moving more agilely and nimbly. The paste had transformed him completely. The most straightforward way to display his growth was in the upper right corner of his vision. Elephant Soul incomplete, PRI cycling 35.1%, Stage 3, rightward arrow Elephant Soul incomplete, PRI cycling 63.1%, Stage 3, Wind Elephant Fist incomplete, Gale 12.7%, Stage 3, rightward arrow Wind Elephant Fist incomplete, Gale 24.4%, Stage 3. His mastery of Elephant Soul had increased by nearly 30%. Wind Elephant Fist also improved significantly under the influence of Elephant Soul, almost by double. This was a tremendous leap forward. This was the equivalent of compressing years of one's blood, sweat, and tears into 2 hours. Where would martial arts be without medicine? Seeing Li Wei standing there delighted and amazed, Lisa smiled. Cassius looked over, seemingly remembering his master. Lisa said bluntly, I know what you want to ask. I once contributed a great service to the sect and was rewarded with that 100 herbs body refining paste. It's extremely precious, but due to some unfortunate circumstances, it's useless for me to eat it. So, today's your lucky day, kid. She shook her head and walked over slowly. Thank you, instructor. Cassius cupped his fists in respect, feeling genuine admiration for Lisa. It wasn't just because of the extremely precious paste but also because of Lisa's attitude as a teacher. Being able to share such a valuable item with a disciple, regardless of the reasons, was worthy of his utmost respect. No need to thank me. If you really want to thank someone though, thank yourself for being good enough. Otherwise, this paste wouldn't have ended up in your hands. Lisa spoke nonchalantly but Cassius understood the hidden meaning. Lisa gave the paste to Li Wei because the other 2 disciples were too disappointing. Still, thank you, instructor. Cassius thanked her again, a newfound desire surging through him. Could he exchange the source of Langzhen grass with more of this paste from the Wind Elephant Sect? He could eat a few more pieces, return to reality to take down the shadow demon, doubling its effect. If he could do all that, would he surpass the ordinary then? Cassius couldn't calm down, he was that excited. Everyone wanted power, but he seemed to crave it so much more. By the way, Li Wei, you should train for another week after using the 100 herbs body refining paste. There's still a bit of medicinal nutrients left in your body so training during this time can produce results comparable to months of training. Don't waste it, Lisa reminded. Yes. Cassius naturally understood this principle. 8 days passed quickly. The weather became swelteringly hot. Clouds hovered at a low altitude, like they were melting from the sun, and the sun, hanging in the blue sky, was more fireball than anything else. In summer, the world became a large steamer. The floor gleamed white from the sunlight, and the reflected light heated the room, making the air stiflingly hot. Huff, huff, huff. The heavy breathing in the training room continued rhythmically, but the interval between breaths was getting shorter. The striking sounds and shuffling footsteps on the floor accompanied the breathing. On the right side of the training room, a figure full of vigor shuffled around in front of a black sandbag hanging from an iron rod, his feet moving in an unpredictable manner. His fists struck like rebounding springs, landing blow after blow on the sandbag. Thud, thud, thud. Explosion after explosion echoed in the training room as the sandbag swung wildly like a pendulum. The rod above creaked sharply, and the connecting part groaned. Thump, thump, thump. Cassius's heart was beating like an inhumanly fast drum. The ventricles pumped powerfully, moving hot blood from his heart through his body. His newly gained explosive strength had quite an effect on his high-functioning internal organs. His calloused fists silently bombarded the sandbag, one after another, creating craters on its surface until, bang, an unrestrained force burst out of him like a tide and the iron rod swung wildly. The black sandbag exploded in midair. A massive cloud of grayish sand combined with shredded cloth fragments descended upon the training room in an instant. A single piece of cloth remained and drifted slowly down from the rod. Cassius pulled his fist back and took a deep breath, sweat dripping from his refined muscles. Elephant Soul incomplete, PRIC cling 63.1%, Stage 3, rightward arrow Elephant Soul incomplete, PRIC cling 68.2%, Stage 3, Wind Elephant Fist incomplete, Gale 24.4%, Stage 3, rightward arrow Wind Elephant Fist incomplete, Gale 34.2%, Stage 3. In 8 days, Elephant Soul had increased by 5%, which was around the same amount as the first time he trained it. It wasn't too surprising since the difficulty level of any form of martial arts or training method increased as one gained proficiency over it. The first 5% of progress was vastly different from the last 5% of progress, practically multiplied by tenfold. As such, the 100 herbs body refining paste was extremely effective. A with circumflex nu es. Additionally, the Wind Elephant Fist had also improved. Each aspect of the Wind Elephant covert martial arts were closely interlinked with each other, so when Elephant Soul made a significant advancement, Wind Elephant Fist also improved by 10%. Overall, Cassius was very satisfied with his training results over this period. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar voice immediately followed the knocking. Senior brother, have you finished training? I came to clean the training room. Whoever it was sounded a little nervous. Cassius picked up a white towel nearby and wiped his sweat. Come in. The training room door opened, and a young man in a grayish combat attire walked in, carrying cleaning tools in both hands. It was the same arrogant Damien from a few days ago. Damien glanced at the grey sand all over the floor, then at the single piece of cloth which was all that remained of the sandbag. He swallowed hard. He glanced once at Cassius's muscles and couldn't bear to look any longer. I accidentally used too much force and the training sandbag burst open, Cassius said, slinging the towel around his neck and walking over. Sorry to trouble you, Damien. He patted Damien's shoulder. Hard. Damien's body trembled slightly. No trouble, ha ha ha. He could only shake his head. The forced smile on his face seemed more like a cry for help. This past week, Cassius had trained Damien, no less than 5 times, under the pretense of helping his junior brother improve in their combat skills. His training once took place in front of Damien's gang, who naturally scattered as soon as they faced a strong enemy, leaving Damien to get beaten by himself. After a period of this training, Cassius decided that he didn't want to push it too far, and struck up a verbal friendly agreement with Damien. Damien would do the tasks that Li Wei used to do, respect his seniors, not mix with bad company, and not disappoint Lisa. In exchange, Cassius promised to not beat Damien without reason. No ordinary person would be able to survive getting beaten up every time they met. In short, Damien made a compromise, and Cassius was left satisfied. The original Li Wei was also very satisfied. The stay extended from 3 months to 6, with at least 50 days gained from beating Damien. The door closed with a bang. Cassius walked out along the corridor until he left the training building. The sun was still scorching like it had been for the past several days. The trees planted by the roadside were drooped, their leaves already wilted. He followed the path back to his dormitory room. The first thing he did was scoop some water so he could take a refreshing cold shower. Then he changed into his combat attire, opened the door, and went out again. Cassius didn't need to take an afternoon nap. He was normally energetic, but this was especially so after consuming the 100 herbs body refining paste and gaining an explosive mastery of Elephant Soul. As long as he didn't overtrain, Cassius could stay energetic all day. Additionally, he could sleep anytime he wanted without any insomnia issues. What a benefit of training martial arts. It's time to go home. Cassius walked along the shaded path, and he couldn't stop thinking of the location of the Langzan grass. I wonder how many good things this information can be exchanged for. Suppressing his excitement, he first went to the canteen for a hearty lunch, then headed northeast to Lisa's residence. 5 minutes later, Cassius paused. He looked up at the tall, pointed building ahead before entering. Soon, he was standing in front of a wooden door. He heard a string of violent coughs coming from inside. It was Instructor Lisa. Did she have a cold? Cassius paused for a moment, then raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Instructor, it's me, Li Wei. Little Wei, cough, cough, come in. Cassius pushed the door open and entered. 10 minutes later, he came out and stood silently for a moment in the spacious hallway. Was Instructor Lisa sick? I'll ask for more details when I return from Li Wei's hometown. The next morning, Cassius packed up his bags and descended the mountain. The Wind Elephant Sect's headquarters in Oak City was not far from Li Wei's hometown in Black Sand City, about 100 kilometers away. But 100 kilometers meant different things in this era. Cars were rare, and train tracks were not widely laid out. Taking a passenger train was next to impossible. However, if a passenger train was out of the question, one could always catch a freight train. True to its name, Oak City was rich in timber, so a few train tracks had been laid out, although most of them were purely for freight. The speed of steam trains in this era was extremely slow, and sometimes, a good horse would even beat it. There was supposedly even a group of bandits in the western desert of the Hungly Federation who specialized in mounting horses to rob trains. With Cassius's skills, he could run as fast as a galloping horse. He'd barely have to break a sweat jumping aboard a moving train. The other option would be to sneak into the train station and wait for the right moment to board. An average person would find this difficult, but for martial arts practitioners like Cassius, it was as easy as eating and drinking. Of course, the first thing he had to do was find the right train. Otherwise, if he jumped on and fell asleep, he might just wake up outside of Baileau County. Cassius had spent a lot of money in Oak City to get the accurate train details, and because the intelligence came from an insider, he could feel reassured that it was correct. As for where the money came from, it was all thanks to his good junior brother Damien. Damien was particularly quick to pay up, especially when he heard that Li Wei was going back to his hometown for a while. He even cheerfully offered to help pay for some travel expenses. The sky was a clear, brilliant blue, and the grass rolled out like a green carpet, undulating with the slopes of the hills. A river winded from east to west, cutting through the plain fields. From above, it looked like a silver, reflective ribbon extending deep into the woods. Woo! Thick black smoke billowed toward the sky. Amidst the smoke, a coal-fired steam train chugged along the tracks. It looked like a black serpent slithering at a steady pace. Just as the train passed a small hill, a nimble figure dashed forward and jumped onto the train. The whole process was as smooth and fluid as water. All right, I'm on. Cassius was perched atop a small, metal platform protruding out from the rear of the carriage. It wasn't very large, but it was big enough to fit one person. He threw his bag to the side and looked down at the black train tracks moving backward. He then surveyed his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, he saw large patches of green and blue. It was a scene straight out of an artist's oil painting, the colors blending beautifully together like watercolor strokes. The blue sky and green fields intertwined, with the occasional tree passing by. A scene like this was a novel experience for Cassius, so he sat down and took out his unfinished lunch from his bag. After he was done, he practiced his combat moves. While trains in this era weren't much, they did provide an immersive experience. Every connecting section of the track caused the train to jolt. The constant jolting and noise greatly impacted his efficiency. But he didn't have a choice. He'd take wasting 4 or 5 days on a bumpy ride over the 20 days he'd need to trek home. Yes, it really did take that long to travel 100 kilometers in this era. The most efficient mode of travel was actually boarding a train. It was soon night. Using his bag as a makeshift pillow under his neck, Cassius laid down on the platform and quietly gazed at the sky. The sky was clear save for a layer of faint, misty clouds hiding the mysterious moon behind them. There were no clusters of stars, just a few lonely ones scattered around that struggled to shine. They looked like lonely, broken marbles that were abandoned. Like a curious child, Cassius spread his fingers in front of his eyes, looking through the gaps to gaze at the fragmented night sky. His gaze was slightly out of focus and looked a little lost. Or was it melancholy? Perhaps, but who wouldn't feel lost, especially in such lonely circumstances? Cassius was gradually lulled to sleep by the rhythmic bouncing of the train. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. A line of pale yellow light slowly rose on the horizon. Yes, the morning air was particularly chilly, but Cassius could handle it due to his strong physique. The temperature would gradually rise alongside the sun. At noon, Cassius jumped off with his bag when the train once again crossed a plain, and rolled a few times on the ground. When he stood up, he was covered in dust. He watched the black train disappear into the distance, then followed the tracks. After a few hours of trekking, Cassius spotted Black Sand City in the distance. He didn't enter the city though, and instead followed Li Wei's vague memories to the eastern suburbs. On the way there, Cassius encountered an ox cart that was coincidentally heading into Jianmu town. After paying a small fee, he found himself a new ride. As with any animal-led vehicle, the ox cart swayed violently on the uneven stone roads. Thankfully, the sun was strong enough to dry the hay on the wooden cart. It became soft and fluffy, like a comfortable bed that Cassius could sink into. After a while, the ox cart entered a dirt road in the woods. The swaying stopped, and the shade from the trees blocked the sunlight. Cassius got himself comfortable, crossing his arms to take another trip to dreamland. An unknown amount of time passed before the bearded old driver said in a slightly accented voice, "We're here, young man." Cassius jolted awake. The ox cart was moving down a dirt road on a small hill. Both sides of the road was lined with luscious green meadows interspersed with yellow and red flowers, filling the air with a faint fragrance. Ahead of them, the outline of a human village was visible. It was Jianmu Town. Flower Road Village was less than 2 kilometers away. Cassius thanked the driver and quickly got off the cart. His hazy memories guiding him, he walked down a rural path. After about 10 minutes, Cassius stopped to look around. The dilapidated walls bordering Flower Road Village came into view. They were covered with moss and climbing vines that spilled chaotically over. As he ambled slowly and deeper into the village, the dichotomy of familiarity and unfamiliarity grew stronger. The last time Li Wei returned to the village was when he repaired his mother's grave. That was years ago. Stop! Don't run! I am Sir Knight and I'm going to cut off your evil dragon head. A child's voice was close by. 2 little kids, barely up to Cassius's waist, chased each other down the village road. One of them waved a slender branch around like a knight's sword. Cassius adjusted his bag and stepped aside to let them pass. The 2 kids shot glances at Cassius before resuming their game, chasing each other until they disappeared into the distance. Cassius shrugged and continued his journey. 5 minutes later, he came to a secluded house on the side of Flower Road Village near the mountain. It was low, dilapidated, and simple. There was a wall around it, but one side had already collapsed. Cassius walked in silently. Perhaps some of the things there struck a familiar note because Li Wei's vague memories gradually became clearer. The place where the farm tools were, where the tables and chairs were, where they ate, where they slept, and where he played with his sister. This house held most of Li Wei's memories from childhood to adolescence. Everything looked just as it did in his memories. The only difference was the 3 people in his memories were now gone. Cassius pushed the door open and walked in. The house was covered in cobwebs, and the floor was caked in dust. Some of the wooden furniture had even started to mold. He set his bag down and spent an hour cleaning the entire house but didn't move the furniture around. Cassius wouldn't stay here for long. It was best to leave the decaying furniture and house untouched so they could remain as memories. He could tell just from a glance at the sky. It was about 3 p.m. Cassius stood up to head back toward Bayerna Mountain. Cassius followed Li Wei's vague memories down a narrow path behind Flower Road Village, where it led directly into the mountains. There was an uphill slope close by, and it was covered in blooming yellow wildflowers. Their petals spread open like little umbrellas, swaying gently in the breeze. 2 small graves lay close together in the center of the sea of flowers. Cassius searched for a while before carefully picking a few white flowers from the grass. Tiny black rice-like insects, drawn in by the strong fragrance, crawled around the centers of these roadside wildflowers. They were likely nectar-feeding insects. He walked deeper into the flowers, squeezing through a narrow path until he arrived at the 2 tombstones. He placed one bouquet of white flowers on the left and another on the right. With the flowers covering the slope, it looked like a soft yellow and green blanket. A black dot moved slowly northward. The Bayerna Mountain had an average elevation of about 3,000 meters and spanned across 2 counties. The climate ranged from continental humidity to southern Eurasian subtropical humidity, which was ideal for producing many rivers in Baileo County. All kinds of typical high-altitude sightings such as forests of broadleaf, sclerophyll, conifers, and even meadows were on the mountain. The site Cassius was looking for was not high, located just below 500 meters in the Bayerna Mountain. The climate may have changed over the last 70 years, but the site should still exist. On the path shaded by greenery, the sunlight cast mottled shadows through the leaves. Occasionally, there was an intermittent mountain breeze in the forest that would gently brush away the summer heat. Before his time travel, Cassius had conducted a field survey in the real world and had someone draw a map for him to memorize. Since the mountain roads might change in the span of 70 years, the map had landmarks like waterfalls, rivers, and peaks marked instead of paths or signs. These kinds of natural features were unlikely to change much over 70 years. SHHH, SHHH. Cassius's eyes lit up when he heard the distant sound of water. He hurried over. Although the forest was seldom visited and not maintained, Cassius was still able to move nimbly around the paths that were overgrown with weeds. Sunlight shone directly on Cassius's upper body as he climbed atop a massive tree trunk, creating an aura of blinding white light around him. The water from a nearby cliff waterfall created a rainbow arc before plunging into the pool below, spraying mist everywhere. A few white water birds occasionally circled overhead. Yaga Waterfall was one of the scenic spots in the Bayerna Mountain that helped Jianmu Town's tourism development in the later years. It looked almost the same as it did 70 years later. Once he found Yaga Waterfall, everything else would fall into place. All he had to do now was follow the downhill stream to find the creek where the Langson grass grew. Cassius glanced at the waterfall and quickly mapped out a route. For the average human, walking without a path was somewhat dangerous. But Cassius fearlessly flipped straight down from the edge. Thud. A perfect landing from about 5 or 6 meters high. Cassius continued along the clear stream, maneuvering through trees and wading through water. Halfway through, he encountered a brown-haired wild boar drinking by the stream. Solid as a young bull, it looked like a 700-pound wild boar king with its white tusks slightly yellowed at the tips. The two stared at each other. The wild boar king seemed to sense danger as he drank 2 more sips of water before retreating into the forest. Cassius relaxed a bit and continued along the stream. Beta. Finally, at a bend in the creek, he found what he had been searching for: patches of Langson grass. He carefully walked over to a flat area by the creek. The soil was fertile and moist, with stones scattered on the ground. Poking out in between the stones' crevices were green patches of Langson grass. A quick glance told him that the large patch of wild Langson grass covered a considerable area, with more growing on Cassius's side of the creek. There's so much. There might even be enough to supply the Wind Elephant Sect for several years, he remarked. He felt a little emotional. Realistically, the Wind Elephant Sect would not harvest them to the point of extinction. These wild Langson grasses were precious, yes, but what truly mattered was the land on which they grew on. The climate, water source, terrain, and soil, all of that was important. With the right environment, the Wind Elephant Sect could mass cultivate it and have an endless flow of Langson grass. Even the youth training camp's trainees could use the medicine. With such abundant training resources, it would be hard for the sect not to thrive. Cassius could already imagine how overjoyed the Wind Elephant Sect's leaders would be once they discovered this vast field of Langson grass. He plucked a leaf and scrutinized it under the sunlight. The leaf was shaped like a miniature peach and resembled a ginkgo leaf. It was green with a bluish hue, with veins shooting out in all directions. This small precious thing made up half the cost of the Wind Elephant Sect's training medicine. Cassius also noticed that these wild Langson grasses looked very healthy and full, indicating that it was likely more potent than usual. The Bayerna mountain was indeed perfect for growing Langson grass, proving that Matthew's data was accurate. Once he checked his surroundings and found no signs of human activity, Cassius didn't hesitate to dig up several Langson grass from their roots. By the time Cassius returned to Flower Road Village, night had set. Thankfully, there were some old flower pots littered around Li Wei's house that he could use to plant the Langson grass. After a quick dinner, Cassius fell into a deep sleep. The first thing he did when he woke up early the next morning was check on and water the Langson grass. Afterward, he scarfed down a tasteless breakfast consisting of the bread he had packed solely for sustenance. When dawn finally broke, he headed into the mountains once again, a rusty machete in hand. He was going to mark the path since the last time he came. He hadn't had time. And if possible, he was also going to explore some other routes to the site as well. Ideally, he wanted a path leading directly from the mountain's base to the Langson grass site. Cassius spent the whole morning wandering and marking routes. During this time, he encountered a small wild boar that suddenly charged at him. With his rusty machete, he ended its pitiful life, securing his dinner for the night. As Cassius wasn't planning on staying in Flower Road Village for long, there was no point in carrying the heavy wild boar down the mountain since the leftovers would just rot. So he just cut off a leg as his prize. At noon, smoke slowly rose from the courtyard of a small house on the edge of Flower Road Village. Cassius cut the boar leg into long strips before threading them on sticks and placing them on a rack. The flames licked at it, cooking the meat evenly. A delicious layer of fat began to melt, pale yellow grease dripped, tantalizingly slowly from the meat and into the fire with a sizzle. A faint aroma of roasted meat soon filled the yard. Cassius had packed some spices, perfect for seasoning his dinner. The salt dusting the top of the meat quickly melted into the juices in the heat, running along the red veins of the meat. He lightly sprinkled some pepper as a finishing touch. Ignoring the steam coming off the meat, Cassius tore off a piece without waiting. It tasted good, albeit a bit tough and quite chewy. He took a few more bites before washing it down with some bread and water. The meat was gone in less than a half hour. As Cassius required a lot of energy to sustain his strong physique, his appetite was much larger than that of an average adult male. After finishing his lunch, he made an effort to tidy up Li Wei's home again before heading out. With his bag and newly obtained Langson grass in hand, he left Flower Road Village as silently as he had come. He left in a hurry, mainly out of fear that the delicate Langson grass might die, which would weaken his case with the Wind Elephant Sect. In the end, it might not be a huge deal, but it was better safe than sorry. This time, Cassius didn't have a cart to hitch a ride on, so he had to walk to Black Sand City. Fortunately, he had excellent speed, stamina, and endurance, and he reached Black Sand City twice as fast as a leisurely moving cart. As usual, he first headed into the city to gather information. Black Sand City was reminiscent of the 1880s, and not that much different from Oak City. Aside from the main streets, the rest of the side roads were dirt tracks. The most popular mode of transportation was the horse-drawn carriage. In the bustling city center, a woman wearing a feathered hat and black dress sat gracefully in a carriage with her hands folded demurely on her lap. Beside her, a well-dressed old gentleman in a top hat and suit used a sturdy cane to step slowly down from the carriage and enter the Grand Theater. A strange vehicle approached from a distance. It had 4 wheels, was made entirely of steel, painted pitch black, and had a boxy, crate-like front. The seats in the middle looked similar to a carriage, and there was even a small seat at the back. Cassius stopped to watch, listening to the chugging mechanical noise. This automobile was the first of its kind. Cassius spent all afternoon gathering the information he needed. From there, he realized that there would be a train heading towards Oak City the next day at noon. Cassius paid for a room at an inn and also bought a few sturdy flower pots and a large box. The next morning, at around 10 a.m., Cassius waited at the predetermined spot for the train. Finally, just as it was getting close to 12 p.m., a steam locomotive spewing black smoke appeared on the tracks. Cassius skillfully climbed aboard and started his journey back. "What did you say? Is it really true?" In the quiet room, Lisa looked at Cassius in shock. "You can't joke about this kind of thing. If I report it and it turns out to be false, you could even be expelled from the Wind Elephant Sect." Cassius had anticipated Lisa's reaction. He didn't say anything and merely opened the large box beside him, revealing 4 greenish-blue Langston grass before Lisa's eyes, a faint earthy scent wafting out. Actions spoke louder than words. No amount of talk could be more convincing than presenting the actual items, 4 full pots of live Langston grass. Cassius had originally brought back 7 or 8 plants, but half of them had died along the way. The delicate herbs couldn't withstand much jostling. Fortunately, because Cassius had taken the train, he had managed to return fairly quickly. If he had been any slower, all of the Langston grass might have died by the time he returned. Teacher, I brought back a few plants. Why don't you see for yourself? Cassius placed the box on the ground and gently pushed it over. Lisa's breathing quickened as she stared intently at the 4 herbs. Sitting cross-legged, she gingerly took out one pot. In the sunlight, the peach-shaped leaves looked full with clear veins that extended outward, and the green surface also had a slight bluish tint, all of which were characteristics of Langston grass. Everything was correct and of excellent quality to boot. Lisa brought it up close and sniffed, detecting a faint fragrance. It's real. She was overwhelmed with indescribable shock and joy. Lisa knew very well what a Langston grass site meant for the Wind Elephant Sect. The cost of precious training medicine would be halved. Plus, they wouldn't have to worry about trying to purchase it in Bailiu County's already limited annual production of Langston grass. Yes, the Wind Elephant Sect's medicine supply each year was small and was used solely by the high-ranking members and teachers. The disciples had to rely on their teachers' generosity to share some of their monthly supply. If what Cassius said was true, and he had discovered a Langston grass site, Wind Elephant Sect was going to experience an earth-shattering change. The higher UPS would be astounded by this news. Cough, cough, cough. Lisa couldn't stop coughing, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She stared at Cassius with tiger-like eyes, as if she wanted to devour him. Tell me the story again. Don't leave anything out. The usually composed Lisa was practically bursting with excitement. She hadn't felt this thrilled in years. Come sit here. Cassius had anticipated this and recounted the story again. Lisa interrupted halfway through. You mean there's a whole area covered with Langston grass? Both sides of the stream? Over 100 meters of it. Yes, Cassius confirmed with a nod. Lisa's jaw dropped. This. Such a large area. After a moment, she asked, is it a similar quality to what you brought back? Yes. Cassius nodded again, pausing to add, it's actually probably better. Because of how delicate the herbs are, the leaves wilted a bit after 2 days in the box. Lisa took a few deep breaths, struggling to contain her cough. Give me a moment to gather myself. The room fell into an eerie silence for a few minutes. Once Lisa had caught her breath, she broke the silence. We can't delay this matter any longer. I'll report it to the higher UPS right away. Give me the box. Cassius quickly replaced the pots into the box and passed it over to Lisa. I'm being dead serious. Keep this to yourself. Do not tell anyone else. The sect will definitely reward you handsomely, I promise. Don't worry. Lisa picked up the box and patted Cassius on his shoulder. I need to find my master, your grandmaster, first. Once he gets involved, the higher UPS will undoubtedly give you the rewards you deserve.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.